To the Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson Conference, a historic 3-day conference, right? In honor of the gift, the momentous gift of from Elizabeth and Najda Robinson of the Robinson Archives to UCSB in collaboration with New York University. I'm Diane Fujino, a professor of Asian American Studies and one of the conference organizers, and so happy to be here and honored to get to call us into this collective space together. The conference is one part of the larger Robinson Archive project to create a living and dynamic archive that has meaning for knowledge making and for political struggle in the present. This conference engages and extends the serious and capacious intellectual thinking of Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson, spanning decades, continents, and cultures. Theirs is wisdom, knowledge, analysis that arises from the intertwining of study and struggle that emerges from the ancestors and always, as Cedric writes in of the Black radical tradition, as an accretion over generations of collective intelligence gathered from struggle. So this word struggle seems to take on new meaning every single week. We are trying on this campus and on many of our campuses, right, and in communities and in this world, to respond to, through intensive and collective organizing, the deeply profound problems in the world: housing, planetary catastrophe, racist state-sanctioned violence leading to premature death, land theft, settler colonialism, and other crises of racial capitalism. And today, on this 238th day of the war in Gaza, of 75 years of Nakba and 100 years of war, the brutal attacks on Rafah and in Gaza are particularly vicious and with an intensity of genocide unfolding before our eyes that we have not witnessed before. But the violence itself does not surprise. It is part of the mechanisms of settler colonialism and the long history of racial repression and violence of which Cedric writes. But Elizabeth and Cedric Robinson insist that we are not the totality of our destruction, of our suffering, and how we respond, our critical and collective consciousness and our actions matter. And in the end, I want to say, I appreciate Cedric's measured optimism, what he calls, right, in quotes, the magnificence of the human spirit, the inextinguishable resolve to refashion society according to some powerful but imperfect moral vision. And this we need more than ever for the present, and as we imagine new and liberatory futures. I want to say 3 things before we turn to Charlie Hale and then to reports on the ground from students on campus organizing. First, we have with us today and tomorrow a truly distinguished set of brilliant thinkers, organizers, speakers, artists, and activists. When we started to invite speakers, we were surprised, and I guess shouldn't have been, that just about everybody responded quickly and affirmatively. I think there was one no because they were having a baby. I won't read names, but you can see them in the program. And we are really in for a very intensive intellectual and political set of discussions over the next 2 days. Second, I would be remiss not to state a set of thank yous. Anyone who organizes knows how much work it is, and this conference wouldn't have happened without the labor and resources of a great many people, that collective struggle. So I want to thank our generous sponsors, from the Division of Social Sciences to the Marguerite Casey Foundation, to our media sponsor, KCSB, and to the many UCSB departments and research centers that contributed. There are too many to name, but you can find them in the printed program as well as on the conference website. We thank you. We thank the National Organizing Committee, who was also responsible for organizing the 20th anniversary conference here on this campus of Black Marxism, and their names are also in the program. And I want to extend our heartiest thanks and acknowledgement of the intensive labor of the local organizing committee that made this conference possible. Will you please stand and remain standing when I call your names? I hope they're all in here. Probably some are out there working. Maricela Marquez, Hamza Beg, Gary Colmenar, Chris McAuley. Okay, I'll call the names and then we can give a big collective applause. Joseph De Filippo, Savannah May, Leila Katiba, Chase Hobbs Morgan, who is our inaugural faculty director of the Robinson Archive Project. That deserved a woo. The indispensable labor of our graduate student workers, Anam Mehta and Zach McLean. And the vital intellectual and logistical leadership of Charmaine Chua. Yay! Oh, thank you, Chase. Finally, a few housekeeping items before I turn to get to introduce Charlie Hale. We have generous pro bono professional conference photographers, Bob Parme and Gary Colmenar. And if at any point you don't want them taking your photos, please just signal to them, just wave them off. They're very attentive and aware of this. I want to say that we are live streaming this conference, so people are viewing this in real time. And we are also recording the entire conference to be posted on the internet, and likely without any or much post-production touch-ups or editing. KCSB Radio will be broadcasting the conference proceedings. We are pleased to have Jared Ware of Millennials Are Killing Capitalism here. And he may be requesting interviews. And finally, the display committee of the conference organizing group worked very hard with Elizabeth Robinson to create displays that visualize the archives. And we're going to be having a tour at 5 p.m. today of them with commentary from Elizabeth, I believe. So please join us for that. And if you're on campus, you can also see them at any other time that you would like. Okay, those are the end of my announcements, and I get to turn to something that's really a joy for me, and that is to introduce Dean Charlie Hale. And he's here not just because he's the Dean of Social Sciences, and Social Sciences is the primary sponsor of the Robinson Archive and of this conference. And I can say by way of the usual introductions that he's the Sage Sarah Miller McCune Dean of Social Sciences, as well as professor in the Departments of Anthropology and Global Studies, who's actually teaching a class this quarter. But what I really want to say is that having been able to work closely with Charlie since he arrived at UCSB in 2018, he's no ordinary administrator. He has an immense and capacious intellectual vision and political grounding. He values innovation in research, teaching, and organizing, and models this. He matches this vision with attention to details of organizing and to care for social relations. And during these most turbulent times, it's been precious to many of us to get to witness a different kind of leadership, not without constraints, but with openings to possibilities. Please join me in welcoming Dean Charlie Hale.
Thank you, Diane. See, I want to maybe move this up a little bit here. We're slightly different. There we go. All right. How's that? How's that? Thank you, Diane. That was heartwarming. First of all, good morning. Hope you've had your first cup of coffee. It's wonderful to welcome all of you here. The roster of participants in this conference is quite literally breathtaking. I want to first pause to honor all of your presence, even before we begin to learn from your words. Many conferences, we don't like to admit this, come and go, achieving their stated purpose of intellectual exchange and not a whole lot more. Others, once in a while, become points of reference in intellectual and political genealogies incorporated into subsequent historical narratives. In that gathering, these key ideas congealed, these commitments materialized. We don't know, of course, we're just getting started, but a glance at the program gives me a strong inkling. This one is going to be historic. Before we begin, let me echo Diane in her abundant recognition and gratitude for the long hours of labor that getting to this moment has entailed. Staff, faculty, students here, and many others far and wide. You're too many to acknowledge by name, but please know that we appreciate deeply all that you've done to make this possible. Early in 2018, as I just began this job, MCC Director Savini Marcus Khan invited me to give a talk about my plans for the deanship. I framed the talk around the challenge of melding long-standing commitments to radical politics with an administrative leadership role in a corporate liberal university. That challenge has grown excruciatingly acute in the past year. The original framing rested on a tension between the critique of liberal complicities with racial capitalism, among other ills, and the recognition that liberal principles have historically, with some very notable exceptions, upheld our right to level those very critiques. This tension grows more complex because, as Joy James and Ted Gordon reminded us in a 2008 essay, a certain quota of radical ideas helps liberal universities demonstrate that pluralism is alive and well, and therefore no institutional change is necessary. Today, as we all know all too well, this precarious balance between defending academic freedom and limiting its praxis stands at the brink. On the one hand, it has become next to impossible for any sentient human being, and I include university administrators in that category, next to impossible for any sentient human being not to recognize US-backed Israeli state actions in Gaza as genocide. And on the other hand, our state and national governments are taking deliberate steps to criminalize that very critique. Elizabeth, there you are, Elizabeth. Elizabeth attended that 2018 talk and afterwards asked to interview me on her wonderfully named radio show, along with Avery Gordon, who may be here live stream, or maybe isn't. Called No Alibis. As she has reminded me a number of times since, I demurred, feeling that I had not yet gained my footing. It was not becoming UC familiar, as the phrase goes, but rather uncertainty in the response to that philosophical and strategic challenge. how to affirm our need for those liberal rights, now more than ever, without submitting to both sides' platitudes, without giving up on aspirations for institutional change, all in the name of pluralist balance. A recent article in The Atlantic put it this way: either we affirm corporate liberalism, or we open the door to authoritarian imposition from the right, and in this author's view, also the left, which the article concludes, which do you prefer? This conference, I trust, will provide crucial guidance in refusing that terrible binary. Affirming a third way. Thank you. Affirming a third way, or perhaps many third ways, not as voice in the wilderness, but as modestly institutionalized practice of the Black radical tradition. In this specific but potentially expansive sense, the Robinson Archival Project is the initiative I've been waiting patiently for to help me and perhaps many others respond to the very difficult questions that Elizabeth might pose in that interview with no alibis allowed. We've gathered extensive support for that institutionalization, which I want to gratefully acknowledge from the offices of the Chancellor and the Executive Vice Chancellor, from donors, especially Sarah Miller-McCune and Sarah Eisner. Our partnership with the University Library, especially Kristen Nantelman, Lydia Uziel, and Gary Colmenar, has been a model of cross-unit collaboration. Our vision is to forge with the Robinson Archive as centerpiece, a meeting grounds of scholarship, activism, and archival practice here at UCSB. This vision has 5 pillars: courses that integrate syllabi, exploration of the archive, travel support for researchers, both activists, intellectuals, and academics, to use the archive and enliven our intellectual community, gatherings around key topics of community-engaged, archivally based knowledge production, speakers, workshops, and conferences like this one on topics that carry on the Robinson's legacy, and finally, 5th, post-custodial archival practice. What that term means is that researchers from UCSB receive support to establish enduring relations with organizations, movements, community-based archives aligned with the Black radical tradition. We collaborate in their efforts to document their work. And in that process, we bring digital copies back to UCSB to form part of the Robinson Archive constellation, leaving the originals in their rightful home. All this will be guided by an interdisciplinary steering committee drawing on the talents and commitments of our stellar faculty and staff in close collaboration with library professionals. And we're thrilled to announce, as Diane already did, that Professor Chase Hobbs Morgan has accepted our invitation to serve as faculty director of the project. Another applause for Chase. I want to conclude by noting 2 sources of inspiration for this vision, both from UT Austin. Starting in the early 2000s, Latin American Studies partnered with the Benson Collection to forge some of the first explorations of post-custodial archival practice. Among these initiatives was the founding of the Gordon Archive of the African Diaspora, in which then Professor Diana Ramey Berry, now Dean of Humanities and Fine Arts at UCSB, played a central role. That prior experience elevates our confidence that the Robinson Archival Project will flourish. Second, around the same time, a collective of faculty and graduate students in anthropology and Black studies worked to institutionalize programs that embodied the principles of activist scholarship and intersectional African diaspora research and teaching. At the culminating moment, this collective produced a document called the Austin Manifesto, whose contents articulate directly with the work of many of you who are here today. I invoke these connections because they help to drive home a central insight, a proposition of sorts, in response to that terrible binary. Think first of the devastated battlefield that UT Austin has become, as spaces for profound transformative practice have been closed one by one, systematically repressed. Most members of the Austin Manifesto Collective have long since dispersed to other places, including UCSB. But think again. A key insight from Cedric Robinson's magnum opus is that Black radical praxis has always been rhizomic, going underground when necessary, preserving what's most essential, re-emerging somewhere else in full force when conditions allow. The lesson, I suggest, is that it might be best to consider these transformative initiatives, all of them, as inevitably ephemeral. They congeal, come to fruition, carry out good work for as long as possible, and through this work they provide widespread inspiration for others. One important factor in their longevity is carefully planned institutionalization, which extends the timeline and strengthens their ability to defend the project. But the key condition, always, and here I'm echoing Diane, the key condition is affirming social relations that come with dedicated collective mobilization. All to say, UC Santa Barbara, this is our moment. Rest assured, Elizabeth, that we will alchemize every ounce of collective energy from this momentous convergence that your gift has catalyzed, making our moment last as long as historical conditions allow. At the same time, we must also derive satisfaction from the way the Robinson Archive Project, from the get-go, will spread the seeds of Black radical praxis far and wide. With this conference as spectacular opening salvo, those first seeds already have been sown. And if we pause attentively, we can already feel their quiet, revolutionary seedlings beginning to grow. Thank you.
This mic stand has been on a roller coaster ride today. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charmaine Chua. I'm an assistant professor of global studies and one of the organizers of this conference. It is so wonderful to see so many friendly faces in the audience and people we have yet to meet, and it's just an honor to be here with you all today. I think it's appropriate during a conference that is recognizing and celebrating the legacy of Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson, whose work above all, in addition to its brilliant intellectual contributions to our scholarship, is also fundamentally grounded in community struggle. And further, that it's appropriate in Embarcadero Hall, which I don't know if any of you know, but is the former site of a burned down Bank of America, which was burned by UCSB students February 25th, 1970, as part of the Isla Vista riots, as part of a student movement calling for the boycott of UCSB and Bank of America's fundamental investments in South African apartheid. I had a run-on sentence that I forgot, but what I meant to say is, I think it's appropriate, given where we are and who we're celebrating, to begin and kick off the conference also with celebrating some of the wins that our student movements have won. So we stand here in mourning, in grief, and in rage over the over 36,000 Palestinians killed during the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and the 80,000 more who are injured, and the countless more under rubble whose bodies cannot be counted. But we also, I think, are in a moment in our movement work where things feel bleak, and And I think in the midst of that bleakness, a lot of people are asking, what have we won? What does this mean? What will a free Palestine look like? And is that ever possible? So I want to maybe just start by asking you to turn to each other and share a thing that you think the movements that you are a part of have won in the last 8 months. For a couple seconds. Okay. I hate to cut the conversation short, but if you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice, if you can hear me clap 3 times. Okay, fantastic. I think we are small enough that maybe we could get some people in the audience to offer things that your campuses or your movements are proud of winning. So maybe people would like to shout out just in a couple of words things that your campuses have won. Hell yeah. Anybody else? Hell yeah. Yes. Yesterday in Montreal at the university called Quebec, the administration agreed to the demands of the students. So this is the first in Canada. So I think it's good. Any other wins people want to share? Elizabeth.
I don't know how many years the students have an initiative for development.
Okay, people at UCSB, don't spoil the surprise because we've got students coming up to share what we want. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. Any other campuses want to share wins? Okay, well, I am so proud and honored to invite up to stage just 2 of our incredible student organizers who have been really core to movements on campus. First, Anam Mehta, who is both the core and heart of the organization for this conference, and is also a head steward of UAW 4811 to share some of the work that Researchers Against War and the UAW have won on campus.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. Hi, everyone. My name's Anam, as Charmaine said. I'll just give a quick ground report from Research Against War and the UAW here on campus. So for Researchers Against War, we have had an active organization of grads, undergrads, and faculty across disciplines that have been working under the banner of Researchers Against War for 8 months now. We have done research and found that on this campus that the military-industrial complex funds 18% of all research here. And in response, we have been working to make UCSB cut ties with private military institutions and the DoD. In our wins, we have kicked Northrop Grumman student recruitment off campus. A dozen researchers on this campus have pledged not to take any money from any military sources, and we are working on more. And we are building bridges and opening conversations from within graduate student research that would never have been there otherwise. Within the UAW organizing as academic student employees, postdocs, and research scientists on this campus, we stand strong in solidarity with our comrades at UCSC, the UCLA, and UC Davis who have been striking against the brutal police repression that the UC has unleashed on its students protesting for Palestinian life. On this campus, we are ready to strike, and we will do so very soon. Today, we expect an announcement that UCSB will be the next to strike. So thank you all.
Is anybody in the room currently a striking grad student from UAW 481? Yes, solidarity. Okay, and next up is Mila Wu, who is a former brilliant undergrad, current undergraduate advisor of Black Studies, and future PhD student at UMD.
Hey, I'm just going to talk about some of the wins we've had on campus in regards to the encampment and some other wins. So since May Day, we've had a visible presence on the campus for 31 days also to pressure admin to divest from the genocide of the Palestinian people. The students of UCSB's Liberated Zone, Liberated Zone have taken up a lot of space by Malcolm X Hall, which if you know the campus history is where former 12 Black students in 1968 took it over in order to pass 8 demands, including the creation of a Black Studies department here. There's been chalk art tallying the number of martyrs and honoring them, covering entire walkways on campus, despite the university calling in private power washers at night to destroy it. We've continuously re-chalked. There's been art in support of the revolution covering all the places on campus, including sidewalks hanging from trees. Autonomous organizers did a die-in blocking an entrance to the school library for 3 hours, despite being stepped on by Zionists. There were 2 dining hall liberations at 2 dining halls on campus that fed over 2,000 people. The statewide Palestinian Solidarity Collective PSC demands were sent to Chancellor Yang on May 16th by our AJP and SJP on campus. And we're currently working across a bunch of local organizers on campus, including student organizers, to do local versions of those demands to be sent out soon. Our 7 PSD demands call for disclosure, divestment, demilitarization, delinking from entities facilitating genocide, police abolition, reinvesting in Palestine and the Palestinian community on campus, and correcting the narrative. So that'll be done soon. And most excitingly, after 8 months of trying to flip a Zionist Senate and over 12 years of trying to pass divestment on this campus, our campus SJP has passed a resolution to divest our student funds and to call for the divestment of 32 billion funds from the UC regions investing in genocide. Free Palestine!
1 minute ago, I also got an email that says, on Monday morning, UC San Diego and UC Santa Barbara will stand up, and on Wednesday morning, UC Irvine will stand up too. Free Palestine.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our welcoming remarks. Please maybe get some breakfast and some coffee, and I think we'll come back around 9:15.
Black Marxism 40 years later. It considers the enormous legacy of Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism some 40 years after its publication. Black Marxism is dense and capacious writing that does a multiplicity of work, making it resist any simple or short description. Our speakers today will take up different aspects of what Black Marxism has done in the world and for them. I will make 3 points, roughly equivalent to the 3 parts of the book as formulated by Cedric, and in ways I hope do not simplify the kinds of vast and moving ideas that Cedric invited. First, we can say that Black Marxism sought no less than to reframe the history of Western capitalism by centering the role of race and racism in its development. His is a critique of Western Marxism and its inability to comprehend the racial character of capitalism, or as Robin Kelley writes in the foreword of the 2nd edition, underestimating the material force of racial ideology on proletariat consciousness. Cedric's arguments have inspired charges of being anti-Marxist, but as Ruthie Gilmore may speak of today, Cedric was neither Marxist nor anti-Marxist. While orthodox Marxists have levered their criticism, the book is not about detailing a history of Black Marxists or even trying to improve Marxism by attending to its blind spots. It is instead of critique and of world-making. Second, Black Marxism is deeply a work of resistance and revolutionary ideas, or as the subtitle states, the making of the Black radical tradition. At the same time, Cedric offers an analysis of political economy. He centers the importance of the cultures, epistemologies, and ontologies of Africa as crucial to understanding the long history of resistance by Africans in the diaspora. Cedric writes, Marx had not realized fully that the cargoes of laborers also contained African cultures, critical mixtures and admixtures of language and thought, of cosmology and metaphysics, of habits, beliefs, and morality. These were the actual terms of their humanity. For Cedric, the place and imagination of fugitivity, of maroonage, of self-sufficiency and self-determination are some of the most critical logics of resistance. And third, Cedric Robinson writes about the emergence of the Black radical intelligentsia through discussions of W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, and Richard Wright, and insists always that the practice of theory is informed by struggle. After being largely ignored after its release, Black Marxism has had an immense impact on the scholarly and activist thinking, especially in the context of the movement for Black lives, and then also after Cedric's passing in 2016. Cedric Robinson's ideas in Black Marxism were informed by struggle, and its circulation today is informed by struggle, in part because as we witness a genocide before our eyes, we need these ideas of Cedric Robinson most urgently.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many people coming out so early in the morning to celebrate Cedric's life, Cedric's work, and his continued importance to us all. My name is A.J. Rice. I am an assistant professor of political science here at UCSB. This is my 2nd year here. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Whether or not it's warranted, I appreciate it. My work looks at the relationship between racial politics and education policy, specifically how modern education reform policies transfer wealth and resources from Black communities to corporate actors. My introductions will be short. However, a full bio of each panelist can be found in your program as well as the conference website. And I'm going to introduce the speakers in order of their presentation. So first we have, to my immediate left, Dr. Shana Redmond. Shana is a professor. Clap, we can clap, I don't mind that. Shana is a professor of race, music, and politics at Columbia University. She is the author of Anthem, Social Movements and the Sound of Solidarity in the African Diaspora, and Everything Man, The Form and Function of Paul Robeson, which received a 2021 American Book Award. Next, Dr. Erica Edwards is a professor of English and African American Studies at a university that partners with the police to shut down critical thought and refuses to divest from weapons manufacturing. Teaching there, she teaches American literature, Black studies, and feminist theory. She's also the author of the award-winning book, The Other Side of Terror, Black Women and the Culture of U.S. Empire. Dr. Helen H.L.T. Quan, or HQ, as many affectionately refer to them as, is a political theorist and filmmaker who is also a professor of justice and social inquiry in the School of Social Transformation at Arizona State University. She is the author of Becoming Ungovernable, and is the editor of Cedric J. Robinson on Racial Capitalism, Black Internationalism, and the Cultures of Resistance. And last, but certainly not least, joining us via Zoom is Dr. Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Dr. Gilmore is a professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences and American Studies at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, and is a lifelong activist, abolitionist, and scholar. Some of her notable works include Abolition Geography, Essays Towards Liberation, published in 2022, and another book some of you may have heard of, Golden Gulag, Prisons, Surplus, Crisis, and Opposition in Globalizing California, published in 2007. And without further ado, I think I'll hand it over to Shana.
Good morning. I'm standing at the podium because I'll have some sounds for you, as I was trained to always offer that of which I speak in sound. And I'm going to mobilize Cedric's work today. Rather than speak of it, I'm going to use it as it has been so influential for me. So I'm going to share some new work today. Even as a child, B.B. King understood the power of the music that would be distinctly his. I could see the blues was about survival, he recalled, and he didn't have to scour the land for evidence of its need. Though not yet ravaged by the Great Depression, the Mississippi Delta of his childhood was desperate enough, and the ears of its Black majority tuned to sabotage and struggle. Millions of acres of land became new enclosures for waged slavery after the overthrow of Reconstruction. As subsistence agriculturalists, Black families spared their children little of the field's grueling labor, making their formal education subordinate to the need for collective nourishment and sustainability. Other forms of insecurity were also front of mind. In the year of Riley B. King's birth, in the super plantation area between Indianola and Greenwood, Mississippi, an accusation 2 hours northeast led to odious flames engulfing a Black man's flesh. Unrelenting toil and terror were the public inheritances of the Delta's majority. Blues boy, BB, as he'd later be called, knew this. He knew that picking cotton would irritate and break the skin on fingertips. He knew that the exploitation of Black labor was as much a strategy in the destruction of Black life and culture as slaughter. How he studied and characterized these conditions was indelibly tied to its location. He sat at the feet of area preachers and musicians and family who told him the stories and shared with him the notes that proved to him that the blues was all around. In other words, survival everywhere. Church was the place where the music got all over my body and made me want to jump, he argued. When its music plays, the church is complete and its powers and vision at their fullest potential. At age 7, King learned to play the 1-4-5 major chord progression from guitarist and preacher Reverend Fair, and the world became his. I can sing a whole multitude of songs with those 3 chords, King announced, and all of the songs are blues. We should understand why. Even when the market popularity of the blues as form wanes, these songs built from the rhythms and scales of a rebel continent transform, speaking volumes not simply of the past, but of the present as well. The blues endure because the enclosures and violence and intimacies that produce them endure. When you visit the Louisiana and Mississippi deltas, wrote my friend Clyde Woods, presente, you will see a swath of human devastation and permanent crisis that has been pejoratively called Third World on the Mississippi and America's Ethiopia. The plantation bloc made up of wealthy landowners, local and federal elected officials, and private business remains the durable crisis that has a chokehold on the economies of Black Delta life, but not on its imagination, sociality, or creations. Wood's transformative theory and reading of the blues epistemology reveals the genius of survival born in this place. In B.B. King's care, the separation brought about through forced itineracy and capture is sutured into an ancestral timeline of knowing. I've been around a long time, really paid my dues, he sings, accompanied by an up-tempo blues with brass that propels him from century to century, enclosure to enclosure. He begins at a beginning, an originary scene, the collection and extraction of black flesh aboard a slave ship. Without further detail than that of the men with a whip, listeners are delivered the punchline, a sort of rolling of his eyes at those who still ask why I sing the blues.
Yeah, I sing the blues. Well, I've been around a long time. I really have paid my dues. When I first got the blues, they brought me aboard a ship. Men were spinning over me, and a lot of was no trip. Now everybody wanna know why I sing the blues. I've been around a long time. I've really paid my dues.
How in the world that slavery and genocide built does one dare ask why? Why the blues? In each successive generation, more vulnerability was revealed for those deemed inconvenient for or disposable to capital. From ships of captives to ramshackle housing, impoverished education to incarceration for the crime of poverty. Yet there is something before and beyond this violence, as such, that Cedric and Elizabeth rightly and urgently insist upon, practice, and draw our attention to. Because the Black radical tradition is an accretion over generations of collective intelligence gathered from struggle, encompassing the whole historical experience of Black people, as Cedric argued, we would be wise to study not only the sounds of swords unsheathed on the 22nd of August, 1791, but the thunder that erupted on the night of the 21st as well. Not only the gunshots that rang out on February 21st, 1965 in the Audubon Ballroom, but the nascent concerto that the two Malcolms together studied in prison more than a decade earlier. These evidences of Black life and living both record and produce our traditions of struggle in thought and thought in struggle, as we return to our kinship with the earth and recover the grace notes sung before and carried through bondage. We entered onto those ships as humans who carried worlds, as Cedric reminds. Let us chant them all. We don't know traditions simply in the moment of their reveal. If we listen closely enough, we hear their creation too. Just as we know an anthem by its use, we know a tradition through its sturdy value to and duplication within and for Black living. We are then tasked with thinking tradition outside of convention and before dire straits, and hearing it as it's being improvised in its present continuous formations. She is loving. We are singing. The coordinate at which desire and need on the one hand, and arrival and use on the other touch, is rich with exploration into tradition as contest and explanation, defense and play. For one of the many challenges of Black Marxism, which demands more than a rereading, but a fundamental renewal of capacious study that places Black living at its center, I rewind the tales and tape of the state to the moments closely prior to its visible fist of violence, as Robin has described, in order to read before the headline, watch before the explosion, and most especially to listen before the gunshot. Here today, in this place where both Cedric and Clyde loved and labored, it is only appropriate that I proceed from the blues, a self-referential explanatory tradition, as Clyde described it, that perdures as a method by which the entire Black world continues to vibrate with memory and music. The blues, composed by Rainey and all the women named Smith, as Cedric notes them, enliven a tradition that, like the Black radical tradition, is cultivated in service of now as much as it is in service of then, recognizing that the quest to know and endure a future is impossible without being here, immediately and intimately. Now need not be spectacular. More often than not, it was beautifully, densely mundane. And it need not be devastating, but only life as it is, which is all things all at once, with inhalations and exaltations that develop coral blooms to sustain homes, blocks, and cities. With this knowledge of tradition as a freighted rehearsal for future, let's listen anew to children, to rural spaces, and to quiet. Almost a century after King's birth, the details of Black life in his slice of the Delta remain strikingly musical. Located on B.B. King Road, directly across the street from the Double Quick gas station that undoubtedly charges the neighborhood air with the intentional bleed of car sound systems, and just north of the thoroughfare's intersection with Delta Blues and Lucille Streets, is a modest tan brick ranch with orange shutters and a Black security door. Shaded by a sprawling verdant tree, the home's interior is quiet from the road, but its plot is chatty with the terms of order. Missing toys or lawn furniture, but littered with city electrical circuitry and transit information. The front yard appears to service Indianola as much as, if not more than, the occupants of this private residence. When traveling east on Coolidge toward B.B. King Road, the bright yellow signage hovering to the right of the home announces dead end and forces drivers to turn left or right in order to avoid trespass on the exposed lawn. When traveling north via B.B. King Road, the trio of signage implanted in a missing patch of grass reads, speed limit 25, speed limit radar enforced, and at the very bottom, with a faded, half-peeled away silhouette of a cloaked and ominous figure, burglar beware, neighborhood watch area. The warning announced in red on the original sign is missing, faded into absence by time and neglect. So too was the promised neighborly watchfulness, that might have otherwise saved him, the May 2023 phone call that changed his life. He summoned them to his family's home on that spring morning before dawn in defense of his mother. The arrival and fear of an irate ex stirred her to request that he make 2 phone calls, one to her mother, his grandmother, and one to the police. They believed, as so many believe, that their plea for help would be expediently and proficiently serviced, that calling 911 would invite and yield protection, not more danger. The arrival of those officers to the home on B.B. King Road ended not with the aversion of crisis, but with its acceleration, as an 11-year-old boy lay bleeding in his mother's arms, singing in spite of labored breath, "No weapon formed against me shall prosper." The text could scarcely have been more appropriate given the circumstances. He'd just been shot by the police whom he called to protect and serve. Desperate to understand, he asked his mother, "Why did he shoot me? What did I do?" Not realizing that another black boy from Mississippi had written the horrifying answer 3 generations earlier. But the color of a Negro's skin makes him easily recognizable, makes him suspect, converts him into a defenseless target. 12-year-old Richard Wright held a conviction that the meaning of living came only when one was struggling to wring a meaning out of meaningless suffering. Perhaps so too this child who surrendered to that immediate moment as preparation for that which we dare not imagine. "It's scary," his mother disclosed. "It's emotional to even think about how I could have lost my son because I was trying to get help. I just wanted help." What to do when help threatens to take your life? When loss is so close at hand that the only comfort is the divine or the mystical? B.B. King, who as a teenage prodigy would sit with his guitar singing gospel for tips on the Indianola street that once featured Louis Jordan and Count Basie, was taught by his grandmother that singing about your sadness unburdens your soul. So Adarian Murray gathered his remaining strength to sing a gospel blues of his own in the driveway of his family's home on the road, memorializing the long-living 71 years singing bluesman King. Murray's song selection was Fred Hammond's "No Weapon." Released in 1996 with Hammond's "Radical for Christ," the song held its own crest in the wave of 90s gospel successes. Like powerhouse Kirk Franklin, whose 1993 debut set off a firestorm of gospel sales that charted well into 1996, Hammond leads his choir from the piano in a call and response format that swells through conjoined declarations of faithfulness and confidence. The more you believe, the more you believe. And the music is both the bright, shining light of that belief and its genesis. Drawn from Isaiah 54:17, this line is the song's anchor, and its repetition a sightline for those in darkness, a balm for the injured. Hammond is affirmed in his belief that God will do what he said he would do by the chorus who repeats his insistence and holds him in support of his testimony. This is the gospel tradition that King described as the middle of a universe of music, in which there was no room for fear in here, no room for doubt, even as there is every reason to be scared, every reason to be skeptical. The common world of violence that interrupts and imperils Hammond's life is no match for his faith in and companionship with the Lord. Well before the murder of Florida teenager Trayvon Martin forced the nation to confront the devastation wreaked by stand your ground legislation, Hammond used that line to open the lungs of his chorus and set the now fraught axiom to music. How this song entered into young Adarian's listening and how it became the notes on his bloodied tongue won't be told in official stories. How he sounded in that singing, however, is alive and audible.
And then I would just remember singing a song.
What song were you singing?
No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Adarian's recreation of it for the ABC News program days after his assault remained labored. A voice carried on low-pressure gusts like wind skimming the cracked window of a slow-moving car, his delivery fragile, even as its words offered percussive effect. Prosper threatens to not appear at all, as the opening P is audible only thanks to its punctuation on his pursed lips, not the melody in his throat. The final R in the word is clipped for lack of breath, and then, after a quick inhalation, extended to 2, 3, 4 R's, its notes raised a whole step to match Hammond. Adarian's delivery on television that day was tuned to the original key, an honor for and infidelity to Hammond, the result of the deep listening and faith of a child who must have heard the song dozens, if not hundreds of times over, and carried its traditions gently and bravely. The commingling of terror and magnificence in his recital incites a brawl of urgent emotion, relief, fear, awe. We are moved because the terrible beauty in his song is also a terrible beauty in his experience of rendering the song, to borrow from Kevin Quashie's reading of Terence Hayes. Whatever breath Adarian's punctured body could hold was offered in service of a prayerful melody, announcing a desire to survive that moment, to survive the polytrauma of life-threatening injury, anti-Blackness, and policing in the birthplace of the White Citizens Council, the city where Fannie Lou Hamer 61 years earlier braved white mobs in her failed first attempt to register to vote. "I don't want to die," he told his mother, as the collapsed lung and cut on his liver hemorrhaged. The injuries and song remain. Once his ambition, Adarian no longer dreams of becoming a police officer. He now wants to be a doctor. Like so many other Black people, both during and after police encounter, he has trouble breathing. With my closing breath of these statements, I want to thank Cedric and Elizabeth for the honor of being in loving struggle with you both. Free Palestine.
Good morning, everyone. It's really tremendous to be here with all of you. Among the people who introduced me to Cedric's work and introduced me to Cedric and Elizabeth, it's really meaningful. So I'm gonna read some comments and I look forward to that conversation. So sometime early in my matriculation in graduate school, I came across a full-page magazine advertisement for a tech company. It pictured one of the leading African-American studies scholars of the time. He was seated at his desk in a large, well-appointed office. I don't remember the ad copy, but given when it was, the ad might have been describing something like the CD-ROM version of Encarta Africana, that encyclopedia project spearheaded by Henry Louis Gates Jr. and Anthony Appiah. So we could probably imagine that the words hovering over the image of a Black professor at work were proclaiming the double wish fulfillment of the American dream, of Du Bois's dream, in a celebrated merger between techno-optimism and the entrepreneurial impulse in African-American studies. I made a copy of the ad and taped it to my wall Certainly not as inspiration, but not quite as a joke either, and not even as a cautionary tale, but really as a reminder that the consciousness that we steward as scholars of Black studies, consciousness paraded so brazenly on the open market, is worthy of protection, even from whatever ambitions I might have held as a young graduate student. As I wrote about in the Futures of Black Radicalism volume, I came to Black Marxism around that same time. I entered coursework the same year that UNC Press republished the text with Robin's now famous foreword, so I count myself among that generation of scholars who carried Black Marxism in our hands and our hearts, from seminar to seminar, from chapter to chapter, from job to job, but also from the insides of the universities to the peoples and lands and relations dispossessed and violated by the universities. If the ad on my wall was a visual reminder of one possible direction of our collective, that one possible direction our collective project might be heading, Black Marxism was a map to the below, a call to a different belonging, a different reminder. And saying that word, reminder, I can't help but recall Jonathan Howard's essay on Paul Marshall's Praise Song for the Widow, that novel about A.V. Johnson on Igbo landing, where Howard suggests that the novel's study of the Igbos who walked on water is the enactment of Black study itself. Thinking with the Du Boisian question at the heart of our field, how does it feel to be a problem? Howard suggests, quote, something remains after the question is cast in the anemic terms of a problem. If we are to, in Marshall's words, finish telling about him, telling about the Igbos, he means, we must learn to tell this excess too, which is to say, we can't tell the story without telling the remains, which are the miracles. And if we're not, this is back to Jonathan Howard, if we are not prepared to fathom the feet of the water-walking Igbos, then we are almost certainly assured of neglecting the creativity of mind that has elected to go with them. So to build a bridge between Marshall and the Igbos and Black study, Howard says, let this mind be in us that was also in the Igbos. So this kind of reminding is what Black Marxism placed, not quite at the center of its spine, but close, and most certainly at the dead center of our field. Black Marxism affected its reminding, this call to a different belonging, by pursuing what Cedric called a native theory of history, which Josh writes about quite usefully. He set up this native theory of history, he set up to counter Black scholasticism, the tendency to correct historical narrative through positivist intervention. The latter was a tendency that he said contributed to the ideological traditions of a civilization whose raison d'etre is violence, domination, and exploitation. Cedric wanted a history that undid the terms of order. His native theory suggested that Black diasporic history could be figured through systems and constructs that come from the experience and consciousness of the new African people. Black peoples, quote, must be accounted for, and accounted for authentically in our own terms. What this meant for the history that Black Marxism charted, of course, was that it refused a corrective account of Black Marxists. It offered, in the place of a new history, a new theory of history, one that suggested that if historical materialism was only able to understand Black radicalism as an opposition to capitalist organization, its constitutive blindness had to be exposed. But the Black radical tradition's distinction and authority also had to be exposed, and on its own terms. The Black radical tradition was then not simply the dialectical antithesis of capitalism or the blind spot of those movements that have posed a challenge to capitalism, but as Avery Gordon said, the living and breathing entity that stands in the place blinded from view. The livingness and breathingness of the tradition was consciousness, which is why, from where I sit, one of the most enduring gifts of the text is its inspired and prophetic chapter 7, where Cedric makes the towering claim that the tradition was not guided by attempts to gain rights within the structures of racial capitalism, or even to challenge those structures, but rather the tradition was comprised of a metaphysical system that had never allowed for property in either the physical, philosophical, temporal, legal, or psychic senses. If the Black radical tradition was, in Cedric's words, more charismatic than political. By the way, I spent my whole first book trying to figure out what that meant. It was because African captives were more likely to devise metaphysical systems that turned inward, not toward the experience of or the destruction of the plantation, but toward the life of the fugitive or the maroon, or sometimes, this is the hard part, not life at all, but mass death. In other words, the captives seized by the tradition effected, quote, a total rejection of their lot. We might trace the long tail of this ground-shifting claim in various strands of Black studies today, with the book having accumulated nearly 7,000 citations in print and thousands more scribbled again in minds everywhere. It's hard to say what histories of racialization or post-Marxist thought or studies of whiteness or radical political theory or histories of racial capitalism or music or geography or treatises on Black study would be without the careful historiography guided by Cedric's uncompromising native theory of history. So I want to spend the rest of my time just focusing on two of the implications or two of the legacies of this, our common text. First, as I've already alluded to, and as Robin alluded to last night, Black Marxism has been a shelter for Black studies amid the neoliberalization of the university, which was already given to the ideal of a universal science of culture. The neoliberalization of a grand institution which, as R.A. Judy chronicles, already dreamed of freeing knowledge from ideology, which was holding its place as the guarantor of civil society through its regulation of the discourses of power and knowledge, and which, in the face of student movements, scrambled to archive, affirm, discipline, and departmentalize the Radical Black Studies project, which is to say what we already know, that the neoliberal turning out or emptying out of the already anti-Black project of Universitas was an unmasking of the brutal accumulation tendency, the pursuit of the brutal accumulation wish for a university without students, for a university that might solely function to generate, and perhaps more to the point, shelter wealth, and that those who were making over universities in the image of real estate firms knew what to do with the Black scholars and their Black scholasticism. In this context, Cedric was careful to point out that Black scholasticism doesn't challenge theft as a mode of governance, like theft of consciousness, of labor, of life, of material well-being. Rather, Black scholasticism deflects theft through its appeals to worth and excellence and scholarly merit. The result, I would presume, Cedric wrote, is an honored position for Black thieves. So to say that Black Marxism offered protection for the radical Black Studies project that moved through universities, that has had to constantly be liberated from universities, is to maybe say something about the protection we offer every time we teach Black Marxism. Again, not just as a history of racial capitalism and some men who knew well enough to study it through and after Marxism, but also as a history of the nature of Black radicalism. It's a book that has grounded us in what we might consider the ecumenical work of Black studies, the consciousness work, the work that's not about an oppositionality that might guarantee a foothold in an existing power arrangement, but an appositionality, a turning aside, a total rejection of the captive's lot. Black studies was more, is more, than what it was made to become in the university. Black Marxism was thus a holding place, a meeting ground, as Charlie Hale said last night, a meeting ground for its remains. It has been in that way what we have needed in each moment, in each crisis, even now more than ever. In an academic marketplace in which theft would be the mode of African American studies, lest we forget that scholar in the Silicon Valley ad, Black Marxism held and held out negations and refusals. It was an inquiry about divestment. Ours. Could we divest? And what does our divestment look like? What this turning aside meant in the practical sense for work in culture and literary studies is what I would point to as another legacy worth attending to. Work on literary and visual text that has drawn from Cedric's work, not only his work on culture as in Forgeries of Memory and Meaning, but also in Black Marxism, has extended that native theory of history to what we might consider a native theory of culture, the insistence on studying Black culture in its own terms. This insistence captured by some of Black Marxism's most faithful readers. I'm thinking about Robin on surrealism as a bridge between Marxism and the Black radical tradition, or Fred on the insistent previousness of Black radical poetics. But I'm also thinking of Stephen Best, who more recently in None Like Us turns to Black Marxism to chart a Black belonging based in falling away rather than standing forth, in disappearance rather than in the political appeal or the presumption of shared trauma issuing from New World slavery. What kind of tradition is this, Best asks, reminding us that for Cedric, the tradition of Black radicalism was one of turning violence inward, the renunciation of actual being for historical being. What kind of tradition is this? By what logic does it become possible for acts of self-destruction, self-renunciation, inwardness, and collective disappearance to preserve the collective being? What is that? The tradition Best suggests, like when he answers his own questions, suggests a kind of negative capability, an essential opacity, a, quote, imagination amenable to neither the utopianism of revolutionary consciousness nor the pure negativity of Black nihilism. This informs Stephen Best's readings, for example, of artworks by Ella Natsui and Mark Bradford, and poetry by Gwendolyn Brooks, readings that leave us with the suggestion that, like those Africans who turned away from the New World shore and walked on water, the critic's role isn't to lay out cases about shared suffering or to assert the rightness of Black culture in the face of the wrongness of history. On Ella Natsui's sculpture Fading Cloth, for example, a sculpture that assembles a countless number of bottle caps that shimmer so yellow that they make gallery visitors think it's made of gold. Best writes that the sculpture, quote, fakes its own beauty, walks you back from form to matter as a way to walk you through the work itself. Confronting you with the intensity and shimmer, the work would appear to want to affirm its beauty, but the perceptual drift back to trash presents another possibility entirely. The work wants you to see that there is beauty in the world, that the beauty that has been there all along, and that we are able to see that beauty inherent in the fragments of the material world on account of their being taken out of it and placed in the proper frame. Which is to say, the work of art, like the Africans walking on water, achieves through the miracle of disappearance in the miraculous turn from gold to trash, from form to matter, from art to nothing. Beauty is a form for erasure, Best maintains. What kind of legacy is this? This is the legacy I lead with. It's also the legacy I wrestle with. Is the way out the only way through? If the tradition is one of renouncing actual being for the historical, what are the forms, the actual forms of this renunciation? What are the languages and poetics, the postures and gestures, the colors and textures of this renunciation? Ultimately, the forms of renunciation are at the center of Black Marxism and its legacies, return us to the native theory of history, Cedric's insistence on the simple fact that Black folks have an anteriority, that there's a past that precedes the Negro. A sense of a historical people, Cedric said in the posthumous introduction to Futures of Black Radicalism, not simply of origins, but a historical people. And if, he continues, we have had a past, we can have a future, exclamation point, right? What Elizabeth added to this sentence actually pluralized the notion of historical people that Cedric was working with. She wrote, if we're to move the Black radical tradition forward, it's imperative that we understand that it is about questing for freedom, recognizing the importance of struggle regardless of outcomes. Nor does it begin and end intellectually. We must look beyond the straitjackets of race to understand common histories in order to make common cause, which is to suggest finally that it is our common renunciations, our common divestments, which will constitute Black Marxism's most enduring legacies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I wouldn't be me if I didn't correct the fact that I did not know that my name would be mispronounced. So, once again, I am H.L.T. Quan. Okay? So, I have to say I'm a little bit traumatized by this space. Because the last time I was here, we were outside protesting the arrest and assault of one of our dear friend, Michelle Banks. Broke her arm, as a matter of fact. This used to be called the Graduate after it was the Bank of America. And so the police assault, and this event, oh my goodness, maybe a quarter of a century ago more, and some of us report on this event. I see the former general manager, one of the first women, female janitor of KCSB, general manager of KCSB here. So, so I'm a little bit triggered, just so you know. Anyway, I need to get into my thing to say this. Thank you very much, the organizer, the local organizers especially, for putting this event together. For some of us, it's like coming home, and you know what that's like. Kind of stressful, right? Very stressful. But if you are with Elizabeth, you know you're going to have good food, you'll be well fed and nurtured and cared for. So we're all going to be okay. And so it makes you want to feel like you want to be here. And look at these people. You want to be here, right? So I think I was the moderator for the first plenary for the conference that was nearly 20 years ago. And I believe I can still hear Ruthie's laughter on that panel, and Daryl Thomas giggling. People giggles, right? I mean, I giggle. Anyway, I just want to thank them for their laughters and their joy and their teaching, because they kept me through these last several decades. So, yeah, especially in these times, we need laughter. So yesterday, someone reminded me of something that came out of the conference in 2004. And so I thought I would begin with what I pointed out then, 2 decades ago, that after 2 decades of its initial publication, Black Marxism remained a threat to the status quo, both within and outside the confines of academia, precisely because its author, Cedric Robinson, as a political theorist, was a plotter, a conspiracist, a conspirer to endeavor others to join in his quest to further the threat of radical responses for undoing the unjust single world order. And Cedric's always, Elizabeth's always around to remind him and us that there's a praxis to the theoretical threat. There are limitations to that work, of course, like all of our work, and we certainly can make a career out of finding our limitations. of other people's work. But still, right? It was very clear to me that the text then and now remain a threat. Perhaps even more so, since some folks are now resorting to name calling. I mean, it's practically vulgar, right? One renowned sociologist, for instance, referred to scholars who have taken up the term racial capitalism as if it were some sort of disease. It spreads. So this sociologist, they write that, quote, the concept has spread like wildfire. Well, first of all, if you consider that the book was published in 1983, it took nearly 2 decades before it got some serious attention of some serious people. And then more folks are just now starting to read it. That's 20 years later, just so you know. I mean, if the fire is a really, really slow burn, right? Seriously, it's 4 decades. But I'll leave it to the next panel to talk about whether or not the term racial capitalism is problematic or underdeveloped, but it's also a claim. But I do take umbrage, that's shading, serious shading, at the insinuation of laziness. I mean, look at us. I know it's really hard when you see us to not think of idleness, right? Seriously, right? Like, of course we're idle, but insisting that we must put, quote, in the hard work of epistemological elucidation, logical clarification, and wait for this, historical elaboration, right? Sounds very much like insinuating that some of us didn't do our housework. And you know what I'm talking about. Right? So, well, I think Robin's right, though. Some of this is beneath our intelligence. And we don't need to rehearse this. We really don't. Because, well, by the way, some of them, some people actually also refer to student of Black Marxism as cultists. And if I sound bitter, it's only because I want to. I've been looking for this cult. I want to join this cult. I always wanted to be a cultist, right? Oh, but Robin is right. Robin is right. We don't need to rehearse this, and it's beneath our intelligence. And more importantly, the archives that Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson and Black Marxism unbounded, the living archives that we are building demand so much more from us. The moment, this moment, and many other moments demand so much more of us. Palestine, what a long year. What a freaking long century. So this enormous legacy of Black Marxism, more than 4 decades on, it's a lot. And these people beautifully demonstrated, so I'm going to skip along. Nearly 20 years ago, when some of us gathered here, discussing the influence of Black Marxism on Black radical thought and praxis, it was only days after the re-election of W. And here we are, maybe a few months away from the re-elevation of the Orange Menace and genocide. At the end of that conference, Cedric addressed the symposium participants. Now, I don't recall soothing words. I do vividly remember a lot of laughters and the urgent emphasis he placed on the importance of critical ethnic study and radical thought and praxis, how important those things were to our survivability and mutuality. And I think it's fitting then to revisit one of the most important contributions of Black Marxism, Robinson's critique of bourgeoisie historiography. Because I think at the heart of the pushback against Black Marxism, the text, including the uses of racial capitalism and its variations, such as gendered racial capitalism, is the discomfort with the need to continue to rethink, relearn, rehistoricize human histories in all their complexities and confounding contradictions and all of their inspirations. Robinson's offense is not that he wrote about race or even capitalism from the perspectives of slaves and black workers, but that he displays Europe, white people, and capitalism as a singular point of onto-epistemological reference. Black Marxism proffers the black radical tradition as an alter onto epistemology, as a counterpoint or contrapunto, not meant to be unidirectional or singularity. Many today continue to wonder why there was even a need to delineate black people's theoretical and programmatic contributions to a class critique, including the critique of orthodox Marxism. Now, I really appreciate Robin's reminding us yesterday that we need to keep in mind the context from which that black Marxism emerged and with which Robinson must work. Now, I don't believe that it was an excuse or even an explanation. The need to bring in context, the need to bring in history back in. Thank you, Robin, for that history lesson. Is essential, that is the need to bring history back in, is essential to appreciating Robinson's deep theoretical undergirding, deconstruction, destruction of theoretical orthodoxies, including Marxist orthodoxies. So context matters, history matters, and bourgeoisie historiography has always mattered. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the context from which Robinson labored, continental philosophy, including French philosophical inquiry, especially its deconstruction and post-structuralist variety, continue its colonial dominance of American academia. One might even say that we experience a kind of renaissance, a rebirth of European onto-epistemological supremacy. And Robinson, a political theorist, trained at Stanford in political science, did so much more than master its forms. Not only did he deconstruct it better than most, some would argue, Robinson also did something more. At the time, increasingly unpopular, not faddish, out of step, one would say. And that was doing the work of reconstruction, right? So I lost my place. You see, that's what happens when you get older, you can't see, right? So let's see. Yes, he did reconstruction. So black Marxism not only masterfully deconstructed bourgeoisie historiography, and really you must reread part 1 and part 2 of black Marxism. Robinson did a yeoman's work here. He reconstructed not only European history and historiography, but he also reconstructed a usable past. And the emphasis is on the singular here. That is, a usable past, not the only usable past. And so in the process, supplying black Marxism's reader an alternative onto episteme. This is what radically reconfiguring the, quote, episteme of the West looks like. For Robinson, what concerned him most was not the state or capital, and certainly not racial fabulous or any great man's doing or undoing, but the doing and undoing of those that seek to, quote, preserve their system of knowledge for as long as the social order which they legitimately endures. That is to say, for Robinson, the scholar, what mattered most in the end is always supplying the tools that include ways of reading, crafting, and recrafting history, digging up and fleshing out the archives of the ordinary, of the things that has always been there, of the evidence of the things that are seen and unseen, not as some sort of missionary discovery project of some settler logic, but as a way to cope, to survive, and thrive, always at the ready to pose a threat, to be the threat, at a moment's notice or a century's wait, or in the case of black Marxism, nearly half of a century's patience. That nearly 4 decades after its initial publication, a mostly mainstream political science journal belatedly deems Robinson's work worthy of its devotion of a special journal issue, speaks to the impoverishment of political science, including political theory as a field. That random sociologists and other academic influencers take it upon themselves to flirt with the reading of black Marxism. At the same time, at the very same time, that students in social work extend black Marxism's tool to the study of secondary trauma, medical professional expanding its work to their diagnosis of white supremacy and health injustices, or artists broadening their canvases to reimagine Black futures, and community organizers broadcast their achievements of many radical traditions, including the Black radical tradition, and serious scholars extend its approach to stitch and thread together an anti-colonial narrative of the making and unmaking of racial privileges of whiteness from South Africa to Mexico to China and elsewhere, speak to the breadth and depth of Black Marxism's influence and its unspoken threats. As a fan of Gil Scott-Heron, I always knew that the revolution would be televised. I hadn't realized that one day genocide would be. And as scholars and artists, we would be told to shut up about it. Yeah. There has been an ongoing multi-billion-dollar campaigns attacking critical ethnic study, especially Black study, not just critical race theory. This is the part of a larger censorist campaign that is authoritarian, that is fascist in nature, that target not only ethnic study, but also women and gender study, feminist study, queer study, study of indigeneity, including Palestinian studies, and labor and peace, and even justice studies. Yes. Where I live and work in Arizona, the Arizona State Senate Bill SB 1005 mentioned intersectionality and social justice by name as target for defunding. If we learn anything from Black Marxism, the making of the Black radical tradition, we must learn the importance of history, the importance of crafting an alternative world that we can become. For me, the thing that have made Cedric and Elizabeth's work and the legacy, their legacy, so enduring and so endearing is that they may be so, and it may be so very hard for some to fathom, is that its theoretical capaciousness in the work is rooted in not academic apparatuses or concept-driven theory, including racial capitalism, however useful that term might be, but historical density and moral imperatives that fundamentally point to a deeper commitment to critical social inquiries, not for their own sake, but for something more, maybe the very thing that the student protesters who are risking their health and comfort to make us see the things that cannot be said out loud about Palestine, about Palestinians, about genocide, the very thing they are seeing and understanding, but we, their professors, university administrators, don't or won't see or demand. Free Myanmar, free India, free Sudan, free Haiti, and free Palestine. Thank you.
We're bringing up Ruth, and Gilmore, virtually.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, California. I'm delighted to be here and thrilled to be participating in the inaugural conversation to celebrate the unveiling of the Cedric Robinson and Elizabeth Robinson archives there at Santa Barbara and also at the Tenement in New York. I'd like to thank Charmaine, Chua, and all the organizers, Diane, Fujino, H.A. Rice, and huge thanks to my co-panelists, Shana, Redmond, Erica Edwards, and H.L.T. HQ, Quan. And again, above all, thanks to Elizabeth Robinson and Cedric Robinson for doing all the amazing work that in its accumulation brings us together today. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person, and I'm sorry to miss the other sessions, but I know I will be able to watch them online at some future moment. We were asked to discuss any of the following on our panel: scholarship, the writing, and the political struggles of that have been influenced, thickened, inspired by the publication of Black Marxism. And I'm just going to kind of wander through a few different areas to share some thoughts with you. I first met, well, let me go earlier. I first heard about Cedric Robinson and Black Marxism sometime in 1987, when a dear comrade, Sid Lamel, who might be there, Sid Lamel and I were busily organizing a conference called Pan-Africanism Revisited: Liberation Movements in Africa and the Diaspora. It was during that actual conference, which was in April of 1988, that I met Cedric Robinson, Elizabeth Robinson, and also my dear friend, Robin D.G. Kelly. And in the interim between when Sid first said to me, "What do you mean you don't know who Cedric Robinson is?" and when the conference actually began, I busily tried to get my hands on a copy of Black Marxism. It was very hard to get already in 1987, only 4 years after its publication. And the reason for that was that Zed Books, which had published it originally, had been the brainchild of Roger von Swanigan, a publisher and editor, who learned early on a hard lesson of horizontal democracy, because when he founded the press with money that he had, he made it a collective, an anarchist collective, and the other anarchists threw him out. And the list of books were very, very difficult to dislodge from Zed, but eventually Robin Kelly and others managed to do that and republished Black Marxism in this beautiful edition with the University of North Carolina Press. The book has had mixed legacies, as you know, and we heard some of the mix of those legacies, particularly from HQ. It has influenced a lot of people, sometimes in strange ways, because of a peculiar understanding of what, first of all, something called the Black radical tradition is. And where Cedric is explicit over and over again in the many pages of this book, making clear that what it is what ordinary people have done, compelled by the objective and subjective forces that they are encountering, and that we can glimpse what they have done in such records as music, interviews, songs, as Shana Redmond showed us, sound, new religions, and so on. Many people approach this notion of Black radical tradition as though it's a thing which can be grasped and then applied to something else. Or sometimes what confuses people is that the tradition, rather than being, as Cedric insisted, the social manifestation of entire ways of living, turns into, in some bad analysis, something that people imagine exceptional individuals might have said. That the tradition, in other words, is a series of quotations to be recited rather than a way of understanding life ways that are in constant rehearsal. Cedric urged us to put consciousness in the forefront of our minds at all times. And he was really quite stern about how consciousness, rather than experience, is what matters. And while I always took his sternness seriously, I think I wrote about it once or twice, I, at the same time, thought to ask, with Cedric and others, where collective consciousness comes from. It's not just something that is in the ether that sinks into us somehow magically. So my first question then is, how can we understand in Cedric Robinson's work the critical distinction between critique and dismissal? HQ was discussing how some people, many people, have roundly dismissed Cedric's work, dismissed many of the theoretical apparatuses that Cedric uses to think through what he writes about, as though the purpose of critique is to say, gotcha, or this is right and this is wrong. Cedric, however, shows us in the thickness of his work, especially in Black Marxism, but also in the other, the companion volumes to Black Marxism, to Forgeries of Memory and Meaning, in terms of order, in the Racial Capitalism book that HQ so brilliantly edited, and elsewhere, how critique works, how it actually works, which is to say, how critique is the opportunity that many people don't take seriously to see what we can do with the work we encounter, to see what we can make of life through certain kinds of thinking, examples, theoretical frameworks, and so forth. And I'd say of all of the various encounters with Cedric Robinson's work that I find particularly exciting, perhaps at the top of that list is Avery Gordon's introduction to the anthropology of Marxism, where she, from the beginning of that introduction, shows how deeply she encountered that work and what kind of work she tries to do with it, as well as to give us a sense of the work that anthropology of Marxism does. While I might not agree with every judgment that Avery Gordon makes about that book, what I wholeheartedly embrace is how enthusiastically and thoughtfully she encounters work as a worker, In other words, one of the lessons that we all share in being Cedric Robinson's students, whether we were formally his students, we are students of him and of his work, is becoming better readers, that the practice of reading matters. The models of reading more broadly and deeply, sometimes with deliberate recklessness, give us the possibility to crack, to discover a thought or discover a crack in consciousness in such a way that we can understand it more deeply. Also, Cedric shared with Elizabeth a practice of listening and looking and laughing a lot in interviews, watching television, watching films, and so forth. I was going to talk a bit about racial capitalism, but I'm going to skip that because I think that HQ covered some of the complexities inherent in that term really brilliantly. But I want to move to ontological totality and then to abolition. One of the most repeated phrases from Black Marxism is the phrase ontological totality. And it is. For some, this phrase seems to indicate something of a fixed essence, i.e. to present Cedric Robinson to the world as one, an essentialist, who is two, also an idealist. And nothing, in my view, could be further from the truth. But thinking with Robinson, reading with Robinson, what the ontological totality as he frames it gives us the opportunity to think about, offers us a glimpse of a model drawn out by many scholars, including Clyde Woods, who we heard about earlier, Christina Heatherton, Julia Scott, Sonia Vaz-Borges, Catherine McKittrick, Jordan T. Camp, Celeste Winston, and Alberto Toscano, among others. And I'd like to suggest that the most exquisite showing of ontological totality, without using that phrase once, I don't think, is in Ori Burton's new book, Tip of the Spear, in which he explores what he calls the Long Attica Rebellion as a condition of war, expanding the understanding that all of slavery is a condition of war, and therefore all of Black people in this hemisphere are there under war conditions. And he lays out in amazing detail how the survival of the community unfolded in spite of, as well as because of, what the more radical protagonists of his story might have been fighting for. So read that book. The last thing I want to say in the 2 minutes I have left is to talk a little bit about abolition today. So if we're talking about resistance, if we're talking about war, both essential categories of analysis, we must also talk about abolition and abolition today. And we see in Black Marxism emancipation in rehearsal. We see it both in some of the examples that Robinson works through in that book, and also in those 3 case studies where, although he's writing about extraordinary individuals, he's grounding those individuals in and as proponents of changing, proponents of communities that themselves were working toward, which is to say, realizing emancipation in rehearsal. Where and how do we identify the ligaments and possibilities of emancipation in rehearsal without going through capitalism, or without going through Europe, or without going through the white settler colonies, remains a challenge. But earlier critics, much earlier than Cedric Robinson, burst Marx's anthropology wide open in fact and form. And those include people like Lenin, who Cedric and Elizabeth's dear friend, Siva Nandan, had a bust of on his desk at the Institute for Race Relations, Mao, Cabral, Poe, and others. Today, we find the influences of Black Marxism all over the place. For example, in Lebanon, some years ago, about a decade ago or so ago, Craig Gilmore and I were there, and we were talking with some comrades about Black Marxism, and they had not heard about it or seen it, so Craig sent them a copy of the book in English, and they proceeded to get it published and translated into and published in Arabic. It is circulated around that region and has popped up in various places in Palestine. In South Africa, of course, there was an entire tradition of thinking through the concept of racial capitalism, and perhaps one of the most noted person who's written about that is Neville Alexander, but the person who I think has laid out in the kind of thick and remarkable historical detail of what that looks like is Coney Benson, who I think might have been a student of Robbins. And there are hundreds of thousands of others. And today, in the United States, people who are fighting Cop City are bringing a deep and thoughtful abolition political perspective to what that fight looks like. And they, very much in the spirit of what Cedric writes about in Black Marxism, are discovering or uncovering new forms, new consciousnesses, and new ideologies in order to achieve the goal there. And that leaves me with the final point I wish to make, which is that tradition only matters, I think, when there's also history, that there is a contradictory tension between traditions as they accumulate and history as it unfolds. And what Cedric teaches us in Black Marxism is that we are the protagonists of our own history, which is to say, not only that we have pasts, but because we're protagonists, we have futures that we make in making what becomes the Black radical tradition, from reorganizing or insisting on the perpetuation of social and spatial orders of the present. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get ready to have Q&A as our panelists come back up. I should say it must be an experience to be on a panel and know or hear somebody say your name and it's actually not your name. So I have to apologize to H.L.T. Quan for that oversight on my part. So the way that we're going to handle the Q&A is we're going to take about maybe 2 or 3 questions at once, and then we're going to have a couple panelists respond. And so we're going to do that just in the interest of time to try to get as many questions in as possible. So do we have any questions? Yes. Okay, and then we're going to take some more questions, but can you actually come up and grab this mic for the next questions? That way, because this event is being live streamed, that way folks who are not here can actually hear the questions as well as the responses. No, can you just, I'm sorry because I was a little involved, but do you mind repeating the question? I think it was about the role of media and Black social media and Black Marxism, kind of the intersections between the two. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, just. Okay, maybe we'll go to that question to the panelists, and then we'll give folks a few more seconds to think through their responses or their questions.
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I want to ask Shana if are you writing a book about the blues? Because I can't wait to read about it.
So the book that I'm actually writing is about these moments of before, the kind of dense moments before state violence and how Black people are curating sound worlds before the event of spectacular violence. So that's what I'm focused on for the whole book, but the blues become a really central kind of leitmotif throughout the project as one of the bedrocks for the formations that I study throughout. So it's present, it's alive in the book, but not the sole formation. I guess I'll just say on the social media question quickly before I hope someone else also picks it up, that I think we've kind of been inundated, particularly around the COVID period, about the virtues of social media, right? What I am regularly wanting to caution and be mindful of myself are what it diffuses, what it displaces, and that is the kind of on-the-ground organizing traditions that made for the world that we've inherited, right, in the most kind of beautiful, capacious of ways. And I want those skill sets not to be lost. I want us not to lose the discomfort and intimacy of interpersonal engagement. I want us not to lose our language, our tongues around how we best communicate with one another. And the types of challenges that come from that kind of dynamic between two people having difficult conversations, right? Because it's not just about the organizer sitting down with a person to be organized. It was always my experience that I too was being organized in those moments, even when I walked in as the organizer. So I want us to not lose those traditions. I want us not to lose that skill, because I think that it makes for a circumstance in which we have different kinds of accountability that may not get us where we need to be, right? We need sustainable forms of accountability. And I think we also have to have all of the joy and laughter that comes with it too, and that is most animate when we're sitting down or gathering with one another in person.
Are there other questions that folks have for our panelists?
Okay, great. Please come on up. Oh, okay.
Oh. I have no idea. I've always wanted to be a coach. I want to join the coach. I do know one thing though. I want to say that, and I have the distinction of not knowing better. So I read Black Marxism when I was a freshman in college. Well, I had to go lobby him for the campaign to get ethnic and gender study requirement, and nobody wanted to go see him, and because I didn't know anybody better, they roped me into going to see him. And back in the day, you don't go see your professor unless you go read a book first. So I went to the library and read Black Marxism and completely freaked out. I don't think I understood a word in it, but I do know this. I mean, nearly 40 years having read that book and knowing Cedric and Elizabeth, I know that he was not into any kind of cult. That is to say, the only coat he wanted, or if he ever wanted a coat, was the one that I think Erica asked, which is, how do we collectively divest? And actually, that's the question I wanted to ask. Like, what does that look like? What does that collective divestment look like? Because that's the coat I want to join.
Thank you all so much. This was really stunning, and it's wonderful to be here. I think Erica Edwards brought up a point about, I think Erica Edwards brought up a point, that's good, yeah, about our universities being a university without students. And that made me think of Robin's point that our students are all over the place, whether in Palestine or elsewhere. So I wanted just to ask broadly, how do you all think of the sort of emancipatory possibilities that this archive and other forms of insurgent knowledge making, well, I don't know if an archive is insurgent, but can sort of transform collective thinking and hopefully turn into action.
Can I go ahead and add on to that? Because I wanted to ask a couple of questions or make a couple of points or highlight a couple of things that emerged out of this really fabulous set of comments that were so rich and so generative. So one, connecting to this is the question that Erica had asked, right? That HQ just highlighted, and it's something that I would love for the panel to address, which is, what does this mean at this moment in which we are asking divestment, right? But what does that mean of us? And this new generation, they're building on the long-standing ideas that folks like Ruthie Gilmore, Angela Davis, way back to abolition, that didn't take hold in kind of a more mainstream movement in the way that it did only more recently, right? But we know that kind of temporality that, Shana, you're dislodging, we know that all of this builds on the past, right? And all of that work matters to suddenly ideas of, say, abolition taking hold. So now we have ideas of divestment, right? Not new, obviously, but requiring of us as people located within institutions, within the university, to do things differently. And at the same time, can we actually dislodge ourselves, right? There's always remnants of institutions, of the past, of the oppressive systems. And we are embedded in that as well, I think, as much as we like to think that we're not. And so how do we address this? That's one question. And the second comment that I'd like to think about more is this idea of the consciousness, right? The critical consciousness that Ruthie Gilmore's talking about, that Cedric has made so important. And one of the things that really strikes me with Black Marxism is the way that he's constantly thinking about, right, culture, spirituality, cosmology, metaphysics, right? And in one point notes that the majority of the people who participated in the Haitian Revolution had come from Africa, and they brought these cultures that really shaped their resistance. So this emphasis on culture and collective consciousness, right, does it diminish a more historical materialist, a more political economy approach? I mean, I think not, but how do we work those two together? And then finally, what are some of the most important ideas of Cedric's? I mean, you've already named so many, but that help us guide us in the work, right, that we need today towards liberation always.
I think maybe we'll go ahead and start with those.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many questions. Maybe I'll just try to say some words. So there's this one sentence in Black Marxism that, for me, it sort of grounds my understanding of the text and my approach to it. And it's in that, prophetic chapter 7, where Cedric is talking about what was made of the Black radical tradition, and what was made of it, and this is to Tiffany's point, was the Black radical tradition was reduced to like runawayism, right? The treatment of fugitives as if they were children who just ran away, or the reduction of the Black radical tradition to, cultism, right? Various forms of cultism. And the urging there is to think of African sociality, African worldviews, African ideology and consciousness, not as primitive or provincial, but rather to think of Western historiography, the Western sciences more generally, as that which is primitive and provincial. And so to think about, and this, Shana mentioned this, to think about all that was carried in the cargoes of the slavehold as kind of foundational for like the actual terms of the captive's humanity. And so there's this one sentence where Cedric is referring to the folks who would deny themselves the eating of salt with the belief that they could fly, and then he writes in italicized text, really fly home, right? And so to take belief seriously or to take culture seriously was not to sort of deny the work of political economy, but to take that turning aside, or what I tried to think through as appositionality, seriously as a mode of being, as a mode of governance, as a mode of like making one's way through the world. And what that means for us in these universities that we pass through is that, I mean, I was also reminded of the interview at the end of the Undercommons where Stefano is saying, like, I realized that when I went to work every day, the first thing that I had to make was myself. And the university isn't really a good place for making oneself, right? So, so we have to make ourselves available to different forms of making, which means making ourselves available to different forms of consciousness, which means I think we have to take those forms of consciousness seriously first, and to make them foundational to our practice, right? So.
Ruthie. Ruthie. Ruthie? Ruthie, can you hear us? Do you have something to add?
I suppose I do. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. I couldn't hear one of them at all, so forgive me for moving along. Erica just shared her favorite or touchstone sentence from chapter 7, and I'd like to remind people how the entire book ends. This isn't the whole final paragraph, but it's some of it. It is not the province of one people to be the solution or the problem, but a civilization maddened by its own perverse assumptions and contradictions is loose in the world. A Black radical tradition formed in opposition to that civilization and conscious of itself is one part of the solution. Whether the other oppositions generated from within Western society and without will mature remains problematical, but for now, we must be as one. We must be as one. And so thinking about the questions, for example, that Diane Fujino put to us about divestment and the contemporary character of universities, at least in North America and Europe, and perhaps elsewhere, compels us to think about inside and outside all the time, like all the time. And certainly Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson modeled for us. They didn't give us a blueprint, but they modeled for us how to be in and out all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. That the thickness of life passes through the university walls, in part because many of the people who are in the universities, this was true for me growing up, are neither faculty nor students. They're the rest of the workers who make the universities go, and thinking about the complexity of, for example, university funding today or university financing today opens up the entire realm of global political economic activity and opposition to it. It's not enclosed. It is everything, which is why so many liberals who pretend to care about the slaughter in Gaza will say that it is too difficult to disarticulate the revenue that enables universities to function from the political uses to which the source of that revenue is put, which is to say, killing people in Gaza, killing people on the streets of the United States and so forth, unhousing people, you name it.
Okay, well, I think that's a great place to wrap up. And I want to thank all of our wonderful panelists for their time and all of you for coming out. And please stick around for the rest of the day and the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay, we will start our next panel at 11:15. We get a 15-minute break.
Robinson, to those who have not met her yet. Elizabeth is going to say a few words about a video we're about to play at the start of this panel.
I'm looking forward to this next panel, and just have to say about the last one, what can we say? What can we say? I was Cedric's first editor. I'm saying that. He used to say that all the time. And every time I hear other people talk about his work, I realize how little I understood back in the day. 40 years ago, for sure. But the only other thing I want to say, and I'm only going this long because I'm hoping people come in the room, is that this next little bit is a way of bringing Cedric into the room. And had he been with us last night, this is what he might have said. And so in a second, you're going to see just like a 2-minute clip of Cedric. And before the next session as well, there'll be about a 2-minute clip. And I was going to have one for every session, but I'm not going to, truth be told, I won't have them. Okay, thank you. And Chase, if Chase hasn't been introduced to you all as the first faculty, I'm not sure of the title, director, thank you, of the Robinson Archive. It is he, and he's already just overwhelmed us with his care and knowledge. Thank you. So, and here's just one last thing. Neither of us were saints. I could tell you some rude things about Cedric, but I won't. You can talk to me privately about those. Just here.
I have been deeply moved by not merely these last 2 days, but just being next to and near to and overhearing the extraordinary work and efforts and thinking of, thank you, of these former graduate students who imagined this symposium, realized this symposium, organized this symposium. One of them, Helen Quan, who is known as HQ, whenever she sends me emails, I always try and respond in the spirit that they're sent. So very often I write, Genghis Quan, HQ and Tiffany and Francoise and Maricela and Rovan and Travis and Cynthia. I am you. So I find it difficult to is fathomless. So for me, it was quite easy to be his friend. We had one argument. I think that was the first month.
Hey, hi everyone. I've already introduced myself. My name is Charmaine Chua. I am Assistant Professor of Global Studies at UCSB. And I have the immense honor of being one of the moderators for this next panel, Whither, Racial Capitalism Now. I'll maybe just get Ricado to introduce himself, and I'll say a little bit about the panel after.
I'm Ricado Jacobs. I'm in Global Studies, and I'm the assistant to the professor. Broadly, I would frame it this way. My political project is to think about the role of agrarian question in the transition to post-capitalist futures and how it is remaking race, class, and indigeneity in the current conjuncture.
So this panel really tries to pick up on the groundwork that was set forth by the first panel, The Legacy of Black Marxism, 40 years later. It's actually 41 years after the publication of Black Marxism, but as these things go, we're a little bit later than we had intended for this conference. Whither Racial Capitalism Now is a panel that we conceived in part because few concepts have received so readily a massive kind of astronomical rise as the term racial capitalism has, both before but especially since Cedric's passing in 2016. And as we've kind of seen the astronomical rise of the term, one of the things that feels both strange about its kind of celebration and its critical reception is how often I have seen papers cite page 26 of Black Marxism and page 26 alone, right? The tendency was not to homogenize, but to differentiate and to leave it there. And so there's a way, I think, in which because so many, well, I won't say so many, but because many people have sort of read Black Marxism in chapter 1 and then not read the rest of the book or not engaged the totality of the tradition and the kind of concrete histories of the Black radical tradition that Robinson's work has really tried to unearth, there is a kind of way in which the term has taken on a life of its own. And so I think this panel is both going to think with the term and within an imminent critique of the term, as well as to extend and think about its other trajectories in history, both in the South African tradition and what it might look like to think about racial capitalism as a term that travels past the Atlantic. The concept, so I think some of the questions that the panel is going to ask are, what do we mean by race or racism or racialism within the term racial capitalism? If, as Robin Kelley has put it, he doesn't even say the term racial as a prefix anymore because capitalism is already an inherently racial form, why then call it racial capitalism? Is racialism necessary to the logical structure of the capitalist mode of production, or contingent and historically specific to its specific operation in particular histories and times and modes of production? And to what extent does the concept travel beyond the Euro-American context? And finally, where is gender in all of this? So we set up the panel as a way to sort of capaciously open up and provide a forum for engaging with what I think have been a set of really productive tensions around debates around the term. And I want to just apologize for the manel. It was not set up this way. Unfortunately, Carole Boyce Davies, who was originally scheduled to be here, waited 9 hours for her plane ride and had to give up. So she unfortunately couldn't make it. And Kylie Gaines, who's a brilliant PhD student in political science at UCSB, has also fallen ill. So unfortunately, they're not able to be with us. I want to make a final, actually, before I introduce the panelists. Rosie, are you here? Okay, maybe we'll wait for the next panel for Rosie to speak. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to also read the bios of the two panelists who couldn't be here, just so that they know that they're in the room with us if they're watching on the live stream. Carole Boyce Davies is chair of the Department of English and professor of African Diaspora Literatures at Howard University, and then the Frank T. Rhodes Professor of Humane Letters and Professor of Africana Studies and Literatures in English at Cornell. She is also the author of the prize-winning and extremely excellent Left of Karl Marx, The Political Life of the Black Communist Claudia Jones, published in 2008, as well as several other books. Chris McAuley teaches, this is a very humble bio for Chris, but Chris McAuley teaches courses on Black radical thought, the Caribbean, U.S. foreign policy, and U.S. foreign policy in the Department of Black Studies at UCSB. He has been a long-standing and incredible member of our community as an organizer, as a faculty member, and as somebody who has been dear to many of us, and is also the author of The Mind of Oliver Cox, 2004, as well as other works. Kylie Gaines is a PhD student in the Department of Political Science at UCSB. Her broad research interests include critical theory, Black political thought, and social movement politics. She's currently considering the ways Black nationalism influences Black political action and culture in the 21st century. Zach Levenson is an assistant professor of sociology in the Department of Global and Sociocultural Studies at Florida International University. He's the author of the prize-winning Delivery as Dispossession, Land Occupation and Eviction in the Post-Apartheid City, and is co-editor of The South African Tradition of Racial Capitalism, out next month at Rutledge. Is it out already now? Out next month on Rutledge. And finally, Onur Ince is Associate Professor of Political Theory at SOAS, University of London, coming all the way across the Atlantic to see us. He is the author of Colonial Capitalism and the Dilemmas of Liberalism, Oxford UP 2018, as well as several articles published across APSR and other traditions. So we're really happy to have political theorists who are not terrible. Sorry, political science. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Political science is a great discipline. Without further ado, we'll start with Chris.
I should still say, I guess, good morning, everyone. And I'm really sorry that two folks who are really dear to me, Kylie Gaines, couldn't be here, and also Carole Boyce Davies. If we have time at some other point, I will tell you Carole Boyce Davies' story on an airplane in the Caribbean, and how it is that I feel so much that I've actually done has been thanks to Carole Boyce Davies, based on the fact that she was standing over me as she was leaving the plane in, I think it was Antigua or something like that. But that's for another moment. Let me begin with, I guess epistemological groundings. And this is really Kylie speaking here, so I'm going to read to you what it is that she wrote. And then, before getting into some of the questions that our moderators put to us. Kylie writes, Robinson's epistemology is most clearly located in the terms of order. Central to this text, Robinson outlines his epistemological project, in which it seems that he advocates for the idea that myth, ideology, epistemic systems, and paradigms converge by the way of their functional capacity. For Robinson, their function lies in their ability to make an unintelligible world intelligible. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I always have that bad tendency to do that. Robin is saying is that there exists multiple myths that are parts of larger, quote-unquote, knowing systems that act as guideposts, constructions of reality, that serve to help interpret experience. While previous scholars try to expropriate the power of myth by classifying it as a primitive mode of thought and inherently untrue, for Robinson, this designation is moot because myths reflect partial truths because they utilize characteristics of their historical period. As such, each knowing system, quote, bears the imprint of its historical period. And we know that from Black Marxism. The conclusions that are historically contingent and only representing partial truths. Such is Robinson's critique of Marxism, and we'll come back to this in a second. What becomes important is not Robinson's critique of Marxism alone, but his suggestion that anything that advances normative claims about the world does not rise to the level of reality in its totality, and only presents a partial understanding of experience. In this way, we may choose to view Black Marxism as an attempt to understand the totality or the absolute, to understand experience by presenting evidence contrary to Marxist theory. So in our attempt to, thanks so much. In our attempt to address the question of what is meant by the race and racial capitalism, of course, in the broadest terms, and I think that this is how it is that Cedric was using it, he means it by the way of those world ordering distinctions that carry with it some sort of value or non-value, such as to be able to disadvantage some, exploit some, and also to privilege others. I think, and I'll just say this now, but I think that really this is speaking to what came in the panel earlier. It seems to me that one of the criticisms, or why it is that I think people take so much to heart what it is that Cedric wrote in Black Marxism, and I say this in part as I feel that this is also why it is that for some, Oliver Cox was so reviled. And it had largely to do with when it is that a black scholar actually chooses to talk about the European experience, but using the insights actually gained from the black or other people's experiences as a result of that. So I say that as a bit of a preface, oh my gosh, I don't know how to pronounce that, a bit as a preface, to say that why it is that Cedric traced racial logic or racism to Europe is largely because he did not believe that it could have been something just conceived of in the encounter of indigenous folk, African folk, and other people in the Americas, right? Or when it is that Europeans went to other places in the world, right? He felt, and I felt, as I argued in one place at least, that dialectically, if we're going to take dialectic seriously, then one of the things that we have to recognize is that you are carrying baggage with you as much as you are kind of taking on new baggage in places that you go, right? And to paraphrase the French historian, some people travel lightly, right? And some people, as he would say, come with gros bagage. They're coming with a lot of baggage, right? And we mean baggage in all the senses, right? And so, by and large, what Robinson, like Cox was saying, is that if we're trying to understand where it is that racialism comes from, right, and all of its derivatives, then we have to look very seriously at the European experience, which is what it is that he did. And so, of course, in the course of that project, he's looking very seriously at the ways in which empire, the ways in which enslavement, right, the ways in which these processes that preceded capitalism, right, have a deeper history than capitalism. And hence, just as we would say patriarchy, of course, did not wait for capitalism in order to appear, right? So I don't know why it is that if we understand that patriarchy has a has a history, a millennial history, why it is that we have to say that racism and nationalism and this sort of thing had to wait for capitalism, right? He's saying that these are deeper historical processes, which is also why it is that they have the kind of staying power that they do, right? But we can get back to that. So at the very least, one of the things that we have to recognize is that the race in racial capitalism, or the racialism in racial capitalism, has a much deeper history than simply how it is that capitalism uses ethnic racial distinctions for the purposes, as I said, of valuing some people, devaluing others. And I think also what's so crucial, but beyond the other processes, and I think that this is one of the things that Cedric and others have been trying to get at, is the way in which it actually complicates unity building, right? And the other piece, I'm jumping around a bit, but it's coming to me, so I'll say this here. And I think the other way that racism or racialism or racial thinking actually work is that when it is that a particular population, a racialized population, their labor, in particular, their resources are no longer useful, racialism does allow you then to blame it on their racial, quote-unquote, racial characteristics, right? Without necessarily having to look at the system, right, that racialized them. So it's a perfect, and this kind of leads into the other question. can we foresee, right, a capitalism kind of, how should we put it? Can we foresee capitalism operating in any different way, right? And I guess my immediate answer is, why would it, right? But at the same time, I mean, one of the things that one of the distinctions that we have to make, because this, of course, is what Cedric and others are making, is that if we're thinking about capitalism and racial capitalism as operating as a system, right? So it's across territories, it's across geographies, encompassing a variety of peoples, right? It means then that we cannot contain it to a single, quote unquote, home, right? So that, the whole project, and this is great respect for Marx, and I realize that this is, I'm not trying to say that this is Marx, this is all of Marx's work, but, to read the volumes of Capital, to read a variety of other, Marxist pieces, and it becomes extremely clear, as Cedric said, in the case of the English working class, that if we're really talking about the English working class, it can't be those that are in the British Isles, right? It has to be the folks in the Caribbean. It has to be the folks in Africa. It has to be the folks in Asia, right? Because they are all part of the English working class. If we're actually taking empire seriously, if we're talking about a system, if we're taking it systemically seriously, and across borders, across geographies, and where it is that people are politically ruled by that flag, by that empire, by those processes, we cannot locate capitalism in a single country, right? So in a kind of debate that I had some years ago with pretty well-known Marxists, one of the things that I wrote is that there's a real problem with capitalism in one country theories, right? And this to me is what it is that I feel like Cedric and others are really speaking to, right? And much the same way that in Black Marxism he said that you cannot talk about industrialization, right? As being a single country process, right? This has to be systemic, this has to be imperial, and the like. And it means that a whole pile of different labor systems have to be included in that, right? So for me, we haven't seen, although hypothetically, and people have written about this, about what it is that capitalism in one country might look like. These are hypothetical constructs. They're not necessarily how it is that capitalism operates in real life, right? And speaking specifically to Black Marxism, it's also what it is that, among other things that Cedric was trying to chronicle there, is that this is not true to kind of our experience in the system, right? So that might be fine and good for a whole pile of other people's experiences, but this is not capturing our experience in this. As we would say that so many other people's experiences are not captured in there, and I feel that this has been the task, the obligation of so many scholars of color on the left, right, to actually include these particular histories, these racialized histories of the capitalist process in our homes, and also what it is that we face in these metropolitan centers, right? Which is not necessarily captured by many of those people who are speaking of capitalism coming from one particular place, right? Particularly the metropolitan center. I'm sorry, I have to use my glasses here. And the other thing I wanted to open with is that I'm so happy to see my other manalists. I wanted to start with this because I've got a few people who will. I was so happy to see that everybody came up here with paper, because in looking at the previous panel, and everybody had their their electronic, and I always feel so aged, right? So generationally challenged when I see other people with all of the fancy gadgetry, and I still got like my written remarks here. Let me just move to the third question. To what extent did this concept of travel beyond the Euro-American context? And one of the things that I was immediately thinking about as I was thinking about read and thinking about the question was, and certainly there are a variety of examples that we can draw from, but I was thinking, one book that immediately came to me was Jun Ishida's book on, let me look and make sure I have the title correct. It's Brokers of Empire, Japanese settler colonialism in Korea, 1876 to 1945. And with someone who was in the audience a couple of years ago, I think it's been that long, or maybe a year ago, we took the quarter to get through Bruce Cummings' 2 volumes, Origins of the Korean War. And I so appreciated having done that, largely because there was so much Korean history that I really wanted to know. But what I was struck in having done that, and also kind of looked more at Japanese imperialism in the Pacific, right, are the ways in which it paralleled so many things that were taking place in the Atlantic, right, and to an early extent in the Mediterranean world or the European world. And I was happy to see that Junichiro had used the term settler colonialism, because frequently we don't hear some of those Atlantic terms, right? Or even the terms that I knew from studying African politics in graduate school, right? Where we would talk about settler colonialism, settler societies. And the only other time that I recall having seen somebody else use the term settler was the translation of a book by French communist Maxime Rodinson, who had written a book in English that was entitled Israel, Colonial Settler State, right? And so this was one of the first times that I was seeing kind of terminology that, I'd known from the Atlantic world used in a variety of contexts. We know most recently, H.L.T, of course, has used it for talking about the history of Palestine, right? So I do think that there are many of these instances, and instances that I think that Oliver Cox in particular, I have to make a plug for Oliver Cox, and in his typologies of race relations that he set out in caste, class, and race, that was largely American or Atlantic-based, could very well be used in a variety of different arenas when trying to map how it is that racial capitalism operates, how it is that the terms of racial identity, where it is that matters of colorism or phenotype will take over, when it is that, pure kind of, pure, oh God, what poor choice of words, when it is that issues are about, just pigment, right, prove insufficient as designations of racial distinction. I think I'm going to stop there. Did I do enough? Okay.
All right, sorry to be a PowerPoint person, but there's one diagram that if I just start talking without the PowerPoint, it'll go on for like half an hour. And so even just this one diagram, I don't even need the whole if it goes up. All right, so I'm going to be talking, can you hear me okay? Yeah. All right, so I'm going to be talking today about racial capitalism in a very different context than Cedric was writing about, and that's in South Africa. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about racial capitalism in the period roughly early 1970s to the late 1980s, and how it emerged in the anti-apartheid movement. Now, I want to try to make the argument today that there's a distinct tradition of writing about racial capitalism in South Africa, what I'm here calling the South African tradition. And so when in shorthand I call it the South African tradition, I'm talking about folks who are writing about racial capitalism as a concept. And I want to argue that this tradition emerged against another tradition, the Congress tradition. So the Congress being in ANC, African National Congress. The African National Congress and the South African Communist Party, broadly I'll call the Congress tradition. And what I want to suggest that the South African tradition of racial capitalism is writing against is the Congress tradition's two-stage theory of revolution. And so let me just quickly say what I mean about by two-stage theory before moving on to the South African tradition of racial capitalism. So this idea of two stages relates to the struggle against apartheid and capitalism, or broadly racial capitalism. But in the Congress tradition, this tended to be broken into two stages, and I say stages because they're in temporal sequence. First, the resolution of the national question, and then the resolution of the social question. Or to put it differently, first the achievement of non-racial democracy, what gets called the National Democratic Revolution in that terminology. And then once the NDR, the National Democratic Revolution, has been achieved, once there's non-racial bourgeois democracy, then the fight against capitalism and for socialism can begin. And so this idea of a revolution being partitioned into distinct stages really characterizes the Congress tradition. And I want to suggest that the South African tradition of racial capitalism and the very concept of racial capitalism in a South African context emerges as a critique of these two stages. Now, just to be clear, I don't want to, or not just don't want to, I won't claim that, I'm not trying to plant a flag and say something like South Africans actually invented the term or coined the term. They didn't. You can find the term used roughly contemporaneously in other Southern African contexts, say in Namibia, actually in East Africa, in debates in Kenya in the early 1970s. You can find it in writings in the US in the late 1960s. So again, the South Africans didn't coin the term, even if it might be associated with them and even if it achieved a certain kind of conceptual status in this tradition. Now, the critique of two-stage theory, or the critique of stagism, ultimately is about racial capitalism as the simultaneous struggle against racism and capitalism. And I wanted to, before I get into what allows the South African tradition to cohere as a tradition, what unites it, I want to point to how internally diverse the thing was. And so let me just throw this one slide up here. Yeah, that. So this is a slide that is going to be a complete mess and completely unintelligible to all of you. I won't go through every single acronym on the list. What I will say is it's largely up here to show you how internally diverse the South African tradition of racial capitalism is. So let me give myself a minute and a half to go through this and just say, if we're to talk about traditions within the tradition, if you look at that first row, and I want you to focus on where it says NEUM, Non-European Unity Movement. Broadly, we can think of this line here as one kind of tendency within the tradition. The unity movement, there's a lot to say about it. I'll say it's a kind of radical anti-nationalist movement. For those who know the work of Neville Alexander, he comes originally out of the unity movement and goes on through Chana and the National Liberation Front, formed the Cape Action League. Broadly, this is one tradition. It's influenced, you can see if you go back to the beginning where it says WPSA, et cetera, there's a bit of heterodox Trotskyist influence. There's also Pan-Africanist influence. But the unity movement is itself quite distinct, I think. Very, very South African. So this is one tendency. A second tendency you can see starting with Sasso, and if I want to here associate it with one figure, which I don't, but just for intelligibility's sake, for those who know Steve Biko, of course, he comes out of Sasso. He's not the only figure in Black consciousness, far from it. But what I will say is this is the BC, the Black consciousness tradition. After the 1976 Soweto uprising, as all BC organizations are banned, it resurfaces as a ZAPO, the Zanian People's Organization in 1978. Still exists today, just ran in the elections yesterday in South Africa. But broadly, this unity movement tradition and a ZAPO attempt to unify in 1983 and 84 at the National Forum. And this is where, if people have ever seen This Azanian manifesto sometimes gets attributed to Neville Alexander, but it was also written at the first National Forum meeting. This is an attempt to really bring together BC forces and the unity movement, and quite a few others as well. And again, I'm grossly oversimplifying here, but just to give you a sense of this terrain. In addition, you had more orthodox Trotskyist groups. So here you have the Marxist Workers' Tendency, for those who know such sectariana. It's affiliated with the Militant Tendency in the UK. It's actually founded by a South African. You have a strange underground Trotskyist organization, the Workers' International League of South Africa. But both of these groups start to do entryist work. They don't go into the National Forum. They're doing entryist work largely in the Congress tradition, whether that's in the United Democratic Front or the African National Congress. They see this as a way to get in touch with the masses, though I want to argue that despite the strategic differences, they share the National Forum, and again, I don't want to lump all these groups just into the name National Forum, but I'll say they share this critique of stagism. There's also an independent wing of the labor movement. So for those who know the Congress of South African Trade Unions, prior to its launch in the mid-'80s, there was a kind of workers' tendency in Fosatu. There were independent socialists who came out of the Union Kawusa. They too were really critical openly of this two-stage theory and pushed the theory that advocated the simultaneous challenge of racism and capitalism. So incredibly internally diverse, but what I want to do now is to give 4 really, really brief theses on what allows this tradition to cohere. And I think you'll see it's quite a different theory of racial capitalism than Cedric Robinson's, the one that I think would be really productive to put into dialogue. And in the edited volume coming out next month, Robin has an afterword where he does this, puts them into dialogue. Now, first thesis. Class struggle from above, or the pursuit of profit, generates racism, right? So immediately we can see that some of the differences with Cedric's formulation, this idea that racialism pre-exists capitalist development. In the South African context, there are very few people who would argue that racialism doesn't emerge from capitalist development. As Steve Biko put the point in 1978, there is no doubt that the color question in South African politics was originally introduced for economic reasons, or from someone coming from broadly that unity movement tradition. The leader of Abdusa, Ibi Tabata, argues, well, at first this racialism was fostered in the economic interests of the white employers, and while it was intended to facilitate the keeping of black people in a subordinate position, so that it'd be an ever-ready source of cheap labor to feed the triple demands of the industrial machine, the gold mines, and the white farms, it gained so much momentum in the course of time that it exists on its own. So this is a kind of relative autonomy of racism argument. So let me move on, just for time's sake, to the second thesis. This idea that the capitalist state is the primary agent of racialization. And so proponents of the South African tradition argued that the colonial state in some formulations, or the apartheid state in others, developed and implemented racist policies, so segregation, influx control, political repression, other forms of racist exclusion, for the benefit of capitalists. So the key role of the state, in turn, underscored the historical specificity of racial capitalism. If South African capitalism rested upon racism and racial division throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the precise character of this racism, as implemented and secured by the state, shifted over time, typically in response to the contours of class struggle, both from above and from below. So what we can say here is that it wasn't a generalized or transhistorical racism, but a rather conjunctural one. And one interesting thing to note here is that many activists outside the South African tradition, those subscribing to this two-stage theory in the Congress tradition, also made this argument about the state. And I might actually say that the South African tradition and the Congress tradition broadly agree on these first two theses. It's how they strategically respond to them where they differ. And so they both, in other words, recognize that capitalists and the capitalist state underpin racism and apartheid, but they disagree ultimately about how to respond. In contrast to the two-stage theory of transition implied in the analysis of the Congress tradition, proponents of the South African tradition sought to link struggles against racism and capitalism. They viewed the two as inseparable, in other words. And so this brings me to the most important pair of theses. Third, racial ideology can divide, enabling capitalism, but it can also unify, facilitating resistance. So a distinctive aspect of the South African tradition was pairing a kind of healthy skepticism of the divisive potential of certain racial categories with a recognition that these same categories could be rearticulated as a unifying force. The skeptical impulse identified a certain commonality between the thinking of the apartheid state and the multiracialism of the Congress tradition. So if the apartheid state insisted upon a hierarchy of essential differences rooted in biology and culture, the Congress tradition, and in particular I would say the ANC's Four Nations thesis, this idea that there are four nations, or really ethno-racial groups comprising South Africa, was similarly based in primordialism. And this tendency is even evident in the South African Communist Party's theorizing, which drew heavily on Stalin's definition of the nation as, quote, a historically constituted, stable community of people formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. So for proponents of the South African tradition, apartheid formulations and the multiracialism of the ANC and the SACP were two sides of the same coin. Both took racial categories as relatively immutable, and in response, South African tradition strategists sought to redefine race as fundamentally political and thus malleable. And let me move on to the fourth, which is that racial capitalism is ultimately a strategic concept, as opposed to just an analytic one, that emphasizes the inseparability of anti-racist and anti-capitalist struggle. So if the various groups discussed under the banner of the South African tradition all appear to converge on the black working class as a revolutionary subject by the early 1980s, this was not incidental. As a singular figure, this class fraction, the black working class, represents a strategic refusal to separate the national and social struggles into distinct stages. Proponents of two-stagism align themselves with the ANC, arguing that the working class was gaining influence within that organization. And supporters of the South African tradition, meanwhile, saw this as a dangerous mistake that would focus on the fight for legal equality at the expense of anti-capitalist struggle. But just as race alone was insufficient as the basis for revolutionary activity, so too was class, according to the South African tradition. It was the black working class that had to play this role. In this view, the white working class had become, quote, a junior partner in the class alliance that governed South Africa, as Neville Alexander put it. Or as Tabata explained, and this very much, I think, recalls the Du Bois of Black Reconstruction, the white worker's bill of wages is subsidized from that of the black worker. So because racism and capitalism are so substantially interlinked, it was the South African tradition's key intervention to redirect strategic forces to the point of articulation. When racism and capitalism are disarticulated, as in the Congress tradition, they're inevitably reduced to stages. First racism, then capitalism. But the problem is that racism in the Congress formulation, defined as a force to be overthrown through national democratic revolution, remains a moving target even today. Formal legal equality has done little to equalize South Africa. Even as the black middle class swells, the poorest and most exploited sectors of the working class remain exclusively black today. A key insight of the South African tradition thus continues to ring true. The South African model of capitalism relies upon racist forms of exclusion, and this implies that a successful challenge to either racism or capitalism, they argue, requires a unified and protracted struggle to challenge them both simultaneously and together. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. Now, I'd like to start by thanking Charmaine and the rest of the organizers for inviting an interloper like myself, for reasons that will be clear in a second. I ordinarily never begin a presentation with an autobiographical note, but today I will make an exception by way of a tribute to Cedric Robinson's work and its impact on my trajectory of research recently over the past few years. The first thing I should note is that I am not a scholar of race. I studied the British Empire, British imperial and intellectual history in conjunction with history of capitalism and Marxist social theory. And my enduring question has been the role of political economic argumentation and the capitalist social forms that they capture, especially in colonial contexts, in the construction of colonial hierarchies that undergirded British imperial ideologies of rule. Oh, no worries. Now, to pile on the political theorists and the field of political theory, pursuing this question has been admittedly somewhat uphill, because capitalism has never been a fashionable analytic in my subfield of political theory. And this indifference, relative indifference to capitalism, has also characterized the more specialized subfield of the political theory of empire and imperialism, sort of my academic neck of the woods, so to speak, which has grown into a cottage industry in the past couple of decades. The major works in the scholarship have adopted the tools of cultural criticism already honed by post-colonial theory and framed the problem of empire as one of politics of representation, of universalism and cultural difference. In a field dominated by a predilection for cultural analysis, insisting, as I did, on the centrality of capitalism and political economy to understanding the imperial enterprise felt like tilling a very lonely furrow. Right? And on the reason, and in the course of my increasing familiarity with the racial capitalism literature, that I noticed that I was basically tilling a field that was adjacent to that of racial capitalism and roughly in the same direction, but without much cross-fertilization. So you can imagine the excitement that I felt when capitalism, as an inescapable problematic, burst onto the central stage with the rediscovery of Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism. And I will admit readily that I was initially more interested in the return of capitalism to circulation than in the qualifier racial that accompanied it. That changed, however, when I picked up a copy of Black Marxism in the spring of 2018 and read the whole thing from cover to cover, along with all the commentary on racial capitalism it had generated until then. Of course, it's a mental enterprise if you try to do it now, because the explosion of interest has been exponential. And when I say that changed, I don't mean that I was convinced by the idea that racial capitalism was the correct way of designating capitalism, or that all capitalism was racial capitalism, or that racial capitalism had late feudal European roots, as Robinson had averred. It was not the answers, but the questions and the problems that emerged out of Black Marxism which stuck tenaciously to the back of my mind, insinuating themselves inexorably into my continued forays into the history of British imperialism, capitalism, and intellectual history. Now, to cut the long story short, these questions led me down the rabbit hole and to writing the book that I'm writing now on empire, capital, and race in British Asia. More specifically, a study of the comparative racialization of the Indians and the Chinese in the first half of the 19th century in South and Southeast Asia. So when you find yourself writing a book that you never intended to write, right, you know that you have drunken the racial capitalism Kool-Aid. Right? So, and this is where my autobiographical note and tribute pivots to some critical reflections on racial capitalism as a research agenda, addressing one of the three questions posed by the organizers, that is, to what extent the notion of racial capitalism travels beyond the Euro-American context, in the course of which I hope to weave in some of the threads that Chris put out there, and maybe invite some hustle, right? About the amenability of some of the Atlantic the concepts to appropriation for analysis in non-Atlantic contexts. Now, I think it's fair to observe that most of the recent literature on racial capitalism has centered on the Atlantic, if not the US, historical experience of settler colonialism, slavery, and their afterlives. And as a heuristic, I deploy the term methodological Atlanticism, a variation on methodological nationalism. Methodological Atlanticism to capture this tendency to treat the Atlantic settler-slave formation as the implicit referent of racial capitalism, with anti-blackness and anti-indigeneity as providing the correlate templates or forms of racism. Now, of course, I'm not the first person to point out this question, as political theorists and historians like Ann Norton or Richard Allen have variously flagged the absent Asian in the study of race and the marginalization of the Indian Ocean world in historiographies of slavery. The Atlantic focus of the racial capitalism literature is also conceded by the editors of a recent volume on the subject, though this has not stopped them from adopting the deterritorialized title, Histories of Racial Capitalism, for a collection that features only one chapter that looks beyond the Western Hemisphere. Now, what is at stake here, I submit, is more than geographic provincialism. I wager that an understanding of racial capitalism that is effectively, if implicitly, rooted in the Atlantic hits conceptual limits when faced with colonial capitalist formations that are ostensibly racialized, yet cannot be decoded by the script of slavery and settler colonialism. And here I'm going to turn to some historical research from my current mess in progress. British Empire has always been my historical and empirical wheelhouse, and I feel a lot more comfortable talking about these grand theoretical and conceptual issues if I can hang them on the hinge of historical research. So, one of these cases in point comes from the British India reform movement that was roughly coeval with the abolition of slavery in the British Empire, so gaining momentum in the 1820s, cresting in the 1830s, and slowly declining in the 1840s. A major plank of the India reform proposals was to economically and morally uplift India by infusing it with British capital, technology, managerial skills, and entrepreneurial energy. The British observers argued that combining these quintessentially British assets with the vast reserves of underutilized Indian land and labor would turn the subcontinent into a hinterland of cash crop plantations to supply the British and the world market with cotton, sugar, coffee, and tobacco. Crucially, in these proposals, political economic arguments over land, capital, and labor became a key site for racial differentiation, whereby the Indians were increasingly cast as an essentially agrarian and traditional race, while the British increasingly came to embody the superior elements of capital and skill. And as such, these arguments express what David Roediger has labeled white managerial impulse, which he defines as, quote, the self-proclaimed ability to manage other races as a distinctly white contribution to civilization, unquote. Yet, while Roediger's definition derives from the American planters' claims to manage enslaved African labor and expropriated Native American land, India reformers explicitly contrasted their project with New World slavery and indigenous dispossession. For example, the famous abolitionist orator George Thompson, and a friend of William Lord Garrison, intoned before the British India Society, and I quote, "I would have our wharves covered with the sugar and cotton and tea and rice and indigo of India, but I would not have a single native of the country enslaved or dispossessed," unquote. Here, in other words, was a racializing colonial capitalist project that nonetheless repudiated the institutional patterns of settlerism and slavery then expressly associated with the New World. Which leads me to a second case in point that further complicates the implicit Atlanticist reference of racial capitalism. If I can find the correct page, that is. There we go. Now, it is well known that a colonial labor problem occasioned by the abolition of slavery in the British Empire was temporarily resolved by indentured Chinese and Indian migration schemes across and beyond the British Empire. And I give a nod to Moon here, if he's in the audience. Less known, however, is that the Indian Ocean world furnished not only the tropical labor force, but also an inspiration for remodeling the plantation on free labor. In an 1833 essay titled Sugar Without Slavery, John Crawford and Paranet Thompson, the former colonial governors of Singapore and Sierra Leone, respectively, pointed to the Chinese-owned and managed sugar plantation in Southeast Asia as a way of, as I put in tongue-in-cheek, as a template for British colonization in Asia with Chinese characteristics. And I quote, "The sugar manufacture of Siam, of Cochin China and Tonkin, of Java and of the Philippines is entirely conducted by the Chinese colonists of those countries. The industry is theirs, the skill is theirs, the machinery is of their construction. The natives of these countries furnish nothing but cheap labor. The Chinese supply the place of the European colonists in America. The natives the place of the Negroes of the West, without stripes or bondage," unquote. Now, what is striking here in this passage is that the categories of comparison between the American plantation and the Asian plantation are based on the articulation of labor, land, and capital, and not a priori racial or ethno-racial classifications. If anything, the effective lines of equivalence and differentiation, that is, equivalence between the Europeans and the Chinese, and the differentiation between the Europeans and the Chinese on the one hand, and the natives and the Negroes on the other, emerge as a function of political economic reasoning. The Chinese are designated as colonists, and that's a very peculiar choice of term for a 19th century British observer, given that until then, Europeans had reserved the right of making and taking worlds, that is, colonizing overseas territories exclusively for themselves, of course, Anglo-Saxonism occupying the pride of place. The Chinese are designated as colonists and the direct equivalent of the Europeans by virtue of their embodiment of capital, technology, and skill, which sets them apart from the natives. So the civilizational premium placed on white managerial impulse, in other words, cut across ostensibly racial lines, hinting at an early instance of the cosmopolitanism of capital. So more provocatively put, perhaps a capital theory of race in this instance, rather than a theory of racial capitalism, might offer a more appropriate handle on the capitalist differentiation at work. Now, the brief synopsis that I provided here raises the following general methodological question. How do we place these distinct configurations of capitalist transformation and racialization within the same analytic frame, the Atlantic, the South Asian, and the Southeast Asian moments? And how do we do so without enshrining one of these configurations, say Barbados or Singapore, as the institutional ideological template of racial capitalism with which to decode other historical configurations? And this is where I'm going to speak to some of the questions that Chris raised. So this question speaks to a tendency that is implicit, I think, in Black Marxism, and that has been amplified by its subsequent adoptions. Now, the origin story of racial capitalism and Black Marxism, that is featuring a late feudal European racialism with a post hoc career in capitalism and colonialism, looked primarily to the Atlantic, even as it generalized about the racialized dynamics of capitalism as such. And to the extent that the book's express purpose was to recover the lineaments of the Black radical tradition, its relative uninterest in the dynamics of capitalism and race beyond the Atlantic is easy to understand. So I think there's an important distinction between the Black Atlantic paradigm, as Paul Gilroy put it, and methodological Atlanticism that I'm trying to counter here. But under the rubric of racial capitalism and its exponential growth, what was once a politically motivated concern with the Black Atlantic and anchored in the Atlantic littoral, has shaded into a tacit methodological delimitation that extrapolates from the settler-slave formation conceptual master keys for understanding capitalism as such. For instance, and these are some of the recent examples that I'll cull from various journal articles, by positing blackness as the logical horizon of capitalist subordination of labor as such. This is from a recent historical materialism article. Never read Marxists writing for other Marxists. There's, you know. Anyway, I'll put it there. All right. Or presenting the apputative settler colonial logic as the epitome of capital's modus operandi, or overlaying both tendencies, redefining capitalism as essentially nothing but a continuation of the primitive accumulation of capital. And without disputing the value implicit in these interventions, I submit that we would do well to attend to the methodological blinkers that arise from reifying geographically specific historical formations into unmarked theories. And here in question is not only racial capitalism paradigm that is implicitly again anchored in the Atlantic, but say the decolonial theory, you know, that sublimates the Latin American experience into unmarked theory, or post-colonial theory that is rooted in the fiscal militarism and the legacies thereof in South Asia. Settler colonialism, likewise, mostly Patrick Wolf and his students, sublating the Australian experience into the theoretical form. I'm not making a friends here, but I think the point stands. Point stands that if we want to craft new and more precise conceptual handles on the capital-race nexus, then tarrying with the specificity of concrete social formations may prove more conducive, if more frustrating, than reaching for the most proximate theoretical template. So in this spirit, Chris's the remark about Japanese settler colonialism, not in Korea, but also in Hokkaido, presents itself as one instance where these concepts might travel. But as my interlocutors at the University of Tokyo reminded me 5 years ago when I gave a talk there, the concept, the Atlantic concept, does not travel without friction to the context. So the question becomes, at what register are we speaking of the transplantation of these concepts, or the borrowing and the appropriation of these concepts? Are these movements, are these lateral movements based on the appropriation of those concepts by analysts on the ground? Are these actors categories? Are these investigators categories? Are these metaphorical extensions? Or are they expressions, if you will, or are they concepts that are that correspond to particular institutional patterns that replicate themselves in practice across time and space, therefore giving those concepts traction, the analytic traction on the ground by virtue of their correspondence with structures of practice? And while I hazard some answers to these questions in the book project of the Mess in Progress, such as a trans-imperial perspective on the capital-race nexus, or maybe the dividends to be reaped from using mid-level or meso-level concepts like capitalist racialization, my purpose here in this conference, to paraphrase Robinson, maybe to hide behind Robinson, is not to answer these questions, but only suggests that they are there. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for this wonderful panel in the manosphere and defying all forms of technology. And I hope we can have a good discussion and think about these are three inputs that there's interconnections, but there are also tensions. And one of the tensions that I sort of want to explore is one, there's a spatial and a temporal dynamic. So the one analysis is world historical that Chris beautifully sort of articulated. And there's a totality in terms of a dominant totality within capitalism, which takes on all the crappiness of feudalism and sort of moves it over to the logic of capitalism. And for me, then there's both the totality and the specificity. And what Zach sort of outlines is that the South African tradition is mostly steeped within a Marxian framework and thinking about racial capitalism. And I sort of want to ask you in terms of how do you think one can bridge this tension? I know Zach sort of suggests that's the tension between Hall and Robinson, but I think it's more about the tension between the spatial, geographical, but also this idea as a world. If you think about racial capitalism as a world historical tendency, as opposed to having the way in which it hits different specific places, and how do you think about these two dynamics? And then the second question, I know I've been given strict guidelines not to talk for too long, but I'm going to defy those guidelines. I'm going to talk for 15 minutes. But in the current conjuncture, if you think about the ecological dimension and all of this, what is the political consequences of these ideas? So one is at the level of theory and frameworks, but concretely, if we want to capture the spirit of Cedric Robinson's original intention, at this current conjuncture, what do you think are the political stakes or the political consequences of thinking about anti-capitalist struggles? Because on the one hand, there's a suggestion that one is just fighting to breathe within the system, and the other suggests to transcend it. So these are two just questions that emanate from you. I have many others, but I will restrict myself to those two. I think we should open it up. I think there was a lot of provocations, and we would like to hear from others. And please, don't be shy, just shoot. This is a safe space.
May I make a suggestion, just because there's so much listening in the audience and not so much active conversation, that perhaps we just take 2 to 3 minutes to turn to somebody next to you and talk about what you took away from the panel and an emerging question that you might have in your head before we kind of open up to a Q&A. So 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for your very intense discussion and thoughtful. Normally, I call out my students. You in front, please. Joking. All right. So we are going to have a round of 2 or 3 questions, and then we are going to sort of give it back to the panelists. So thank you. That was a great intervention in the methodology. People have a lot of issues, but can we hear from you?
And if you want to ask a question, please come up to the mic so that the live stream can hear it. So Abebe, if you want to come, and folks who want to ask questions, maybe you could get in take a seat up front so that we know how many are queued up.
The question is the South African thing. What is missing there is, you don't tell us what the summary here is. What is the relevant to the present? Jeff Alexander, the Unity Movement, we have all read them. And South Africa is actually now without theory, without understanding what's going on. I think that's the challenge we have more than the tradition. There is the Unity Movement was a brilliant movement, but politically they were useless. Okay? Okay, sorry. So I think the last comment was a good one is, yes, we need to theorize, that's fine, but in South African context, actually, I think we need to talk about the present. And those theories, it's not that they were wrong or right about there, but what is missing at present? I think I would like you to address that. Thank you.
Can we take another one or two?
Don't trip. All right. I have a comment first. It was a joke that came out when Dr. McAuley was saying, I'm so happy I'm up here with people with paper. And I turned to my colleague, Brian Lovato, and I said, but I'm shocked he doesn't have 3 books on his lap that he's citing. And with that comment, I actually have a question, and I want to cite something that Ruthie said earlier, and it's about reading. Because what I really appreciate about political theorists, despite our discipline, and in spite of the discipline, is a dedication to reading, a deep reading. And she said, reading recklessly, right? Of reading recklessly, that Cedric gave us this tradition to read recklessly. And what I appreciate about all of the panelists, and of course Carole Boyce Davies, who's not with us, and Kylie Gaines, which you read from her beautiful draft, who is not with us, is the tendency for us to read recklessly. In the discipline of political theory, women have always been reading and being read recklessly. So I would like to know which books, texts, conversations you would put into conversation right now that respond to the question about the political moment where the theory and the politics come together. For me, that text is June Jordan's Civil Wars, so I would like to know who others are.
Yeah, in no specific order, we can just, yeah, Zach, you can start.
Ooh, the big question for South Africa. I'll say, what I'm not advocating here is that people look to this tradition as a template and simply project it into the present. And I think one thing to really note here is that often when we talk about conjunctural analysis, whether that's in the South African context or whether that's in the writings of Stuart Hall, or even going back to someone like Gramsci, there's an attempt to, I think, ossify the analysis and render it kind of permanent and then project it as a line into the present. And that's not what I'm advocating here. This was a kind of intellectual history. And what I will say is that I do think that the simultaneous critique of racism and capitalism retains quite a bit of relevance today as we see South Africa grow increasingly unequal over time. But the other thing I'll say is that, if people have been, I don't know if people have been following the election outcome over the last 48 hours or so in South Africa. It's the first time that ANC on a national basis has received less than 50% of the vote, means they're going to have to enter into coalition. There's not a good option. And as much as I was critical of the two-stage theory of the Congress tradition in this talk, what I'll say is that there's been the utter fragmentation, not just into political parties in the traditional sense, but into kind of ethno-nationalist parties. And I think there's a lazy characterization that goes on of the party. If people have ever read about the economic freedom fighters, I'm not going to reduce the EFF to just that, but I'll say a number of the smaller parties are just that. So the fourth biggest party is a white supremacist party. Another major party, the Patriotic Alliance, is essentially a colored nationalist group with strange xenophobic politics. And, you know, there's, I think we're in a moment right now where it's not like I can just point to some organized left and project my hopes and revolutionary desires onto this group and say, this is the way forward. I unfortunately think we're in a really, I'm quite pessimistic about the current moment politically in South Africa. And I'll say that one way to think about the relationship between the two traditions I talked about, the Congress tradition and the South African tradition of racial capitalism, one way I tend to think about it in relation to the present is thinking about the present as the outcome of a long passive revolution. I think there's often when people talk about the transition from apartheid to democracy, they use language like elite transition is the name of a book that gets cited quite a bit, or they talk about a kind of a process of capture, of selling out, and use terms like this, that you know, Mandela went to Davos and it was all downhill from there. And the story I want to tell is a little different and goes back a little further. And I'm interested in the way that passive revolution played out on the ground. And so if we think about why it is that this two-stage theory of revolution is essentially common sense in South Africa today, and the South African tradition of racial capitalism basically lost out, or as you know, the question just posed, I don't want to say is irrelevant, but as a political force, yes, is irrelevant today. And so I think it's really important to think about why it is that one theoretical framework won out. And so that's what I'm trying to think about now. In terms of a single text that I'd point to, it's tough. I mean, my go-to has been, for a while, has been a number of the essays that Stuart Hall wrote from the late 70s to around 1986. And so I hesitate to point to a single volume or something. I guess now Duke Press makes that possible, not to give them an advertisement. But for me, it's especially these essays that Hall wrote. And I'm thinking about one essay that I think really resonates with the argument about the BRT and Black Marxism, and that's this late 70s essay on Africa and the Caribbean, and the way that, you know, like in Cedric's work, culture becomes an operative term. But I think both Robinson and Hall allow us to get beyond this kind of lazy, is it culture or class formation kind of debate. Because of course, culture is at the basis of any kind of revolutionary subject formation. And so I think, for me, Hall is really, really important here, because he gets at precisely this question of that I think central to organizing.
So now you folks are going to think that I'm copying, but honestly, I was going to say the Stuart Hall volumes that Duke did have really made it. But in part, I can say it legitimately because I did assign some of those volumes. So yeah, I just, and even being a person of Jamaican descent, coming to appreciate all of his insights about both the Caribbean and also about the the continental or the European scene. I've really appreciated. The other thing I was going to say about the issue about to what degree the theory, and I don't know if I would entirely consider it to be theory, because I feel that so much, and I think that Cedric felt this way, that so much of what it is that he was quote unquote theorizing on the basis of just empirical developments had a lot to do with how it is that we then organize around that, right? So I think when it is that we are what used to be referred to as like an articulation of a mode of production and this sort of thing, but when it is that we're trying to think about capitalism operating in both its commercial capacities, mercantile capacities, as well as industrial capacities, as well as using unfree labor, the whole gamut, using of a whole variety, it means then, or at least for me, that the struggle against it can be fought on a variety of fronts because it has a variety of manifestations, right? And so to me, it also gets away from this idea that, you know, a lot of people have, that somehow you can do capitalism to your advantage, right? And then you're like, it's like after you make your millions, you're going to help the community or something like that, right? You know, and it, you know, it doesn't work like that. It's you know, there's certain things you're going to have to compromise. There's certain people you're going to have to compromise. There's certain principles that you're going to have to compromise in order to achieve that that dollar value. So I think, at least for me, this is how it is that I see it both from trying to capture a variety of people's experiences that are not confined to one domain, because that is how capital has operated historically and in different areas. You know, and one of the things that, I keep coming back to Oliver Cox, but one of the things that Cox would say, particularly when he was responding to just this emphasis on industrialization, is that it's not as if the British Empire gave up the British commercial wing, right? It was still British ships that were monopolizing, just as they were, or Dutch ships, just as they were in the 17th century, again in the 18th and 19th centuries. It's like you don't suddenly give up your commercial arm just because you're also making cars, right? You want the whole thing. I mean, that's how capitalism operates, right? And when it is that you can't, you diversify and you buy shares into other operations, you know? So if that's what we're faced with, right, we then have to, you know, tackle it or meet it on its multiple fronts.
I'll try to be very brief because I'm standing between you and lunch. Chris's point is a good segue to my answer to the question of the reckless reading. This is not a particularly reckless text. I mean, the text to read recklessly, but Jairus Banerjee's work on how to rethink categories of analyzing capitalism has been quite mind-opening for me. Now, and I think this might be perhaps the underserved pole of the racial capitalism scholarship. There's been a lot of thinking and rethinking about whether race is a pre-modern formation, is a modern formation, is it European, is it feudal, is it a product of the colonial contact zones, and so on and so forth. But I think a matching attention has not been paid to the question of capitalism, right? So there, the strawman and orthodox Marxism is pretty easy to set up, to demolish. And what usually goes unnoticed, I think, is a whole slew of heterodox or reconstructed Marxist theorizing for rethinking the categories of analysis, and ignore Marxian analysis. And I was just referring to Zach's paper they co-authored with Michael Parrott yesterday, that I read yesterday when I had a delayed flight in LA, which sort of unpicks some of these questions, of how actually after the Second International, there's been quite a bit of Marxist theorizing about capitalism, that sort of the Marxist theories of capitalism do not end in the 1920s, as it's usually made to be the case in racial capitalism literature and so on. So anyways, that would be my 2 cents on how to perhaps read recklessly, delving into, again, as Chris mentioned, sort of notions of capital that, or capitalism, that are very much tied up with a variegated labor regimes, property regimes, exchange regimes that encompass on free labor, that encompass peasant household production and so on and so forth, and various forms of articulation of those deployments of labor and so on. So that's the reckless reading point. As for the, I'm not a greedy sort of, geopolitics is, I think, one area in which capitalism and race could be thought in contemporary configurations, because, again, I'm going to say this because it's the most thematically proximate debate. Janet Yellen, a few months ago, made a statement that, within the current configuration of the global economy, there were rather comfortable modes of coexistence for the US and China, as long as China did not challenge the US economic supremacy, right? I mean, so much for sovereign equality principle, right, of the international order, right? But again, if one casts a slightly longer view, one sees that as early as in the early 19th century, as I was hinting at, there's this idea of the Chinese colonist that was this entrepreneurial, commercially energetic, dynamic, competitive, if you will, race, that you have kind of the kernel of that sort of geopolitical tension that we are going through now, in which the prospect that the Chinese might beat the Americans or the Anglo-Saxons in their own game of capital and commerce all of a sudden becomes articulated in the language of, or the crypto-racist language, the rise of the East or the rise of the dragon and so on and so forth, even though the difference is encoded in a sort of implicit language of difference and race, whereas the logic of that threat is actually capital, right? Equivalence rather than difference, right? So I think, thinking about the configurations of capital and racialization, capitalist differentiation, and the moments in which that differentiation assumes racial forms, under what circumstances, to what ends, and so on and so forth, might be quite generative in thinking about the current polycrisis, whether it's economic, whether it's ecological, and how that cookie crumbles in terms of various sort of disposability, vulnerability, and that's distributed across the globe. This was turning a bit of a tangle towards the end of my answer. Sorry about that, but I think these are some of the questions that sort of press the racial capitalism paradigm into our present, and thinking in a multi-scalar, if intersecting multi-scalar manner. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Please. We have time for one more round, so yeah. Yes.
But what we're talking about is greed and selfishness. We don't talk about that. We talk about the theoretical process of that. We don't talk about how people want to stay in charge of the day.
Yes.
For their own self-indulgence. And that's all we've been dealing with in this country and this world. That's why China wants to make sure that they take care of their people and make sure that they don't get pushed aside like other countries have been pushed aside. So what is the theoretic concept of capitalism? What is capitalism? Supply and demand. If I can teach you psychologically thinking that you need this, then I have control of that. If there are needs for your service, your supply, then you have the demand for it. But the top part about it, who's going to be at the top of that? We never talk about the fact that racism is based on the fact that people maintain the majority. That making the sense to you?
Yes, that's perfect. So the question is, we have not focused on the, I'm just repeating it for people above, about the question of greed and how greed is structuring racism in terms of as a power structure and its relation to capitalism more broadly. We speak of capitalism and not greed. Yes, control, yes. Yes. Thank you. Please.
So my question was, so if racial capitalism mobilizes these world order distinctions on racial characteristics as like the racialism in racial capitalism, then like how can we mobilize it in the communist struggle to answer your call of like what is the political project in contexts where like unlike the US based on the history of slavery where the working class and the ruling class are much different demographically in the East Asian context as we've studied, it's mostly like intra-racial compradors, I guess, being weaponized right against the revolution. So I'm thinking about Koreans being mobilized against like Korean guerrillas in Jeju Island and on the peninsula as part of the anti-communist struggle, and in other instances where it's like not as clear maybe how this racialism works. Like how can we mobilize the concept and analytic of racial capitalism for like, to be blunt, like Chinese and Korean, and given the history of it.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here with everybody and all of you wonderful people online as well. I just had a quick question. One of the questions that was posed at the beginning was, where is gender in all of this? And that's very much what I'm wondering right now. And we're thinking about this question of greed. We're thinking about this question of an international context. I'm thinking about where is gender? Where is ableism? Where is sexuality, right? We know that it's not just race and class. And so where are the other kind of components of this?
Thank you. We will start in the order again.
Well, thank you so much for the question, or I should say the repeat of the question, because I stopped before I actually spoke to that. And what I wanted to do was actually say, because Cedric had taken some criticism in Black Marxism for not taking into account matters of gender, sexuality, and the like, to which a number of people had responded. But one of the points that I think, one of the ways that his work, I believe, is still useful, is in showing that capitalism, to the degree that it actually, I know it's the quote that you don't care for, right? But to the degree that it makes of difference, it gives difference a value, right? So there's a valuation of difference. And because that then becomes, and I'm not just looking at it from the vantage point of quote unquote pure production or that sort of thing, but because it, even in social interaction, even apart from what's happening at the workplace or happening at the point of production, because it does kind of create those value differentials or distinctions in our social lives. To me, what it then does is that it makes it that much more difficult for us to imagine a different way of being, a different way of reacting, a different way of interacting, a different world, right? So it becomes a real an obstacle to what is imaginable that we can do collectively. And in particular, if it is that we're thinking in terms of how to fight a system which, the greed of which is based on individual greed, because I think that's the big thing that, I mean, we can also talk about, various classes, but on a very, on an individual level, I think so often what it is that our society is asking us to do is to think first and foremost about how it is that I can get mine, right, for lack of a better term, right? And irrespective of who it is that, is in my way. And so the kind of the the answer to that has been, how is it that we can get, and I was saying this to a group yesterday, how is it that we can actually get ourselves, because it's a challenge for all of us, because in so many ways we are encouraged, right, in our careers, in being here and having the microphone, whatever it may be, to think about just, you know, our own good, our own, what it is that benefits us, when it is that what it is that's necessary for our survival, right? Is thinking in collective terms, right? Where it is that I have to be just, even on a selfish level, I have to be thinking about everybody in order for us to, you know, in order even for my own survival, right? It has to be collective, right? But we've got to get to the point where it is that we've overcome the ways in which, and you know, it's beyond capitalism, especially when we're talking about matters around, you know, gender inequality, sexuality distinctions, sexuality valuations, and this sort of thing. If the end goal is for us to get to a place where we're thinking collectively, right? And the way that some people have put it, where it is that your pain becomes my pain because I care about you and I care about other people, right? And it in all instances, we have to get to that place politically, right? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just wanted to say, you know, thanks for that last question about gender in relation to racial capitalism, which I think of very much as a kind of missed opportunity. So let me just say something quickly about the context in which I was talking about and some of the debates that played out at the time. So this isn't just an abstract theoretical project. This is, I've been doing oral histories with activists in this tradition and done about 60, 65 so far. And what I found, with a single exception, every woman activist that I've interviewed has just gone off about how masculinist this thing was. Women who were doing the organizing, but the leadership were all men, and so forth. And when I think about the substance of the analysis, I mean, I didn't really talk about this, but since Chris uttered the magic phrase, articulation of modes of production, let me say that in these South African debates, one really, really important theoretical framework in which gender was utterly absent in the way people talked about it, which is bizarre when you think about it for a minute, is this kind of articulation of modes of production debate. And what I'll say is that when we look at, just to give a quick schematic overview, when we look at the discovery of gold, diamonds, platinum, and the way that mining became so central to the racial capitalist economy in South Africa, one theoretical question pushing back against this kind of Marxist theory in which you know, wages can only go so low and then people essentially starve. How in the world is it that black migrant workers were paid less than they'd need to actually survive? And the answer was by articulating modes of production, which is a fancy way of saying that by producing them as migrant workers who travel from villages in which there's subsistence production, and so they gain access to certain, you know, to the means of subsistence, not mediated by the market. Now, the way that gender wasn't really talked about in those debates, but should have been, is the extent to which migrant workers were men and village production was overwhelmingly, though not entirely, by women. And so, you know, in this South African context where racialization is described as produced, not quite by capitalism, but let's say in a capitalist conjuncture, we might look at the way that gendering is also produced in that context, and not as a separable thing. I mean, I think the danger here, or something that would be quite alien to this way of thinking, would be to say, to have the gender moment and the race moment and the class moment. And here, thinking about it dialectically, not just as a kind of amorphous co-constitution, but ways that the gendering of racial capitalism was absolutely central to the sustaining of a racial capitalist economy. And so, and this is not, you know, I give this example because it's the one I know best, but it's not specific to South Africa. Insofar as we want to talk about racial capitalism is always gendered, always produces new modes of sexuality. And it goes, you know, when we talk about, and it's not just to rattle off a laundry list and say there's also religion and there's nationality, but these things are crucial. And so all of all of this differentiation that proceeds, it's mutually co-constitutive insofar as you can't really talk about a racial capitalism that's not gendered. And I think this was the mistake, but one that we can easily remedy.
One of the argumentative leitmotifs that run through the racial capitalism literature is that one of the fundamental functions of racialization under capitalism is to devalue labor, social reproduction, ecologies, and so on, so as to conscript them into circuits of accumulation at a reduced cost or no cost. And so it speaks to Zach's point about how the social reproduction that is inherently gendered, or production actually that's inherently gendered, is articulated, if not as a mode of production, that's definitely a form of labor control to subsidize, if you will, the cost of labor power. Now, that insight is not a racial capitalist insight that belongs to the racial capitalism literature. It goes as back to the 1970s, right? 1970s, 1980s, a Marxist feminist insight before it becomes a foundational or foundation stone of the racial capitalism literature. Maria Mies, Women, Nature, and Colonies, Externalization of the Cost of Reproduction of Capitalism, and the more ecological updates of that by Jason Moore and others, that this is the value relations that are exploitative, based on the value form that is exploitative is based on larger value relations that mobilize unpaid labor of women, of the colonized, of nature, and press them in circular accumulation and so on and so forth. So in a certain sense, racial capitalism literature comes late to the game, if that makes sense, right? It finds that capitalist logic of capitalist articulation or externalization already at hand, and then latches onto that to find another mode of differentiation. And again, this goes back to this question of the role of difference under capitalism or historical capitalism that is a theoretical problematic unto its own. So that's one at the theoretical level, that would be the answer to one answer to that question. Another more contemporary and more sort of empirical question rather than an answer would be how we think about, for instance, global domestic labor migration, right? That is both gendered and racialized. And like, how do we think about, say, Indonesian or Filipina domestic labor in the Gulf, right? Which is both gendered and racialized, yet does not conform to the templates of whiteness that we often operate with, right? Or Hong Kong or Singapore, right? That sort of force us to think about both the conceptual intention and the empirical extension of these concepts that we work with, you know, the race, gender differentiation, capital, production, social reproduction, and so on. Again, going back to the point that Chris raised, to what extent these concepts travel across different conjunctures, different nodes in global capitalist networks.
Thank you. One final round of applause for this incredible panel, set of comments. So we started this 15 minutes behind and finished 15 minutes behind, so we should just assume that the schedule is pushed a little bit. I think I'm going to suggest the next panel begin at 1:30. There's lunch waiting outside, and folks can get food and attend the lunch panel in half an hour. And no? Sooner? Okay. Let's do 1:20 so that we can kind of try to shift the schedule forward. So 1:20 back here, please. Thank you.
We're going to begin with a clip, and here it is. Yep, yes. It hit play.
Watch out, Rico.
For those of you who do not know, there was a conference in 2004 organized by these folks behind me. And at the end of it, Cedric spoke. And I'm going to play a clip of that, which I hope you can all see and hear, just to bring him into the room. So here we go.
First games, I found myself in the presence of a man whose generosity, his discipline, and whose love for the work and love for the people is fathomless. So for me, it was quite easy to be his friend. We had one argument. I think that was the first month that we were working together, and I stormed down because the center was on the fourth floor. The center was on the fourth floor and our third floor, so I stormed down to confront Gerard, because after all, he was a mulatto. I take it right now. So I thought I had an advantage, but he stole that away from me by reminding me that my daughter's a mulatto. So I had to change tactics, spend a little. Yes.
Well, welcome, and we'll like another round of applause for that clip. Thank you. So I'm Marisela Marquez, and I'll read from the program, and this dialogue is the following: on the legacies of the 20th anniversary conference on Black Marxism. To extend the Robinsons' living archive, this lunch panel seeks to critically reflect on the organizing of the symposium on Cedric J. Robinson's radical thought toward critical social theories and practice. The symposium occasioned the 20th anniversary on Black Marxism, organized by all of us, former students and colleagues, and was held at UCSB in 2004. Panelists will share time and space to reflect on the influence of both Elizabeth and Cedric Robinson individually and collectively on our own careers and contributions as scholars, teachers, activists, practitioners, media producers, administrators, and organizers. With that, I'll pass the microphone to Crystal.
Hi. So before we get too deep into this, I just wanted to say that these are my sisters, and I'm going to not cry. I lied again. I'm crying again. These are amazing women who had the vision to put together the first conference in 2004. Can we please give them a big, fat welcome? So I'm C.A. Griffith. I'm a former student of Cedric's and still a student of Elizabeth's. And these are the prompts for the panel that we have here. And each panelist will address this in whichever way they feel most comfortable. One, what was your journey and how did you seek out other thinkers to train you in a way that resonated with your ethics and ayúdame, por favor. Epistemic commitments. Two, how were those mentors and interlocutors outside the classrooms and departments critical for your dignity? Three, how did they show up for you and keep you focused on your research in the face of
epistemicide?
Gracias. 20 years later, what insights do you carry about your first conference? Does it shape how you think about the world, about the role of education and radical movement research for today and tomorrow? So those are the questions they will be asking of themselves, and they will share with you. And I think I was supposed to introduce Dr. Pigeon. Dr. Pigeon has a description. Please welcome Dr. Pigeon.
Thank you very much.
So Dr. Pigeon is a professor emeritus at the University of California, Santa Barbara. He was born in Senegal of Martinican parents. He grew up and was educated in West Africa, France, and finally in the United States, where he received his doctorate in French literature and linguistics from UCSB. His skills as a chef, musician, poet, and auto builder, in addition to his scholarly work, have marked him as a Renaissance man. Similarly, his research, writing, and films cover African and Caribbean literature, the problems of alienation in colonial societies, the retention of African culture throughout the Americas, and translations of all of Aimé Césaire's plays. Perhaps most remarkably, he chaired the Department of Black Studies at UCSB for most of its first 30 years. First 30 years. As a correspondent on Third World News Review, he was our eyes on the Francophone world and our compatriot and dear friend. I will also add that my first job as a TA at UC Santa Barbara was in Dr. Pigeon's Black Studies 7 Introduction to Caribbean Studies course. And we learned things about the Papa Bulls, and we learned things about this history that no one had taught us. We just learned 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and we did not know that the sugar in our mouth had blood in it. So these are things that we learned, and thank you, Dr. Pigeon.
Thank you very much.
Our first panelist is Dr. Tiffany Willoughby-Herard, Dr. Francoise Cromer, Dr. H.L.T. Quan, and then we will end with the amazing Dr. Gerard Pigeon, and we will go in that order.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Marisela. Okay, so I think I'll start with the question about the role of education and radical movement research for today and tomorrow, because what epistemicide looked like for me as a graduate student here was like having come from an elite undergraduate, an elite high school education, and really, really thinking I was very, very prepared and not understanding how political it was to be a Black person trying to earn a PhD. In fact, I remember one time after you finished, can I tell that story? Dr. Cromer said, they let such and such get a PhD! And I didn't come here with the understanding that it was really such a big deal. And I think it's because, like, even though I was from Black Detroit, there was just such an emphasis on the possibility of an educational journey. Like crack, like deindustrialization, like everything that could possibly happen, like failed attempts at internal colony, and still every single year my church had a graduation ceremony, and they'd give you a brand new Bible, and there would always be somebody, like 2 or 3 somebodies who were in their 70s who had just earned their bachelor's degree or their master's degree. And so coming here and having people not like understand that it was a normative thing for me to pursue education was really, really hard. So I had to really reach far, far, far beyond the classroom because, you know, I would finish taking a major comprehensive examination, and then the faculty member of color who was in the room would be like, "That's the best essay I've ever read, and that's so amazing." And then I would get a letter saying I'd failed. And that happened over and over and over and over and over again until I wrote that same comprehensive exam and said Africa is best known for disease, famine, you know, ugliness and foolishness. And then all of a sudden it was a pass. So that's what epistemicide looks like. It looks like not expecting you to be in the room, constantly telling you you have no capacity to be in the room, and whatever it is that you might have known beforehand doesn't have any value whatsoever, and then rewarding you when you say nonsense. So I start there because this, you know, weekend I am learning about all the different kinds of ways that Elizabeth and Cedric built infrastructure so that I could survive. Because one of the things I was going to talk about was the way that public research universities put professors in a position where they can't actually defend their students. I was actually going to talk about that. But then I learned that, you know, from looking at the archival materials, that Cedric had participated in a hunger strike, and you know, Cedric had organized with other people and knew how to use the apparatus of the governance structure of the UC system to be able to confront administrators who were not in service to the state mandate of the UC system. And I didn't know those things. And yet, I mean, these are people who've been in my life for 30 years. For 30 years. Okay, so what do I want to say about the role of education and radical movement research for today and tomorrow? The most simple thing is, it is my read of this moment that they do not mean for us to have access to anything like collective education any place in the US as very, very soon. And so what I'm always trying to tell my own students is something about the responsibility to learn these techniques of how to talk to people and how to listen to people so that they'll be able to carry on some tiny remnant or residue of a vision of an egalitarian world, right? And that a lot of that for me was not just modeled at the Robinsons' kitchen table, but it was told to me directly when I would take my like little wounded self and show up at the radio station, you know, in Stork Tower and describe some really demeaning thing that had happened in a graduate seminar, or some humiliating thing that had happened on the hallway and the floor of the department. And Elizabeth would say, "You have to fight back." And that wasn't easy to hear. It wasn't easy to hear because I knew that it might mean that I could be risking the opportunity to get an education. You know, it might mean some other kinds of things. But the constant reminder that I had to fight back, that there was no politeness, respectability, there was no soft sotto voce, there was no way I could do my hair, There was nothing that I could do that was going to make it possible for me to survive here other than telling people, fuck you, and I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere, and I have a right to be here, and I'm going to claim this education, even if I have to steal it, even if I have to go to war with you in order to get this education. So that message about being told to fight back and being told to stand up for myself over and over and over again, even when I didn't want to hear it, is kind of one of the things that's really important. I do want to share a funny story about, I was at the bus stop, you know, that roundabout, little round circle. I was at the bus stop one time on campus here, waiting for a bus. And I had a habit of going to the political science department on the weekends. I don't know how I developed this, but I guess it's one of those techniques. Kasahun, like you just learn a thing that maybe you think will work, right? And so I would go to the halls and I would pray in front of each of the professors' doors. Because and I wouldn't pray like some mean prayer. I just was like, something is wrong. I don't know what it is. It's clearly spiritual. It has nothing to do with me. And I would go from just door to 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 door because something is wrong. Something is wrong. I don't have the right medicine, but I'm going to just ask God to just do whatever God is supposed to do to these folks. And 2, 4, with, on, under, beside, all of it. Around. But then I was sitting at the bus stop one day, waiting for the free shuttle to take me wherever I was supposed to be going. And I was sitting next to a black undergraduate student who I'd never met before. And we were both on the wrong schedule of the bus, so we were sitting there waiting for a long time. We struck up a conversation, and she says, oh, I'm a poli-sci major. I said, oh my gosh, you're a poli-sci major. Wow, I'm a poli-sci graduate student. We've never met each other. It's so wonderful to meet you. How is it going for you? What is it like? How did you decide to do that? You know, what's your story? And she says to me, and I promise you, well, the ladies from my church, the mothers from my church in LA come once a month to the poli-sci department, and they burn candles and incense in the poli-sci department. So if those are your conditions and you have other professors, you know, like Elise Lane, who took me with the UCLA Labor Center to Brazil to work on a project over many summers on Rio Tinto. If you have professors like Oyeranke Oyewumi, who literally bought me suits to be able to wear to my first job interviews, because that's how I came to graduate school. Like, I literally needed people to buy clothing for me to be able to show up in the spaces. Or people like Earl Stewart, who would be at the department, you know, at 3 o'clock in the morning when I was trying to finish my reading and get my little papers done, you know, for seminars at 8 with Cedric the next morning, and would stumble into the office and tell a story about Trujillo and somebody else that he was reading in his office in the middle of the night. Or people like Abebe Zagaya, who would just say, you know what, little girl, come sit in my office. We're going to work on this journal together. I'm going to transcribe. I'm going to tell you stuff. You're going to just type for me. You're going to just type for me. And I'm sitting there meeting like people who are now some of the most important thinkers, writers, people who run the world in terms of higher education on the African continent, who themselves were just a little bit further on than me, who just took me and said, let's just work on this together. It was the kind of soft intentionality of enabling me to share in projects and treating me like somebody who actually had something to offer, who came to graduate school on purpose, not like somebody who was there by mistake or like fell off the back of a pumpkin truck, but like actually came from a community where people were trying to put something into me so that I would be prepared to go into the world, right? It was people like, Chayla, I wasn't even in your graduate seminar, but I heard from so many people one time about your seminar, and people were giving these various, I guess you would call them Black scholasticism, kinds of responses to readings, and they were completely ungenerous. And you said something to them about trying to step into the idiom of the person, and it was repeated. We talked about it. Oh, you mean like we can't just dog these people out because they wrote a book and we read it? That's not what graduate classes are about? This is to come in there and just show our behind and act ugly, right? I had professors like Eileen Boris, who had come from an HBCU campus and was brand new to all of the multiracial anti-Blackness that shows up in California, and was trying to do a graduate seminar and teach us all about Blackness, and not a person in the room wanted to hear nothing about Black people. Everybody was like, but what about the Asians and Latinos? What about the indigenous people? And then Eileen humbled herself, and the next week came to class and she wore a dunce hat in the classroom. And to have somebody of that caliber of thinking be willing to be humbled and broken so that we could get beyond our own, well, we know more about California than you do stuff, so we could get to what we were supposed to learn here. Those are the kinds of people who taught me about what dignity is here, right? There were people like Cedric, who my first quarter, when I said, I have this anxiety thing that's happening, I'm pulling my hair out. He was like, well, go see a therapist. Nobody had ever said that to me before. And then didn't hold it against me. It didn't mean anything other than, like, you need help. It's okay for you to get help. Or Cedric and Elizabeth or Maricela coming to, our home in Irvine after we got jobs there, and like blessing our house, and being able to ask them, like, what is it like to be married? And Cedric asking me questions like, how are your children dealing with this weirdo lifestyle of being academics? Because they don't really get to be normal kids in this context. Those were things about my dignity that were the absolute opposite of, let me go to somebody's house and try to look like I belong and feel like I know everything. It was the absolute opposite of that. And their willingness to be in my life outside of what I could do for them, how well I could cite their work, how well I could do, this, that, or the other thing for them. That's what I came here for. And I didn't get it in my discipline, but I got it consistently from the spaces of love from people outside my department. And it's made me a person that I can look in the mirror and actually respect.
Well, thank you, Tiffany. I wanted to add a word from Jean Shepherd, who shared with us the following. I'm sorry that I cannot join today as moderator. I have decided to attend the special divisional Senate meeting at UC Irvine on events of May 15th. On behalf of the family, I want to thank everyone far and wide for their ongoing support for Tiffany, including and especially Elizabeth Robinson. And with that, I'll invite Francoise to go next.
So, microphone. The question that I answered was about, because I had to give Tiffany my phone. It was the second one. How was Cedric and Elizabeth as mentors, how were they outside of the classroom and department? Well, that's the same question,
It's
Tiffany.
okay.
It's her. I told you I wanted to.
It's okay. This isn't rehearsed.
You the youngest.
Okay, let me.
You do whatever.
Let me see the question. Q, let me see the question. I told her that that's what I wanted to do. Please. Okay, so I'm Francoise Cromer, and we are all sisters. And Cedric and Elizabeth keep us in order when we act up. Anyway, so Cedric and Elizabeth were gracious enough to take me into their home when I moved out here, and I did my master's and doctorate here. But before that, I studied with them in Oxford. When I graduated from my undergraduate college, there were a few of us who followed Cedric out there. But right now, I am an assistant professor of political science in the History, Culture, and Politics department at St. Elizabeth University in Morristown. And I am also the assistant to the provost for special projects and DEI. And yes, so I'll leave it there. So I will then address, let's see, how they're all showing up for me, including Cedric and Elizabeth, throughout my journey as a graduate student and now as faculty, and even in my administrative role, how that sustains me and really supports me in the face of say the word, because you made
Epistemicide.
Yes. Okay. So, to regroup, you know, throughout graduate school, and it continued on with jobs, I was very fortunate to have these big sisters and little sister and Cedric and Elizabeth. And Cedric and Elizabeth definitely modeled what Black radicalism and the Black radical tradition was for all of us. When I first got to Santa Barbara, Cedric told me to go meet HQ. Go find her and go meet her. So Najda took me downtown Santa Barbara to meet HQ. And HQ identified as a Black student. And that was the first time that you didn't? No. Yes, you did. Elizabeth, help me out here.
Which is how this rumor started. That's how the rumor started. No.
Okay, now she's saying no. But we talked about Black radical politics a lot. And you guys are just throwing me off here.
Just tell your story. Just tell your story.
Anyway, so but being around all of these beautiful people, all of their love, their support, the laughter, in the midst of the subtle intellectual attacks on us as graduate students, and having the audacity to enter classrooms and ask questions that we asked and challenge some of the arguments that were being presented, And one that really resonates with me, it was in a political theory class, and one of my classmates is out here, Cindy, I'm sorry, Cindy Stavrianos. Are you here, Cindy? There you are. And it was a political theory class, but I'm not going to say which one. And we were taught that Western civilization started with the Greeks. And I was like, no, it didn't. Like, one of the original civilizations was, you know, the ancient Egyptian civilization and Mesopotamian civilizations. And they were like, no. And I went back and forth with the professor. So finally I said, Cedric, you know, I had this class and I'm really confused about why they say that civilization began with the Greeks. Because it didn't. It began, you know, thousands of years before them. And of course, that's like common knowledge now. I think that we all accept that. But back then, in 90, I'm not going to tell you because I'm not aging myself. You know, it was just, he said we had to suspend. Cedric told me, like, you know, they expect you to suspend reality. You know, what you know. And of course, this was during Rodney King, right? Yeah. And the LA riots. And, so you just okay, whatever. Here we go again. But, and the whole justification for the not guilty verdict was to suspend you're not seeing what you're seeing on a video, right? So there was this whole notion, and honestly, I mean, it almost continues, but we are important. Our knowledge is important, and that's the consciousness, is that you don't allow anyone to gaslight you is basically what it is too, right? So one of the major lessons I learned from Cedric and Elizabeth, because I wanted to give up. I was like, I'm done. I'm leaving after my master's. And they called my parents. I know that now. And so I had them on me like, you're not leaving grad school. And my parents were like, you better not come home. And so I didn't stop. And so we have much of the same story. And they continue to support me. These women up here, a couple of them have written letters in support of my, you know, tenure. So it doesn't stop. And of course, I just want to say thank you to Elizabeth. Thank you to all of you up here. And I will pass the mic to HQ. I still have a minute and a half. Okay, so what's another story I can tell? Working at KCSB with Elizabeth. And I worked with Elizabeth on the media archive. So it was all of Third World News Review. It was their work on No Alibis at KCSB. And of course, hanging around Elizabeth, I started my own KCSB program, and I believe Lady J still keeps it alive today. That's Fire Upon Rome. Y'all know Anthony B. Reggae. That's those papal bulls that Dr. Pigeon was teaching us about in the classroom, but we said Fire Upon Rome, right? And that's the Nyabingi, burn down Rome, just like we had to burn down those sugar plantations. And, you know, Nanny and others throughout the diaspora moved up into the maroon communities as their retreat. And, you know, Cedric really asked, you know, with all the Black movements that he looked at in Black Marxism, why wasn't there a more violent response, especially since that's the way, you know, we were being viewed at the time, the descendants of the kidnapped Africans brought throughout the diaspora. And he looked at Nat Turner, who had a, you know, quote unquote, successful insurrection. He organized it, and he, you know, used the stars and cosmologics, you know, all of this mythology and those those Pan-African, based on African religions, like Tiffany and, the undergraduate students, folks going up in the Black Studies department with candles and incense and prayer. But anyway, that is the Black radical tradition, right, in practice. But even with all of that, he had a very successful insurrection, and it's the consciousness, that develops, where you even had descendants of Africans putting their arms into cannons that would blow up, and how do you get that strength and that bravery? And to me, my experience is that you find a peace within you, and you find a community that is your support, and who are what we would say ride or die for you, where at the drop of a dime you can call them and they're there. That when you find that peace within yourself, that's the freedom from fear, and the freedom to stand up to anything, anything. You visualize the outcome that you want, and we work with you metaphysically, cosmologically, in that place of peace to make that vision a reality. And so, thank you. Thank you.
Did you know you went 2 minutes over? See, I told you got stories. Interruptions. Yes. See what it's my turn? Well, okay. I'm not gonna take all of the time. I'm gonna be quick about it. Well, they're my sisters, obviously. We're a big family. I just want to say, Dr. Cromer here is our bravest, the most courageous of us, wouldn't you say? And she's also a brilliant dancer. Well, Francoise was also head TA at one point for Black Studies. All of us, except for maybe Marisela, were TAs for Black Study, for many courses in Black Studies, for most of the courses in Black Study. And I'm going to throw more shades, because that's my job. I'm sorry, but let's listen. Except for Dr. Cedric Robinson and maybe one other person, we learn to be who we are, to reclaim our dignity, right? And take pride in our dignity through Black Studies. We were trained how to teach in Black Study. We were taught how to be students and teachers in Black Study, not in political science. Let's be really clear about that. I'm really sorry about poli-sci at UCSB. When we were there, hey, it might have changed. It might have been brilliant right now, okay? And I just want to say also, and I've said this many times, it was Elizabeth Robinson who taught me everything I know about policy analysis. Policies, right? So the first Intifada, I got sent to Elizabeth, and she gave me books. And I still remember some of those books were like 700 pages long. And she gave me a stack of them. And then she said, oh, this is just the beginning. You need to go to the library to learn about Palestine and the Middle East and British imperialism. So we learn how to be students. And just as importantly, we learn how to be human beings. We learn how to be friends and family. And since they have avoided the question, because they were questioned, and our moderators are very nice to us, so I'm going to be nice back, okay? I'm going to answer this question. 20 years ago, we were quite intentional when we organized this gathering. We were intentional about flanking the people who have taught us, who are responsible for us and our being, our well-being, our survivability, and possibility of thriving. And many of them are in this room. Some of them are no longer with us. But that doesn't mean that their ghosts are not here haunting us, right? And still inspiring us. So I want to say that. I want to say we were intentional, and we didn't present at that conference. We were moderators. We did playlists and that kind of thing. Crystal did a slideshow. We did a music. We did a soundtrack. All of that stuff, right? Because we wanted to draw attention to the scholars who were doing the work of radical thought and praxis. And we wanted the world to pay attention to what they were doing and saying, look, this is really sexy. This is really cool. This is really important, right? So that's what we did. And so in many ways, I see this conversation as part of a kind of restorative justice, a continuation of this healing, the pain and the torture. Cedric actually used the word torture when he characterized our experience in political science. So I'm going to repeat that. We were tortured. The only time Elizabeth ever raised her voice with me, was when I said, well, maybe I should go. Maybe I should go, because, they were messing with me, right? In poli-sci. All of us, by the way, they messed with us. They were messing with us in political science. And the only time Elizabeth raised her voice with me was when I suggest that maybe I should leave. They don't want me here. I'm going to leave. Other people wanted me to go somewhere else, And she raised her voice and she said, no, if you want to go, that's different. But you belong here, right? You belong here. So this is part of, and so this conference is part of the extension of that restore. This is what transformative justice looked like. It is about bringing people into conversation, into dialogue, talking about genocide, talking about future, talking about the present, right? So the class that Crystal was talking about, Introduction to Caribbean Study, and I'm the only one that remember the number, Black Study 7, right? Oh, yeah, and Dr. Pajon. Years before Crystal TA for that class, I was Dr. Pajon's student in that class. And I want to remind, and I don't even know if you remember this, but Dr. Pajon wrote one of the letter of recommendation for me to go to graduate school. So I blame you, or they should blame you. It's their fault. Oh, it's your fault. Well, there's that. So can I transition now? Okay. Can I? Do I have to talk? Yeah, okay, thank you. Because, I already said this morning, I read Black Marxism in part because it was part of the political organizing, right? We were trying to mobilize to change the University of California. So, Santa Barbara. I only want to add that I'm also a filmmaker. Aside from whatever troublemaker that they made turn me into today. And as a filmmaker, I also owe Elizabeth a tremendous debt. She taught us that it was never enough to critique media, but we have to do media. And alternative media isn't putting on another spin, but envisioning a whole different world, different taglines, okay? So with that, we owe you, Dr. Pajon, a gratitude, and we appreciate you being our teacher.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if I can. I think you can hear me, right? Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Before I start, I would like to thank you all for putting me on the spot there. I'm a little nervous, but that's fine. And I think I would like to thank Elizabeth and Cedric absence anyway, but for inviting us and for all of you to have created this It doesn't work well.
No, it does. I'll do something.
No, don't do that. I feel like. Can you do that too? No. No. I think it's better this way, right? So Elizabeth, for having pushed this university to the point that they finally have accepted the fact that Cedric should be recognized and an institution should be made on the third floor on the mountainside of the library. This way we have Cedric footprint in the eternity, right? When I say that with a kind of anguish in the back of my mind because, as you know, right-wingers always like to destroy information. They survive on lies, and they don't like people to tell the truth. They even go to the point that sometimes not only they censored books, but they also burn books. So I hope this will not happen because what was done for Cedric and Elizabeth on the third floor of the library, on a ground that is a sacred ground that you mentioned yesterday, has to remain in this university for the good of all the students and all the people. So that's what of my first thought about it. Yesterday when I saw that creation and I saw all the people that were there and I say, this is wonderful. Finally we have a place where we can go, not a church, but at least the temple of knowledge with a men that have created information for us to use forever. The second people I like to thank also is the people that were there before us. We will always forget about them, but we would not be here if it was not for them. So in the same idea, I want to thank the students that created the Black Studies Department. We have to thank them. We will not be there black, white, or whatever colors, or whatever you don't want to be or be, but we will not be on this campus if it was not. Even the chancellor, one time I told him, if it was not for Black Studies, you would not be here. And so I would like to thank Dalton Lizzie, which is one of the representatives that's here. And thank you. Because you have to realize that without them, there wouldn't be anybody in the library. There wouldn't be anything about black people or people that have enlightened the world in the library. There would be the sempiternal music of the same classical stuff that mean nothing, the repetitions of what was there before that never go anywhere. And thanks to the students, things change. You have now Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, Carlton McGee, whoever you want to think about, black intellectuals. And on top of that, you have now Cedric Robinson that have entered this kind of, I would not call it a pantheon, okay, but that have entered the eternity on the right side, okay? So when you mention yourself the fact that you were reclaiming your identity and your dignity, that's what happened to all the colonial people. Because in the colonial world, the intention of the colonial master, I don't want to put it in a master-slave relationship, but that's what happened. In order to exist, the colonial power has to negate the existence or the humanity of the people that they want to oppress. And so systematically, you will be either neglected or insulted or whatever in every situation, colonial situation you find yourself. On this campus, you will be diminished, you will not pay attention, you will be used as a servant or whatever. I remember one time when we created the university to accept general education requirement, one of the dean that was there called me at the end when it was accepted, and he told me, "You betrayed me." And I said, I didn't know, I had to obey, you know. But the arrogance of a man that called another person to tell him without a flinch that you betrayed me, meaning as a slave, I was hoping that you would have followed the instruction. They would tell you this kind of a thing. That's what university people many times think of you. So don't think you have a free range of activity on this campus. No, they will look at you as an inferior person. And you constantly either have to prove if you want to show them something or fight back. And it's in the rebellion, like we taught in this class when I was explaining the problem of alienation in colonial society. I had a little diagram, I have a mirror, I had all that we were doing to explain that our definition, using existential philosophy, that the gaze of the other was making your definition. You feel that because you think you're intelligent and you are, but in Jean-Paul Sartre's turn, is the gaze of the other that define yourself. So when they look at you, you become what they think you are. And so in order to exist, really, you have to rebel. And that's a Camus ideology. But that's what, in a sense, brought me to where I am today, is this idea of rebellion. It's in the rebellion act that we become what we are. We become free when we rebel. Otherwise, we stay the same forever. And so, to go back to answer the first question, therefore, trajectory, journey, thank you, I couldn't find the word. My journey started way back then because when I came to Santa Barbara, I was already not an older man, but I was already a grown person, grown man, older, I had a child. My journey started in Africa when I was a child. And it was during the war. Now, I don't want to date myself, but it was during the Second World War, and we were in Africa. And in Africa, there was a problem between the one that support the Gaullists, the De Gaulle, and the one that accepted the Pétainists, which is the French that have accepted the German. And so, as a child, when we were in Guinea, my father was working with a young man called Sékou Touré, and Sékou Touré became president of Guinea in 1958. All this politics that was going around there was giving me, I was questioning the fact, I was wondering what was going on. I was not really aware of politics at that time, but I was willing to understand, I was understanding that something was going on that I should have been understanding. And the explosion of my understanding came out in 1948. I only was 10 when my father requested a French passport from the French government. At the time, we were not citizens. We were subject, which says everything. And as a subject, we had to prove that we were within a French system for a while. And so we had to figure out how to do that, and we had to go to my grandfather. And my grandfather had to find some papers that he was in Martinique for a long time. He was born, and he was 102 by then. So in order to find the paper, we couldn't. But the insult that we had to prove ourselves to be French when my father was working for the French government in a colonial society was some kind of a thing that really intrigued me from the start. And then when I was 15, my uncle gave me a book called Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, which is Return to My Native Land. And that already gave me the fact that I started to question very seriously my existence within a colonial society. When we were then back to France, and in France, my experience as a former colonial subject was subjected to the dumbness of the French. My surname, when I was a kid there, was Boule de Suif, which is Soothball, which means that they don't say, they were not looking at me as a mulatto, but they were looking at me as a black person. And my name was Soothball, and during the war in Algeria, I was always arrested in the street because, as you can see, if Cedric called me a mulatto, some other people thought I was a Moroccan or an Algerian or a Lebanese or somebody. So, but during the war in Algeria, with my friends were not arrested, they were white. I was arrested always, every day by the police with a gun on the stomach and asking me for my papers, you know. And many times in France, people wanted to send you back where you come from. And I told them, well, I come from here, you know. So we came to the United States, and that's where we went, and that's why I made my PhD. Make long story short, was enrolled in a Black Studies department, became chair in 1974, roughly, after a succession of different persons. If you want, I can name them, like Otis Craig, and then James Smith, Seth Fisher first, and then James Smith, and then 4 students. But it shows you that when the student took over North Hall, they had in their mind the idea to make the university a more hospitable place for black students. They understood that the sacrifice will be tough, but they were fed up about what the university were teaching. At the time, and it was a time in 1968 that the whole world was rebelling. There were 1968 revolution in France, 1968 here, 1968 in Senegal. In fact, all the students were rebelling all over the world. And if you look at the revolution in France in May 68 in France, we always talk about Cohn-Bendit and about Mesnard, the 2 white leaders of the revolution. But they forget that there was a black student that was part of the leadership of that revolution in 1968, Omar Blondin Diop. And Omar Blondin Diop went back to Africa, started to raise the students there, and Leopold Sédar Senghor, the great man that thought that he was a humanist, closed the universities to show you how good he was. But when the students here created Black Studies and protested against that, it was to help the students to reclaim their position on this campus. So, and not only the students, but they also wanted to augment the number of faculty on this campus. They wanted to have a link with the community. They wanted to have a library that would have all the books that had disappeared from this university. And so that's why the Black Studies department was a kind of a refuge for all the students. I say all the students. And if you look at our majors, they were from all backgrounds. And all our summa cum laude member of the Black Studies department, one was white, the other one was Asian, the third one was black, and and we had students that came in because within their department they had lost their identity. Never in Black Studies department were a student insulted or diminished. Never. In other departments this happened, but never in our department. So that's why my long trajectory or long trip or whatever started in Africa, but concretized here. And it concretized here, and it was a kind of a revelation, because when I compared Cedric to what I was reading before, between Césaire, especially Discourse on Colonialism, and what Cedric claimed out to do, Cedric, in a sense, complemented Césaire's work in a sense, but he went beyond Césaire's work, because what he did well, I'll put it somewhere, the genealogical tree of a rebellious identity. That's what Cedric did, because Césaire never went back to all this time. So Cedric goes back to beyond antiquity. And so when I met Cedric, it was a revelation. And even though he has used a colonial term to identify me at this time, I was not responsible for my skin color, but I was responsible for my identity. And therefore, it was fun that with Cedric we joked over it. But with Cedric we had the revelation that we were a good couple at the time. Not only Cedric, but also Elizabeth. And Elizabeth was always there to push you, and especially with the Third World News Review. Okay, I think I'm going to stop because I'm beyond time, right?
So I wanted to go ahead and thank you all for joining us and for sharing stories. In my own story, I switched roles from panelist to moderator. And I'll switch back to panelist for a moment. I was a graduate student here in 1985, and so I witnessed the really transformative nature of changing the general education requirement by students and faculty and staff. That forced it. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. There would be no multicultural center. There would be no general education requirement. And before that, we built off of the Plan de Santa Barbara and the departments of Chicano and Chicana studies. I wouldn't have ever finished my own PhD in political science because of all the experiences that were just shared earlier. That certainly, I'm a little older than everyone else. I actually was already in the Department of Political Science, and it was as someone said, you know, how do you respond when the institutions you love hate you? And that actually was every day. It was not like a holiday or something. It was actually pretty much every day. So I was recruited here from Texas. I thought it was great. It was the first time I'd ever flown in an airplane for any particular reason. Had nowhere to go from South Texas, where I grew up, and I was recruited here. And I thought it was odd that someone like an institution would recruit me and then instantaneously project every single stereotype possible and really invite me to leave in 100 different ways, including my scholarship or even a gaze. Had I not connected and built my family within the Latine and Chicano communities in town with extended family, and I wouldn't have ever even had a chance to meet Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson because there really wasn't any real reason to be here. And my family was and is very, very humble. And so pretty much when you're offered something, when I'm offered something, I always give something in return. And so I thought I would give something in return to the community that I received a lot from. And so I stayed probably 1 week at a time until I did meet Cedric and I did meet Elizabeth. Eventually I really didn't even know that they were married because they were in completely different parts of the campus. In Cedric's case, on the third floor of Ellison Hall. That's where I went to school every day, right? Had I not followed one of the demonstrations back to El Centro, now called El Centro Arnulfo Casillas, I wouldn't have ever even had a reason to find any other floor on this campus. It's the honest truth. I've now served the campus for over 22 years because of that. Serving the students, indeed. And I have great faculty and staff colleagues because of the role modeling, really, of Elizabeth, who I spent a lot more downtime with at KCSB. She used to sit by a window, and it was kind of like a drive-through. Like, you drive up on your bike and just tell her, like, horrible things that had just happened every day. And then she would ask you to come inside because there's a couch inside. Come and sit down. Let me tell you about how the university works, and you might want to appeal this, or you might want to write that. And that was a great compliment to really El Centro Arnulfo Casillas. El Centro housed the first department of Chicano Studies, the first Colección Tloquenahuaque, and the first research center, the Center for Research. Center was all in that small space, and like I share with students these days, it's a small space, but when it's needed, it would house hundreds people. I don't know how, but it would expand. And then it would contract. If you needed to have a private little conversation at El Centro, it would contract into this small little cafe. And I think over time, to this day, the students themselves are the ones that I follow, because I never would have stayed. Clearly, I was a graduate student, and I knew them as researchers and as undergraduate students in my classes, but they've always been my guide, always. And that's also what Cedric and Elizabeth demonstrated. I want to share one story, which is after one of these street festivals at Isla Vista, where we're standing in the middle of, sitting in the middle of, with No For at the time in 1985 for Halloween. It was a new thing. It was a new concept to have thousands of people show up and do Halloween in Isla Vista. And after one of those Halloween experiences where the law enforcement would take it upon themselves as an opportunity to beat down our students in every way, shape, and form, I happened to be over at Elizabeth's office when a group of students came by and were sharing how they were demeaned and humiliated and treated like they deserved to be beaten. And I don't mean that figuratively. They were literally in a group sharing with Elizabeth, what can we do? We were treated this way, we were treated that way. And this wasn't by other out-of-towners or their fellow students. This was by the law enforcement agency right here in Isla Vista, this tiny little space that looks so lovely. It really is a space that's very contested. It's quite demonstrably demeaning in a lot of ways, particularly for students of color and black students and women in every way, shape, and form were literally dehumanized, and the university would not intervene. It wasn't like a subtle thing. It was literally a stated policy. No, we cannot do anything about it. Like, what? What? Like, the only person that would actually sit for hours with us was Elizabeth. And like, well, yeah, that's wrong. Let's see about that. Let's see how we, and I see Sharon, and at the time there were lots of folks that were amongst us, and Joanne always, and Otis, and Cedric, and from all different spectra and levels of analysis, it doesn't make sense to dehumanize. It doesn't make sense to perpetuate this as if it's an actual calling to higher education to also demean human beings at the same time. It doesn't make sense, and it's actually the opposite. And so for that, I thank Elizabeth here, and I always thanked Cedric. And then I had an opportunity of producing with No Alibis for over 20 years, and for that I'm eternally grateful. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Dr. Pigeon. Oh, Elizabeth, yes.
On this conference was that these people be honored, because they pulled off this conference with no money and in 2004, and people all around liked the conference because there were great people here doing great presentations, but nobody ever asked them what they thought they were doing or how they felt about it or whether they were important. And so I want to say, I hope the rest of the conference is wonderful, and I'm pretty sure it will be, but if this panel had not happened, I wouldn't be here.
So I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I did want to share something. Again, thank you, my sisters, for having the vision in 2004 to create the conference on Black Radical Tradition. And Dr. Pigeon, we want to thank you on behalf of everyone here, and Elizabeth, and Najda, and those of us who we know are here in spirit. And Maricel is going to finish.
So let me read out what we're presenting to Gerard, and it reads, Translating, Engineering, Amplifying Cultures of the Heart, Gerard Georges Pigeon, Lifetime Achievement Award, May 31st, 2024. All right, thank you very, very much. And Gerard?
Just wanted to say thank you for that. Something that I didn't expect, but that's thank you very much. Everything coming from the students and from you, it's always welcome. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I don't think I can say other thing except to close. I wanted to say something about quotation from Césaire. Okay, that during Césaire in Return to Humanity mentioned the fact that a man who cries out is not a dancing bear, meaning, please don't think that when people suffer, they just do it because they're forced to do it. He's not a dancing bear, and therefore, life is not just a spectacle. You have to be part of it, and you have to work. And the last word is not by Césaire, but I think it's by somebody somewhere in the desert. He said, the dog might bark, but the caravan marches on. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be stepping up in a few minutes. I'm looking for any of the organizers. Probably take a 5-minute break.
I'm a new assistant professor here at UCSB in the Department of History. And I'm going to pass it over to our second moderator.
Hi, I'm Hamza Beg, the third time you've heard from me. I am a postdoc in the Department of History here at UCSB, and I'm going to just give a brief kind of overview of our panel and then pass it back to Amanda for introductions for our speakers. Okay, and I'll be brief because I know we're running short on time. So the heydays of the 1960s and 1970s national liberation struggles and revolutions in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were crucial as the quote-unquote social cauldron, to borrow Cedric Robinson's phrase, in which he and Elizabeth worked, struggled, and wrote. As Robin Kelley reminds us in his foreword to the reissue of Black Marxism, this moment was crucial to frame how Black radical movements in the US framed demands for economic, political, and social autonomy and popular sovereignty, quote, through an analysis of global capitalism, imperialism, and third world liberation, end quote. Robinson was adept at moving between local, hemispheric, and global perspectives to trace the complexities of and potentials for liberated futures. Were protracted struggles waged by consciously revolutionary movements in the settler zones of Africa, including Algeria, Angola, Mozambique, Kenya, South Africa, and Zimbabwe occupied a central role in his political thought. So our panel, Third World and Black Internationalisms, draws inspiration from Cedric and Elizabeth's extensive commitments to internationalist and third world solidarity movements, particularly through the long-standing radio and television program, Third World News Review, founded by Cedric Robinson and Corey Dubin in 1980, and joined by Elizabeth Robinson, Gerard Pigeon, Hector Jafkin, Lucy Edwards, H.L.T. Quan, Katia McLean, James Phillips, Gary Colmenar, and many other UCSB community members over the years in its 43-year broadcast on KCSB 91.9 FM. 43 years. Third World News Review sought to practice a form of community media that could elevate and politicize political events and the decolonized world that were otherwise left out of official Western media narratives. So our panel will consider what legacies the tradition of third worldism holds for us today. What are the most pressing intellectual and political questions for those interested in the history and present of Black, third, and fourth world internationalism? What should we and what should we not learn from the heyday of decolonization struggles? How should we understand the task of anti-imperialist internationalism from within the imperial core? And without further ado, I will pass it back.
So we have our esteemed panelists here to break this down for us. Our first panelist is Dr. Tiffany Willoughby-Herard. They are an associate professor of global and international studies at the University of California, Irvine, and professor extraordinarius in the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair at the University of South Africa. Their first book is an indispensable one entitled Waste of a White Skin, The Carnegie Corporation and the Racial Logic of White Vulnerability. Their forthcoming book is called I Meant for You to Be Free, Winnie Mandela's Letter to Young South Africans, the Post-1994 Generation. This explores South African feminist and Pan-Africanist architects of the present in the so-called Born Free generation. Our second panelist is Dr. Shireen Saikali, who is an associate professor of history here at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Her book, Men of Capital, Scarcity and Economy in Mandate Palestine, explores economy, territory, the home, and the body. Her forthcoming book is called From Baltimore to Beirut, on the question of Palestine, which tells a global history of capital, slavery, and dispossession. Our third panelist is Dr. Moon Ho Jung, who is a professor of history and the Harry Bridges Endowed Chair in Labor Studies at the University of Washington. He is the author of his recently published award-winning book, Menace to Empire, Anti-Colonial Solidarities and the Trans-Pacific Origins of the U.S. Security State. He is also the author of two other books, The Rising Tide of Color, Race, State Violence, and Radical Movements Across the Pacific, as well as Coolies and Kane, Race, Labor, and Sugar in the Age of Emancipation. And our final panelist is Dr. Stephen Osuna, Associate Professor in the Department of Sociology at California State University, Long Beach. He is a scholar of racism and political economy, globalization, transnationalism, and immigration, and policing and criminalization, having published many journal articles and book chapters in several edited volumes, including U.S. Central Americans, Reconstructing Memories, Struggles, and Communities of Resistance, as well as Policing the Planet, Why the Policing Crisis Led to Black Lives Matter, and, of course, the futures of Black radicalisms. And so with that, we will begin with Dr. Tiffany Willoughby-Herard.
Thank you both to Hamza and Amanda. Really appreciate all the work that you've put into organizing us today. So I'm gonna do pedagogy work and just do the magic of pedagogy, like very, very simple, walk through a couple of very, very interesting cases to me. So as you can see here, this discussion is called Internationalist Horizons. So the first question that I offer everyone is why and how, thank you. Why and how were diaspora Africans so engaged with continental Africans? And I have here a beautiful image of Queen Mother Audley Moore. I have a quotation from Dr. Ben Yochanan. I have a news coverage of Lita Clanton Broner, who was an African-American beautician who saved for 10 years so that she could be able to travel to South Africa and sustained, so she was there the same time as Ralph Bunche. She sustained a relationship with the people there all the way up until she died in the 1980s. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of objects, of letters exchanged back and forth between the friends that she made in South Africa. Again, totally self-funded trip that were just in an archive in the New Jersey Museum and have been surfaced recently. And then also the cover of a book, Pillars in Ethiopian History, that is by William Leo Hansberry. So like at places like where I work, they've just hired the first Egyptologist, right? But there's a really deep body of scholarship of people who've been writing about antiquity and the classical world outside of the West. And it's not often accessible to our students in the humanities or the social sciences. And so I just wanted to give you some names, some places to point you to. And it's an answer to this question: how were and why were diaspora Africans engaged? Well, like Queen Mother Moore, they traveled every year for their entire lives to various parts of Africa. And they literally embodied a notion of Pan-Africanism. They literally embodied a notion of Black internationalism by being able to build friendships, to build organizing relationships, and then return back to New York City and help people understand how important it was for us to understand ourselves as people of African ascent. I want to read the quotation from Dr. Ben here. It says, "It is commonly said in some quarters that Africa has awakened. This cannot be accepted by conscious Africans, for to have awakened, one must have been asleep. Africa was not asleep. Africa was wide awake, but her land, as well as her sons and daughters, were subjected to the most barbarous treatment man has ever imposed on man." Dr. Ben, I learned about as a child from Harlem. You could walk through any place in New York City and come across a table of someone selling books, and you would always be able to find stuff that was self-published by Dr. Ben. They did not rely only on their position in association with universities or with historical societies. They literally went from community to community to community to community. Kind of like, you know, some years ago I interviewed Kasahon Shakol, who's in the audience, the founder of Africa World Press. And, you know, he explained to me that the way they did their distribution was absolutely grassroots. It was always, always, always grassroots. And when you have a platform like a press, or you have a platform like you have traveled, you can either hoard that information or you can share it, right? You can either come back and not tell the stories to anybody, or you can actually share it. And all of the people listed here, each of their experiences of travel was so massive that it required lots of help. So they had lots of people invested in them returning and the story back and all having made this trip. So that's the first question. Then I want to go to my second question, which has to do with the role of the press. Brenda Gale Plummer was a dissertation year fellow here. She's a professor at University of Wisconsin-Madison. And when we had the first conference, we went through the list of all the people who had come here for the Center for Black Studies Dissertation Year Fellowship and discovered that the entire field of African studies, Black studies, had been shaped by the people training here. This, that small little office up on the 4th floor had been a very, very important place. So I share that both to give you kind of a little bit of a history, and also, you know, if you are thinking about staying in higher education and you do want to be in higher ed, when you negotiate for your job, you need to say, I want to build a research center. I want to be able to have the kind of impact that the people who founded the Center for Black Studies had. This map is one of the most important maps of any of the ones that I show students when I teach them the Brenda Gale Plummer chapter. Because what it is an illustration of all of the international stringers and correspondence for Black news weeklies from 1935 to 1945. All the shaded spaces are the places that African-American newspapers were sending their journalists, right? Think what's happening in 1935 to 1945. So again, answering how and why people from the diaspora were so involved in the continent. There's just nothing but evidence for us to consider how and why. Another answer for how and why, the Rhodesians, people who believed in white minority rule. So there's a great quote up there from the Chronicle, from some, all these names came up that are not appropriate to say, from some person in Rhodesia named Newton West in July 30, 1962. This comes from the archive. I was gifted the Chronicle news stories and also the Bulawayo Journal, and that is when Cedric traveled to Southern Africa. The group of people that he traveled with, they all wrote a journal, collective writing every night. Then, so some person would type it and some person would handwrite it, and each person would just regale stories with what they experienced. So this is one of the things that's in the archive. So the Rhodesians, quote, have proved themselves very capable of carrying out their duties, looking after the Africans' health, education, etc., and per head have provided more money for African public services than the Americans have for the whole of Africa. And we don't shout, yell, and scream about it. Well, Americans shout, yell, and scream about everything, so I don't know why they were pissed off at that. But it's an obviously racist statement about who is responsible for whom, who is dependent on whom, and what the economic relationships are about. So one answer to how and why diaspora Africans find themselves outside of the diaspora and trying to return to the continent is because of how loud white minority rule is all over the planet. How insistent it is on saying to the rest of the world, you know, as, it doesn't matter, as, you know, one of the European diplomats said, his grandson said something, and this is also from Brenda Gale Plummer, you know, you take care of your N-words and we'll take care of ours. A question to ponder too is the Azanians, right? Who are these people who think of themselves as a united material, united historical, united architectural, united social group of people? And what is the work that's done on the African continent to enable people to imagine themselves to be part of a place called Azania, right? How did that happen? What's the story? And so it's a question to ponder, right? Why and how were continental Africans so engaged with each other, right? It's not automatic. It's not something we should just expect. And yet there were deliberate political decision-making about that. And so I've added some images of some of the artistic renderings. And then I've also added kind of a contemporary about that has to do with Afrophobic violence that happens across the continent, but particularly in South Africa, and particularly there, you will find pogroms. And I use that language purposefully, you know, and what always happens when they do the social surveys to try to find out what happened after, the majority of people who end up being killed are South African-born people, which is just, it always messes with my mind. The quotation there says, an African cannot be a foreigner in Africa, but that's precisely what trying to racialize people in a particular way is actually all about. Another kind of source for thinking about the conditions that make it possible for and also drive continental Africans to be so engaged with each other, I want to just show a small clip, and I know that I can find it because I am a competent person. Okay. Yeah.
So, who say that their mother tongue, quote unquote, is French, Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese, well as English, which we speak. And because of this, we do not know whom we are. And that is why this gathering is of great symbolic importance, because it is an act of identification. We are saying that we identify with the African people, that we are an African people. That this is a very revolutionary initiative. It is a rejection of every other form of identification which the white society has asked us to accept. Let me draw your attention to something which white universities and white libraries practice. Lie around this land. Go into their libraries and check the Library of Congress card. Under Europe or European, you will find all entries listed concerning the continent of Europe. Europeans in East Africa, Europeans in North Africa, Europeans in Asia and Australia. Look under the Chinese, you will find entries listed not only for mainland China, but for Malaysia and for the Chinese in North America. But look on the Africa and the Africans, the only entries on the Africans relate to the continent itself. There are no entries on the Africans overseas. There is no such category. Africans who have been raped from the continent mysteriously disappear and become Hebrew.
So I have to thank one of my interlocutors who I'm in a constant conversation with, Mr. Tesfu Zagaya, who's always sending me great news stories and things like that. Let me get back into the PowerPoint, and I'm almost done. So questions to ponder, number 3. Why were continental Africans so engaged with diaspora Africans? And this I learned about, again, from the archive. I encounter as a gift from Elizabeth Cedric's copy of Ndibaningi Sitole's African Nationalism, published in 1959 and again in 1969. Sitole was born in southern Rhodesia on 21 July 1920. From 1955 to 1958, he was a student pursuing a teaching credential and ordination from the Methodist ministry in the United States at the Andover Newton Theological School in Massachusetts. The Rhodesians banned his book, African Nationalism, as soon as it was published. As one of the founding members of the Zimbabwe African Union, Sithole was jailed from 1963 to 74, having been charged with plotting to assassinate Ian Smith, president of a white minority rule government that was doing such a great job taking care of its Africans. Ndibaningi Sithole and Vesta Sithole, his wife, lived in the UK from the early 1980s, and then in Silver Spring, Maryland from 1984 to 1992, where they raised 5 children. He died in Philadelphia in 2000 after several failed and near lethal attempts to re-enter electoral life in post-Chimaranga, Zimbabwe. The foreword to African nationalism by the Honorable R.S. Garfield Todd, the missionary that originally admitted Sithole into mission school as a child, was written in Salisbury in April 1959. The foreword includes several incorrect claims about the demographics of settler Southern Africa, the goals and promise of African nationalism, and the meekness of spirit that had made Sithole a trustworthy informant. Reverend Todd claimed that in 1957, Europeans constituted 25% of the South African population. He declared that he doubted that African nationalism would ever achieve, quote, loyalty to country instead of to, quote, loyalty to the ethnic group. Sounds just like the partition of India to me. Finally, and most perplexing, Reverend Todd's endorsement is a thinly veiled caricature of a dutiful African assimilationist, affirming that Ndibaningi Sithole had been properly seasoned by the segregationist industrial education available to black people, having earned degrees in South Africa and the United States. Reverend Todd praised Sithole's account as, quote, what a moderate, capable, and thoughtful African thinks of the radical situation in Southern Africa. Moderate. He was then put in jail for 10 years, and the book was banned. One cannot determine from the foreword whether Todd means it to be ironic or just what is necessary to publish a book on African nationalism written by an African person. But Sithole's citational framework endorses well-known European liberal authors on the racial situation in Southern Africa and includes the following African nationalists: Gamal Abdel Nasser, Jomo Kenyatta, and Anwar el-Sadat, all super complicated people. Sithole completed African nationalism and included numerous tropes of the mission-educated African person. They littered the autobiographical introduction and really perhaps were talismans of his assimilation necessary for his presumed global white reading audience. Yet his Rhodesian friends viewed him as a utopian fool, not polished enough to accept his role as a functionary in their world. I associate these tropes with African-American race men and women educated in the aftermath of radical Reconstruction. Their task was to, quote, uplift the race and engage Western civilization and its dependence on land theft, enslavement, imperialism, rape, and forced labor, as if those were not limiting features of the Republican destinies they proclaimed. Sithole deploys many, quote, African-Americanisms, as Toni Morrison explains in Playing in the Dark, that give coherence to Western settler colonialism, including ethnographic depictions of his home life and household, decidedly keyed towards non-African reading audiences. Stories about his grandma, the curative warnings about Lobola, the rhetorical battle that could be won against witchcraft. Basically, from Faulkner to Booker T. Washington to Maya Angelou, the child's eye view of the world made by adults for children to inhabit through chores and battles with playmates jars the senses in this generation, as uplift stories are increasingly and necessarily tempered by children's biographies, shaped by and situated within critiques of institutional violence and systemic power. At this point in the text, Sithole's vaunted title of African nationalism sounds nothing at all like its age-mate text in the incisive critique of white power that we read in something like Peter Abrams' Mind Boy, published in 1946. Alongside these tropes of mission-educated blackness, Sithole further describes that before the myths of, quote, African, quote, docility and acquiescence to white domination, end quote, were widespread. This is the same later in the book. Before these notions and myths of African docility and acquiescence to white domination were widespread, a set of pre-European conquest and contact ideas existed.
The pre-European principles and beliefs foreshadowed Zimbabwean African nationalism in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Along with the pre-European origins of African nationalism, African service members in and targets of the violence of World War II learned much about modern notions of power. Sithole offers the brutality of World War II itself as one of the most lasting contributions to the spread of African nationalism. As witnesses of European ferocity and viciousness toward other European people, African people felt that Europeans had diminished their own proprietary claims on having created and achieved an advanced civilization. Or as Oliver Tambo described, if the system is as violent as it must be expected that it will breed violence. The apartheid system must go. If we have to be violent for that purpose, we shall be. If perhaps part of that violence gets out of control, we will try and control it, but we might fail. At the end of the day, we must be able to say we have destroyed the apartheid system. When the armies of Europe marched against Hitler and many things went wrong there, the wrong people were bombed, the wrong people were killed, whole populations were leveled down, whole cities were destroyed. This is the African nationalist that has to be at the front of it, coated with some foolishness about ethnographic of Africa. I want to switch to my next slide, because this is the last little bit. And this is a poem called When Peter Loved Cedric, an international ballad, and it's a very short poem. Okay. There I was, wrapped in Sienna Marina blankets, the royalty of the Sutu, on a United Nations airline cargo carrier. The cargo being people, always people. I had cause to ponder while burning up the sky the map of the journalists displayed by the black press in the 1930s in Brenda Gale Plummer's book, Rising Wind. The seeking voice, the hungry printer's blocks, the insatiable pages waiting for black letters to inscribe truth. If we are to be internationalists, we must understand both its cosmological and material groundings of the word. There is a deep river that finds us and brings us into conversation. The black radical tradition, the anti-imperialist fervor, of course we should be citing each other. Why should anyone be surprised that Cedric would have a copy of Ndibaninga Sithole on his shelf? Why should anyone be surprised that any of the people in the African continent thinking about African nationalism are citing people from the rest of the world who are part of the African diaspora? And yet we're supposed to be surprised every moment again and again. We are citing each other because we are hungry for each other, mouths that can only be satisfied with that river's wisdom. There is no rap battle of East Coast versus West Coast or global North versus global South. There's only a river drawing its droplets into conversation with each other. Are you surprised that David Walker, with books sewn into his coat linings, was killable? Or that Audrey and Barbara and June found love and language in the same places? Is it ridiculous that they called their manifesto Kambahi, or that Oyeranke Oyewumi was trained by Barbara Christian, or that Dr. Matsako Peku cited John Henry Clark? Bundles of love swaddled at the mothering waste of Africa, learning their names in Twi and Pula and Wolof and Shangaan and Giz. To be internationalist means we who are water share and seek the source wherever it surfaces. There was an a cappella group in the 60s that called themselves Sweet Honey in the Rock. That's what it means to be an internationalist. I'm almost done, folks. Ben E. King called our love language of citations a rose in black in Spanish Harlem. To speak this language of international solidarity must become more than a metaphor, more than an action, more than an encampment. We must be like Poto Mitan with each other, in one whole voice, aware of our mutual embodiment, speaking in every language and expecting sacred accompaniment. Either we are internationalists or we are some of us enslaved, some of us citizens, some of us refugees, some of us asylum seekers, some of us indentured, long past the date of our birthing person's free wombs. Either we are satisfied only by that deep river and that echo, or we are hopelessly entrapped and captive and liable to sell each other again down the very same river. The rivers are calling us to be together, but not as cargo, not as chattel. There's nothing exceptional about Gaza or Detroit or Oakland or Lesotho or Pondoland, except that a deep river spoke in these places, and the people heard the echo and could carry a tune.
And now we move next to Dr. Shireen Cycli. Thank you, Dr. Tiffany Willoughby-Herard.
It's my great honor to be with you all here in this auspicious gathering of inaugurating, honoring, and thinking together about Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson, their legacy, and the politics and responsibilities of their archive, as well as archives generally. Where is Elizabeth? I need to be seeing you. There you are. I want to thank in particular the amazing organizers of this event, Charmaine, Chua, Diane Fujino, Marisela Marquez, Hamza Beg, Gary Colmenar, Charlie Hale, Chase Hobbs Morgan. Wait, is it Morgans or is it Morgan? Morgan. Okay, I had a typo and I was like, is that a, sorry, Chase, I love you. Chris McAuley, Anam Mehta, Zach McLean, Joseph DeFilippis, and Savannah May. We see you, we see all your labor, and we know of all of the labor that goes into holding something as powerful as this. I want to acknowledge, along with Robin Kelly yesterday, the UCSB Liberated Zone. And I also want to acknowledge the incredible coalition that has been meeting week after week since October 10 to imagine freedom against genocide at UCSB. And I'm going to name them now. And there's 18 of these, so we can clap all the way through or as you wish. We can clap at the end, whatever you all want. But here we go. Students for Justice in Palestine. El Congreso, the Black Women's Health Collaborative, the Student Commission on Racial Equity. Where am I? UCSB Divest Coalition, the Black Student Union, the Commission on Disability Equity, the Human Rights Board, the Environmental Justice Alliance, the Muslim Student Association, the Afghan Student Association, the Lebanese Social Club, the Mauna Kea Protectors, Mujer, the Collective of Pueblos Originarios in Diaspora, the Queer and Trans Graduate Student Associations, Cops Off Campus, Food Not Bombs, the Young DSA, Las Maestras Center, the newly formed UCSB Jewish Voice for Peace, Santa Barbara Jewish Voice for Peace, the Central Coast Anti-War Coalition, and the group I am part of, Academics for Justice in Palestine. This has been a community of love and grief that has met every week since October 10. I want to lift up in particular that Elizabeth Robinson has been at every single one of these meetings, imagining, laboring, guiding, teaching, and loving us. We love you. I speak with you today as a product and a scholar of the Nakba, the ongoing catastrophe, the denial of both our political rights and our peoplehood. I am a child of survivors of one moment of the Nakba, 1948, when 750,000 Palestinians became stateless refugees, when 150,000 Palestinians became minoritized strangers on their own land. The intertwined, inextricable links between geography, the archive, and liberation have occupied the imaginations of Palestinians, as for so many others, for at least the last 100 years. The fall, winter, spring, and summer that have strung 2023 and 2024 together have lasted an eternity. A relentless genocide has kept time for us. Throughout these now 238 days of attack on the Gaza Strip in Palestine, a place where nearly 50% of the inhabitants are younger than 18, Palestinian children have been specifically and inordinately targeted. These children, covered in the dust of rubble and burned by the force of arsenal, are ravaged by the terrifying intent to destroy the very idea of Palestinian life. This genocide strives to render Palestinians incapable of inhabiting adjectives like innocent and nouns like civilian and human, of inhabiting anything other than the past tense. Today, the questions of geography, archive, and liberation are more urgent than ever. So let me start with geography. What is the third world? A place, an economic category, a political project, a movement? Is it, as Elizabeth has taught us, a condition that exceeds geography? How do the Robinsons, their archive, and Palestine help us navigate these questions? Where do we begin the story? Do we begin in April 1955 in Bandung, Indonesia, when the Asian African heads of state of 29 newly independent countries gathered? Do we start with their ambitions to shape transnational cooperation, subvert the colonial state, and insist on sovereignty? Or do we begin with another space, that same year in 1955 when Algerian revolutionaries launched their periodical Al-Mujahid? It was, after all, on the pages of that journal that a young psychiatrist from French colonized Martinique, Frantz Fanon, would feature his bold philosophy on the violence governing the colonial order and the violence that decolonization would entail. Or do we start in 1954 with Gamal Abdel Nasser's Sawt al-Arab, the voice of the Arabs, a medium that the Egyptian leader used to spread an anti-imperialist message, one that would become, as you said, a very complicated one. The very medium that the revolutionary Ahmed Ben Bella would, on November 1, 1954, with his signature revolutionary audacity, launch the FLN, declare war on French colonialism, and demand the loyalty of Algerians in the battle ahead. Each of these instances were full of the promises of transnationalism and social revolution. Each were shaped by the gendered and racialized hierarchies that some of these revolutionaries sought to dismantle. Each, except for Fanon, ultimately took part in a state-centric world in which the hope of liberation would fracture in the face of structural impoverishment and the nascent authoritarianism of new nation-state regimes. The promise of these movements was internationalism, yet in practice, most of these revolutionaries remained confined to the nation-state. And so perhaps we might let go of these origin moments to search beneath, across, before, and hopefully after the nation state. It is, after all, the problem of the nation state that continues to be one of the Robinsons' most important lessons. Through their radio program, the Third World News Review, they sought to address the conditions of the United States, in Elizabeth's words, as media-rich and information-poor. The critique of this condition and its transcendence, as Elizabeth taught us, must necessarily understand that the era we refer to as deregulation was in fact the re-regulation of media in the interests of private, especially corporate, power. The Robinsons sought to nourish, quote, our need to know and our need to tell, that would feed the hunger for critical information, that would narrate silenced and erased stories, and that imagined a global commons. Elizabeth called this experiment the mosquito on the elephants behind, reminding us that resistance starts with tiny bites, which nourish imagination and audacity. People and their relentless drive to resist, to shape and embody freedom, demand that we constantly question geography. They also demand that we modulate our pasts and its relation to our present in various temporalities, sometimes short durations, sometimes longer ones. Here I return briefly to Algeria and Cairo, to Tunis and Gaza. The liberation struggles in these geographies are relentless, inspiring, ongoing, and full of lessons. They are ephemeral. We live them as roller coasters and often resign them to the corners of memory, frayed by our shaky hold on the past and its relation to the present. We must, in this regard, vigilantly follow Michel Trio's guide, The Past is a Position. This is for you 146ers. I think there's two of you here. It does not exist independently from the present. Our Constitution as subjects goes hand in hand with the continuous creation of the past. The demand to understand the past as a position requires a kind of humility in the face of the practice and theory of liberation struggles. We return to the FLN in Algeria to experiment with understanding revolution, not just as a means, but as the end. That is, for these rebels, revolution was both the path and the destination, the form and the content of the struggle. An end that we can envision as this interminable, ongoing task of shaping freedom. And as Ruth Wilson Gilmore always reminds us, freedom is a place. We honor and learn from all the strugglers that have met their fate in the gallows of colonial and national prisons. We confront, too, the realities that struggles for liberation exceed and expand our analytical imaginations. At a recent Palestinian studies workshop I attended, I was imploring, demanding even, that people hold tightly to the lessons of the last decade of political uprisings. I'm thinking here of Tunisia in 2010, Egypt in 2011, the eastern quarter of the Arabian Peninsula in 2012, Libya and Syria, which would descend into devastating civil wars, Yemen, which too would face famine and war, Lebanon in 2019, the Green Revolution in Iran in 2009, women, life, freedom last year, and the expansive, inspiring, and relentless revolution in Sudan, which today has also descended into genocide at the hands of counter-revolutionary forces. I am here along with Robin Kelley critiquing the misnomer of the Arab Spring to ask why spring and how Arab. This Eurocentric terminology of seasons positions the uprisings of the last decade as a period of wakefulness after a time of sleep. The truth of the matter is that people are never asleep. One could and one must study the history of the modern Middle East and North Africa through political upheaval, resistance, and revolution. Resistance was never solely seasonal. It did not begin in 1954 or 1917 or in 1880 or in 1839. Second, when I ask how Arab, I mean here to take up the lessons of the Black radical tradition and Black Marxism capitalism to transcend the boundaries that cross bodies and peoples. Inspired by how South Africans were using the term racial capitalism to understand the economic ravages of apartheid, Cedric Robinson challenged the idea that capitalism was a negation of all that came before it. He taught us instead that capitalism emerged from within previous orders, already infused with racialism, to categorize and differentiate. And here I want to cite the Sudanese scholar Ahmed Sikayinga. Everybody who knows me knows how much I love this scholar, who I believe is the foremost historian of racial capitalism in the Middle East and North Africa. And Sikayinga teaches us that the commoditization of land and the expansion of cash crops in the 19th and 20th century in Sudan intensified slavery. That identity, like the state, is never coherent, and that the intersections of labor and capital forged racial categories, wherein Sudanese northerners would draw on religion, language, and genealogy to claim being Arab, as opposed to southern Sudanese who were black, quote unquote. These claims determine the spectrum of freedom and unfreedom, of enslavability. The challenge here is to center the long and dynamic history of anti-blackness, as well as heeding the lessons of multiple generations of scholars of the Middle East and North Africa. From Eve Trout Powell to Taylor Moore, who we're lucky to work with here at UCSB, these scholars have taught us that Black people are both indigenous to and diasporic in the Middle East and North Africa. We must resist, oppose, and fight against anti-Blackness in the case Robin mentioned, in every case, and in the case I just want to stay with for a minute that Robin Kelly mentioned of Tunisia yesterday, and he mentioned specifically the anti-Blackness of President Said and the abuse and coercion of refugees from Sudan, Chad, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire. Just as we must insist on the realities, the conditions, and the contributions of Black Tunisians, of Black Libyans, indeed of Black Palestinians. We must resist all the logics that erase these people. We must study how historically categories like Arab and African or Arab and Black were co-constituted precisely to erase the many people whose bodies transcend that and many other binaries. It is here then that we take up the necessity of thinking Sudan and Palestine together, of holding the Black radical tradition and the struggle for the liberation of Palestine together. Liberation in and of Palestine are an exit, a space of imagining the future from what we already understand is the catastrophic present. We learn from indigenous scholars that we reside in the dystopia of our ancestors foresaw that they themselves survived. Because Palestine has been in this longing for and in this impossibility of the territorialized nation state, it demands of us a more capacious understanding of land, territory, and geography. It helps us think of geography differently. It helps us imagine that the land itself is rooted in us. What would happen then if we take the lessons of geography to the archive itself? The Robinsons sought through the Third World News Review and much else to forge a historical record. And now they have bequeathed us an archive. I can't wait to enter the archive and learn all that it will teach me about my own history over the last 33 years. Just think what we will learn. I here had a whole list of many of the things that have happened in Palestine over the last 33 years, from the Israeli invasion of Lebanon to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, to the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, to the building of the apartheid wall, to the Israeli quote-unquote disengagement from Gaza, the election of Hamas, the internecine struggle between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, and every single Israeli assault on the besieged Gaza Strip. We know that archives are much more than receptacles housed in institutions. We know that they are at once mortuaries and memorials, places of pain and recovery. We know that the archive is embodied and enacted, and we know that archives are crucially, and especially in these times, a target of genocide. In Palestine, in that partitioned and wounded, parched and blockaded, bleeding and torn corner of it, the Gaza Strip, the Gaza Central Archive was one of the first targets that Israel annihilated in November 2023. This attempt to destroy the Palestinian past and our capacity to narrate a Palestinian future is not new. Every single Israeli assault on Palestine and the Palestinians has targeted archives, a targeting that has accompanied the force annihilating life and limb, a targeting that has entailed a suspension between life and death. Are you taking me to the cemetery? A young girl of 9 or 10 asked this question on the 40th day of the genocide. Covered in rubble, her skin burnt, the young girl had heard Gabriel's trumpet announcing the end of days. She looked at the death surrounding her and noted the end of her world. This young girl is one of those children, in James Baldwin's words, that are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. She is at once singular and representative in her confrontation of loss. She is, we can only hope, a survivor, unlike the 35,562 estimated to have been killed. She is one of the 79,652 people who have been injured. This young girl is just one of more than the 14,000 children who have been injured. She is one of the 17,000 children who have lost one or both parents. The man saving this young girl who believed her life was over, surviving as she had the demise of everything and everyone around her, as she emerged from underneath the weight of concrete, outliving the US and Israeli attempts to kill her. He assured her, "You are as beautiful as the moon. You are here." This young survivor is here. She is in this room with us, teaching us that her story is its own archive and that the archive lives on in her.
I think I was supposed to go before her. We should have stuck with the program. All right, it is my deep honor to be here with you today. Thank you to all the organizers. Let me begin on a sad note. Less than 2 weeks ago, very unexpectedly, I received word that my longtime mentor, Gary Okihiro, was not doing well and that he had been admitted into intensive care. Within 24 hours of receiving that shocking news, Gary was gone. And I'm still trying to process his sudden passing. So let me begin my comments today by quoting from one of Gary Okihiro's last books, titled Third World Studies, Theorizing Liberation, which came out in 2016. In that work, Okihiro reminds us of the revolutionary ambitions of the Third World Movement, including the demand for Third World studies in US universities, a demand that he argues would be co-opted and domesticated as ethnic studies. In 1968, at San Francisco State, student activists under the banner of the Third World Liberation Front declared, "We adhere to the struggles in Asia, Africa, and Latin America ideologically, spiritually, and culturally. We have decided to fuse ourselves with the masses of Third World people, which are a majority of the world's peoples, to create, through struggles, a new humanity, a new humanism, a new world consciousness, and collectively control our own destinies." Third World internationalism, Black internationalism, wrestled with and rested on a historical consciousness on a grand scale. Over 400 years of the modern world that have been shaped and defined by colonialism and racial capitalism, as Cedric Robinson's scholarship made so clear to us. The genealogy of a revolutionary third world studies, as Okihiro saw it, could be traced back to W.E.B. Du Bois in the opening decades of the 20th century, long before the term third world came into being. But the global struggle against colonialism and racism was surely beginning to take root in ways that preceded and exceeded the global hegemony of nation states and the dogmatic entrenchment of communism and anti-communism around the world. So it's that moment of new anti-colonial possibilities that I would like to give a slight glimpse of today, of what Lisa Lowe has called a past conditional temporality. In our pursuit of the past beyond nationalism, beyond liberalism, we can look for, in those words, other conditions of possibility that were vanquished by liberal political reason and its promises of freedom, and to open those conditions to pursue what might have been. So let me begin with this story, the story of Jothar Nishida and what he could have been and what he could have represented. All right, the US government really wanted to pin Jothar Nishida down, racially, politically, geographically, but he proved very elusive. Reportedly hailing from Hawaii and described as a Japanese-Turkish half-breed in government reports, okay, he came to the attention of California and federal officials during World War I. In 1919, he was arrested for violating California's recently passed law on criminal syndicalism for operating the Red International Bookshop in Los Angeles. Not satisfied with Nishida's guilty plea and 5 years probation, the Bureau of Investigation, which was the forerunner to the FBI, handed him over to immigration authorities to deport him as an alien anarchist. But his evasive responses foiled the plan. Nishida claimed to be at different moments a Hindu, Turkish, and Japanese. But British, Ottoman, and Japanese officials all refused to recognize him as one of their own. So there was nowhere to deport him to. Now, Nishida next appeared in Bureau reports a year later in 1921 when an agent in Miami, Florida, reported that a charismatic black speaker was delivering radical speeches at gatherings sponsored by Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. The speaker was Jothar Nishida. All right, perhaps sensing that Bureau officials were after him, Nishida quickly checked out of the colored hotel that he had been staying at and told the owner that he was leaving for the Bahamas. A bit later, a co-worker at the cabaret where Nishida worked told the Bureau agent that Nishida was, quote, an advocate of armed revolution in order to overthrow the government, not only from the viewpoint of the Negro, but from the viewpoint of a cosmopolitan who viewed any kind of racial prejudice as wrong, regardless of the race or color. Now, the head of the Bureau, in response, instructed his agents to look for connections between Nishida and the Japanese government. Okay, he was convinced that Nishida was a Japanese government operative assigned to foment trouble among African Americans. Now, in the meantime, Bureau agents in Florida heard that Nishida got on a ship bound for Galveston, Texas. Okay, assuming that Nishida had been born in Honolulu to a Japanese father and a Turkish mother, another Bureau agent was dispatched to greet that vessel in Galveston. But that agent reported that he could not find, quote, any person having Japanese appearance or characteristics. It really sucks when racial profiling does not work. Now, after interviewing the ship's crew, the agent wrote down a more exacting physical description of Nishida. Okay, about 5'10", 180 pounds, very black kinky hair, small black mustache. Now, in a separate report, the bureau agent in Los Angeles became convinced that Nishida was not Japanese at all. Okay, the agent wrote, "The truth is that he is an American or Jamaican Negro, trying to pose as a member of another race and thus obtain social privileges not granted to Negroes." Now, whatever his racial background, Nishida remained on the move. Okay, he was a fugitive. For weeks, U.S. federal agents along the U.S.-Mexico border tried to locate his whereabouts, having heard that he was on his way to Mexico City. Bureau agents suggested that Nishida had plans to work with revolutionaries in Mexico and to affiliate with the Third International, marking him as, quote, a dangerous radical force. So why did agents of the emergent and expanding U.S. security apparatus want to find Nishida so badly? Because Nishida was defiantly Japanese, black, and red. In their eyes, a racial and political mixture of the most dangerous type. He was third world internationalism, black internationalism personified. Now, I don't know if Nishida made it to Mexico City, but it was no surprise that agents of the U.S. government saw in Nishida's movements potential connections to Japan, Mexico, and international communism. In the 1920s, international communism generated critiques, organizations, and movements that increasingly drew links between struggles against white supremacy in the United States and anti-colonial struggles in Asia. A new world, what would become the third world, was emerging. Now, in the wake of World War I, race and empire took center stage in global politics. In 1917, V.I. Lenin published Imperialism, in which he theorized, as most of you know, that imperialism marked the monopoly stage of capitalism. As he led the Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin challenged that world order, speaking boldly of self-determination and the liberation of all colonies, the liberation of all dependent, oppressed, and non-sovereign peoples, as he wrote. Now, not to be outdone, President Woodrow Wilson, that bastard, framed U.S. entry into World War I in 1917 as a cause for democracies, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments, for the rights and liberties of small nations, as he put it. Now, his statements definitely paled in comparison to Lenin's forthright language, but Wilson moved to embrace self-determination as he put it, an imperative principle of action, championing the ideal to thwart, not to advance, revolutionary movements. Now, although Wilson proved quite adept at co-opting anti-colonialism, Wilson's position on race was another matter. When Japan's delegation demanded in 1919 a clause on racial non-discrimination in forming the League of Nations, Wilson, as head of post-war negotiations in Paris, maneuvered to kill that measure. The Japanese government's attempt to challenge white supremacy in Paris struck a chord among those dealing with the grinding effects of white supremacy in the United States. As in the wake of the Russo-Japanese War earlier, black radicals became infatuated with Japan's promise, especially in the context of bloody race riots in the United States in the summer of 1919. Upon hearing rumors of an impending war between the United States and Japan, perhaps in alliance with Mexico, Cyril Briggs of the African Blood Brotherhood made it clear on which side he would fight. He stated, quote, "The Negro who fights against either Japan or Mexico is fighting for the white man against himself and for the perpetuation of white domination of the colored races, in opposition to the principle advocated by Japan of race equality. And that no loyal Negro will do." Now, as those feelings against white supremacy and empire percolated and circulated in the wake of World War I, the international communist movement helped to bring different movements and sentiments together, tying struggles against racism in the United States and against colonialism in Asia, theoretically and politically. So in 1919, Lenin reorganized the Communist International, usually called the Third International. In 1920, at the Second Congress, the Third International issued the Theses on the National and Colonial Question to confront the colonial order of things. Now, Lenin set the tone at the opening session of that Congress when he said, quote, "There are 1.25 billion people who find it impossible to live in the conditions of servitude that advanced and civilized capitalism wishes to impose on them." The Third International set out to organize that 70% of the world's population. In very straightforward language, the Theses rejected the League of Nations and the entire notion of national equality, and attempted to expose all of those bourgeois democratic lies, as they put it. By disaggregating nations, nationalisms, and internationalisms, the Third International placed racialized subjects of empire potentially at the forefront of a worldwide communist movement. But the Third International was not yet ready. Using teleological Marxist formulations of capitalist development and proletarian revolution, the Third International ultimately relegated race to false consciousness. Race was an expression of petty bourgeois national prejudices that could and should be overcome by transforming, quote, the dictatorship of the proletariat from a national dictatorship into an international dictatorship. At the Fourth Congress of the Third International in 1922, Claude McKay and other black communists demanded a forceful reckoning with race, with the support and encouragement of Sen Katayama, who was in charge of the Third International's Eastern Commission, which was in charge of the Negro Department. McKay called out the U.S. delegation for dismissing race and for practicing white supremacy. The Theses on the Negro question placed African Americans at the forefront of the liberation struggle of the entire African race and argued that, quote, the enemy of the black race and the enemy of the white workers are one and the same, capitalism and imperialism. Meanwhile, at the same Congress, the Theses on the Eastern question elaborated on the dynamics of race, nation, and revolution across the Pacific. Key political struggles in the colonial East had to focus on empire. The Third International argued to rally the masses toward revolutionary nationalism, a step toward an eventual international revolution. And it was that juxtaposition of what was happening in the colonial East and in the U.S. South that eventually would lead to the Black Belt thesis, with the Third International imploring, quote, communists to apply the theses on the colonial question to the Negro problem. Now, I don't mean to suggest that these intellectual and political debates happening in Moscow somehow produced local struggles against racism and colonialism, but I would like to suggest that they did spur new imaginaries and mobilize revolutionaries around the world. Racialized subjects of empire could envision new frames of analysis and moved and mobilized accordingly. Just to give one example, in Paris, the man who would later rename himself Ho Chi Minh had a visceral response to the Theses on the national and colonial question. He said he didn't really get Marx, okay? He admitted that. But he got Lenin, okay? He got Lenin because Lenin addressed colonialism. He exclaimed, "What emotion, enthusiasm, clear-sightedness, and confidence it instilled in me." Upon learning of Lenin's death in January of 1924, Ho Chi Minh reflected on the Bolshevik leader's significance to colonize subjects around the world. He wrote, "It is true that black or yellow people do not yet know clearly who Lenin is or where Russia is, but all of them have secretly learned that in a faraway corner of the earth, there is a nation that has succeeded in overthrowing its exploiters and is managing in its own country with no need for masters and governors general." They also heard that Lenin, quote, called upon the white people to help the yellow and black peoples to free themselves from the foreign aggressor's yoke. As Ho Chi Minh wrote that obituary of Lenin, he also published articles on the brutality of lynching and the Ku Klux Klan in the United States and inter-imperial state violence in the Pacific. Race and the US empire were on his mind long before the Vietnam War. Those global contexts would frame Ho Chi Minh's revolutionary dreams for a free Vietnam over the next half century. So if empires awakened and moved revolutionaries to international communism, the US state, along with the British state, the Japanese state, followed their movements, seeing and magnifying interracial solidarities against white supremacy and empire that were at once very real and imagined. They saw a third world internationalism on the rise. In many ways, agents of the US security state have been looking for what Jothar Nishida represented for more than 100 years. That search will never end, in part because that world of revolutionary movements against white supremacy and empire, a third world consciousness, was born before nation states, before international relations became normalized and universalized. And that is a source of hope. And with Cedric Robinson and Gary Okihiro as our historical guides, I know that what might have been could still be. Thank you.
And now we move to our final panelist, Dr. Stephen Osuna.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah, it's good? All right, great. First of all, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the organizers. I really appreciate this. And Elizabeth, thank you. Thank you so much. So while reflecting on the 20th anniversary of the Third World News Report in 2005, Elizabeth Robinson states, and Robin Kelly said this yesterday, quote, "We do not speak of the global South because we recognize the Third World as a condition, not a place." Through the Third World News Report, Elizabeth and Cedric Robinson, joined by an ensemble of guerrilla intellectuals from UCSB and the Santa Barbara community, reported on the international conditions that Robinson described as Third World. These conditions were not specific to a region or place, rather they were the ongoing social struggles shaped by the geographies of racial capitalism and imperialism. Their news show, launched by Cedric Robinson and Corey Dubin in 1980 on the campus and community radio station KCSB, and eventually local public television, served as a corrective to corporate media and the US State Department's narrative of global affairs. More importantly, the Third World News Report reported on what was often concealed in mainstream news, a political project that Cedric and Elizabeth took very seriously. Their coverage of social conditions was not just focused on the region we often think of as Third World, since Elizabeth notes, quote, "The Third World exists in Los Angeles, Detroit, London, Marseille, and other parts of the First World." For them, the Third World was a site where the oppressed and exploited made history, and while it was not under the conditions of their choosing, they remind us the masses are the true agents of this history. Elizabeth's reflections of the Third World News Report and the Third World as a condition is instructive for our current discussion of anti-imperialist internationalism and international solidarity. In these comments, I revisit three key texts by Cedric and Elizabeth that provide us with a model of how to think through an anti-imperialist internationalist perspective that keeps the social struggles of the Third World at the center rather than the margins. While recent interest in Cedric Robinson's scholarship is welcome, since he deserves his flowers, we must resist the attempts to sanitize his work and political commitments. We must challenge misinterpretations, lazy readings, and unprincipled critiques that blame his work for the failures of political organization and leftist movements in the US and the backlash by forces of reaction. A mentor and comrade of mine, with his co-writers, mistakenly called Robinson's Black Marxism a, quote, proto-Afro-pessimistic text par excellence, unquote, This reading claims Robinson was anti-Marxist and fundamentally anti-socialist. On the other hand, Robinson's analysis of racial capitalism has been used as a placeholder to avoid a deeper critique of the intimate relationships between racialism and political economy. Just mention racial capitalism and there's no need for a materialist analysis, which leads to the simplistic analysis of, quote, black and brown people poor, white people rich. Robinson's analysis of racial capitalism and politics were much more than this, as Elizabeth describes in her interview conducted by Christina Heatherton and Jordan Camp. Quote, I see race mentioned more than class. Racism is a moving concept. It appears when class interests become threatened. That's really hard for things to grasp for a lot of people, that racism is not about color, unquote. While framing the third world in the first world has been used by liberals and forces of reaction to racialize and exceptionalize impoverished conditions or suggest that the fascist assaults like the January 6th riot at the Capitol are only supposed to happen in third world countries, Robinson emphasizes that social relations of oppression, exploitation, and uneven development. It is an application of her and Cedric's internationalist perspective. If we look at Los Angeles through this optic, for example, a city that I've lived in most of my life, a city that enlivens me and brings me to tears, and where a lot of my writing and research is based on, the third world has a stark presence. The transnational migration and settlings of people from global south countries, the translocality of violence that the agents of the capitalist state, such as the police and social workers, enact on working class and the poor, the uneven development of gentrification and unhoused encampments, all these conditions and social relations are shaped by a racialized global political economy that has no borders and produces the third world in one of the top 6 richest cities in the world. Between 2013 and 2023, millionaires in Los Angeles saw their wealth expand by 45%, while in 2022, a quarter of the 15-year-olds in LA lived below the poverty line. These political and economic realities are present in much of Cedric and Elizabeth's work. They were able to grasp the global in the local. In his 1993 essay, Race, Capitalism, and the Anti-Democracy, Robinson begins in Los Angeles by way of the beating of Rodney Glenn King by the Los Angeles Police Department. He notes the terror enacted on King was backed by law, corporate power, and nurtured by the perverse soul of Western civilization. While beginning with the King beating, Robinson soon expands to the international conjuncture. Only 2 months prior to King facing a pavement lynching, the U.S., with 42 country coalition, including such countries such as Honduras and the Philippines, invaded Iraq. Robinson argues the policing forced on King microcosmically rehearsed the, quote, desert slaughter of the Iraqi masses, which leaders of the most powerful Western Christian civilized nation had initiated and choreographed only a few months earlier, unquote. In both instances, Robinson argues, the dominant class in their favored imagination argued, quote, the hard descending upon the inferior was deserved, unquote. From the violence of the LAPD and U.S. imperialism in Iraq, Robinson follows by describing the domestic and national political extremism of the Reagan and Bush administrations. From the invasion and counterinsurgency wars in Grenada, Lebanon, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Panama, Iraq, and the streets and courts of every American city, these right-wing governments were upheld by a, quote, debauchery of unfettered capitalism and political and bureaucratic corruption, unquote. In the Reagan administration, this was experienced through a multi-trillion-dollar national debt while billions were cut from the social wage, the savings and loan crisis, and the Iran-Contra scandal. During this period, the wealthiest 1% of families increased their after-tax income by 60%, while the poorest 40% experienced income loss. During the Bush administration, deregulation gutted the Departments of Labor, Housing, and Urban Development and Education, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the Environmental Protection Agency. This was the national and international context of the brutalization of King. Robinson's deep dive in the Bush and Reagan administration is important to understand what happened to King and what would come next. As Robinson notes, quote, though embedded in a racial narrative, the vigilantism of Rodney King's violations extend beyond the political and ideological economies of black oppression, unquote. Race, Robinson argues, is a signature of the American empire, but only one aspect of its nature. Given the racial constructions of government reports, official statistics, US journalism, and the common sense of everyday life, the public perception of the stratified society of the US was, quote, fashioned through a racial screen, unquote. Robinson describes that while black men were imprisoned by the US at a rate 4 times that of South Africa, it was also the case that 1.2 million white men and women were imprisoned in 1990. He notes that even if all blacks in the US were poor, 1/2 of the American poor would still be unaccounted for. Here, Robinson was referring to the absent poor white, which he always loved to bring up in seminars. We were in Santa Barbara, where are the poor whites? And we'd always be like, they're in prison, and he'd laugh, right? Typically like Robinson. Rhetorically, Robinson argues, quote, in the American empire, the stigmata of poverty, the deviance of crime, and much of the political responsibilities of critical dissent have been transferred to black and other natives. In this essay, Robinson suggests that while racial constructions were used to justify the assault on King, they were only subterfuges to mask the multiple assaults by the ruling class, the historical sources of anti-democratic extremism, the historical and structural forces that shaped the King beating and the racialized discourse surrounding it were neither psychological nor cultural. All the nastiness of racist elites and their politicians, police, and journalists were, quote, surface idioms rather than the profound objectives, unquote. Race was foregrounded by reaction, Robinson notes, but inevitably they would inspire their own contradictions. The LA Rebellion in April 29, 1992 would be a coalescence of the betrayed, black, brown, and white. Robinson quotes Thomas Rainborough from the 17th century, quote, either poverty must use democracy to destroy the power of property, or property and fear of poverty will destroy democracy. This, Robinson argues, is the fundamental opposition that must be concealed. In a 1999 essay titled On Los Angeles Times, Crack Cocaine, and the Rampart Division Scandal, Robinson would return to a local LA policing concern and globalize it. The Rampart scandal was the unearthing of a long history of LAPD misconduct and corruption in its Rampart Division and its crash unit, which stood for Community Resource Against Street Hoodlums, near downtown LA. If no one's ever heard of it, street hoodlums, yeah. They policed the neighborhood that I grew up in. So I saw a lot of what they're talking about, right? I was a witness to this violence work that Rampart outlaws, as Robinson called them, described happened. The scandal involved police shootings, evidence planting, false arrests, witness intimidation, beatings, theft, drug dealing, prostitution, and perjury. Robinson berates the Los Angeles Times for their counterinsurgent reporting of this historical case of police misconduct. He was not surprised, however, since in 1996, they had dismissed, discredited, and attacked San Jose Mercury News reporter Gary Webb's investigation of the CIA's involvement in the cocaine epidemic that hit Los Angeles in the 70s and 80s. And in 1985, mishandled reporting of the laundering of millions of dollars of drug money by Bank of America. All these stories, Robinson's notes, share a common theme of drugs, law enforcement, and Central America. Subjects, Robinson argues, the Times frequently flounders. Instead of providing the backdrop of the Rampart scandal, the Times, through a quote-unquote face-saving journalistic gesture, participated in the good old-fashioned propaganda. In one article analyzed by Robinson titled, "In Rampart, Support is Strong," he describes how the journalists highlight positive perceptions of the LAPD among residents of the Rampart Division. He notes, quote, perjury, drug dealing, onward shootings were obscured now by the muscular slogan, aggressive policing. The following article, Robinson critically reads, Crime, Poverty, Test Rampart's Officer Skills. He contends that the reporting absolves police from their misconduct through a, quote, savagehood narrative that makes people with problems the problem, as George Lipsitz would always say. While the article interviews residents, all immigrants and refugees from Mexico and Central America, it occludes the, quote, histories of national violation and forced evacuation, unquote, and suggests individual responsibility for the movements across national borders. However, Robinson makes it clear that these migrants and refugees are, quote, human documents of American foreign policy in Central America. In this essay, Robinson applies his third world internationalist perspective by arguing the victims of Rampart scandal were victims of U.S. imperialism first and foremost. While the Times justified police misbehavior, they also concealed the history of U.S. counterinsurgency and drug wars in Central America. In his amazing humor, Robinson ends the article with, quote, apparently around Mulholland Drive, cocaine is a supplement for creativity. At Pico Union, it merely fertilizes the jungle. Cedric and Elizabeth co-authored an essay in 2013 titled Ferguson, Gaza, Iraq, an outline on the official narrative in post-racial America. The essay describes the legitimacy crisis of the official narrative of the Ferguson Police Department's murder of Michael Brown, the Israeli state's ongoing genocide in Gaza, and U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. They explain how the narratives of these horrific displays of state terror were constantly contradicted by actual images of these war zones. As Robinson describes racial regimes and forgeries of memory and meaning, the official narratives of Ferguson, Gaza, and Iraq were contrivances and untenable. While masked in post-racial construction shaped by a neoliberal racial regime, race projects like the war on drugs were reversing the achievements of previous freedom movements. These race projects did not only depict black youth like Brown as deviant, they expanded to include whole countries like Iraq and Central American refugee youth as terrorist threats. While these race projects are deployed against the masses, the Robinsons remind us that they are an artifice. Ferguson, they argue, quote, is about poverty and the links to which the state and its local tributaries have gone to control the poor, unquote. More importantly, they argue, race and racism are merely covers for class. While this might be read as class reductionist, it is far from it. It is what I believe racial capitalism has always meant, the way race becomes a way of transnationally controlling labor and surplus populations. This analysis is fundamental to the Robinson's third world internationalism, a preferential option for the poor by uplifting the conditions they face, but more importantly, the alternatives that exist within those conditions and the struggles of resistance against them. In Black Marxism, Cedric Robinson argues, quote, Marxists have often argued that national liberation movements in the third world are secondary to the interests of the industrial proletariat and the capitalist metropoles, or that they need to be understood only as a social efflux of world capitalism, unquote. We still face this class essentialism by a sector of the Western Marxists, a form of economism, as J. Mahfoud Paul argues. However, our third world internationalism must combat this tendency. While Robinson's intentions were not to slightly stretch Marxism, but rather provide a ruthless criticism of it, I believe for those of us who do take up the task of expanding the Marxist tradition to address the ravages of racial capitalism, Robinson's scholarship is a necessity. Avery Gordon claims while critiquing historical materialism and Black Marxism, Robinson practiced a sort of historical materialism that was grounded in the primacy of social struggle. As Antonio Gramsci notes in The Revolution Against Capital, quote, the laws of historical materialism are not as set in stone as one might think, unquote. So to return to the Third World News Report, Elizabeth Robinson describes it, as Shireen shared earlier, as the proverbial mosquito on the elephant's behind, since the broadcast was only heard by a few 100,000 people. Yet, she reminds us, we must always remember that the resistance starts with tiny bits which nourish imagination and audacity. May our international solidarity be the tiny bits which nourish imagination and audacity, that nourish a historical materialist analysis of concrete conditions, and may we be audacious in serving the people. Long live international solidarity. Long live the Palestinians and their struggle for survival and their resistance in all its forms. Cedric Robinson, presente. Thank you.
let's thank this amazing, amazing panel for all of their It was powerful, it was moving, it was so eloquent. We thank them for their poetry, for the comedy, and for all of the wisdom that they have shared with us here today. It was so powerful and moving that I think we all need a moment to digest. So let's take about 3 minutes to just take in what our panelists have said. Maybe turn to a person nearby you and reflect on the panel. We will then, as moderators, we're going to cede our time so that we can hear your questions, so that you all can participate in this exchange of energy. I'm sure that our panelists are excited to hear your questions for them. So we will put a timer on for about 3 minutes where you can sit in silence and reflect, or maybe turn to someone next to you if you feel moved to talk about everything that you have just experienced, and then we will come back together for questions. And our goal is to end at 5:15 today.
Where's he? He left. The guy who went off on the fire. He was mad. He didn't like it. He's like, I remember this. No, the one before. That's bad. And he's like, it's not nice. And he just gets.
Okay, let's bring our conversations to a close. Finish your last comments. Yeah, okay. All right, we are coming back. We are coming back. Yes, I hear the room settling down, refocusing your attention on the stage. Okay. All right, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. we would love to just facilitate you all asking your questions. You can ask your questions from where you are sitting, or share your comments from where you are sitting. If you you can stand if you are able, and ask your questions. So.
I think it's really important to remember that we want this kind of physically shifts in a lot of ways, right? But it is like, I mean, no one likes incrementalism or increments, but like it is kind of like a slow burn to like get to a point of taking the world, right? And so little moments happen all the time. So I am from South Central, right? I was born in there when the riots happened. I don't call them rebellion. I call them riots. I think riots are also important. We, the comrades from the local union, take to the streets 2 p.m. every Friday to stand on Torrance and Normandy and wave Palestinian flags and engage our community about this issue, because we live in a community that understands what's going on in the world to a degree, but they may not have the grammar, the vocabulary, right? The complete literacy or like historical understanding of all these things, right? But by standing there and engaging folks, right, we remind them just to look around and see how we are related to these places all over the world. This abandonment, these attacks, these occupations. We can stand there an hour and a half, 2 hours, and see 30 cops roll by and stare at us. We have gang interventionists who have come and other actions that we do there. That come from the city, from the mayor's office, to come and surveil us and try to intimidate some of the folks that come out. It doesn't work because we're from there. But I think it's really important to do that, to struggle where you're at, and remember that the point is to eventually get busy. Right? It's not, to talk is good. It's great. And then we have to invite, right? Like to win the world that we want. So thank you all for reminding us of that.
Forgot to mention, if you could actually come up, because otherwise the live stream folks won't be able to hear. If you don't mind coming up.
Can you repeat all that?
A very short question. How do you be internationalist when there are nations? That's it.
Yeah, we can take a few more.
So we were in the back there in our group. I like that method there as well. It was the Eve Tuck. That's what Josh. Never mind. That's all done conversation. Okay, so we were in the back there, and our question was, we saw you guys engaging with each other, and so we were wondering what that conversation was about, because all the papers seemed to flow so well with each other, and so we were really intrigued about what you guys were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a couple more.
So I'm really struck by the Nishida story, and I'm wondering if everyone might have something to say about the role of indecipherability in the building of the Third World Project.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we can. We'll start with these three questions, and yeah.
Well, I'll start with what Alex was sharing about LA and getting busy, right? I think I wanted to share these 3 pieces that Cedric wrote. They're short pieces, right? They're not the books, they're just short essays, but there's so much in those essays. Those short essays, that internationalist perspective is there, grounded in the everyday lives of people, right? And that's why, to me, it was so important that we need to read these pieces and study them for our local conditions, right? And so I start with saying that I'm from LA. So when I read these pieces, and really inspired me, because that's kind of the work that I'm trying to do. How do I make LA, how do I globalize LA? To understand that LA is not just there, there's a global context to LA. Kind of like Golden Gulag, right? She talks about globalizing California and the prison industrial complex, right? And so I think what you're saying about South Central and what happens in South Central, like there's a lot of people doing work about doing that in South Central too. Like South Central is oftentimes isolated as just as one zone of abandonment. But there's the industrialization that's global that created that abandonment, right? There's corporations that have left to other places because of that abandonment. There's migration to South Central, right? All these things have created a global third world in South Central, right? And so these 3 pieces really highlight that for me, right? And to share, I think the importance of wanting to talk about these pieces in this context of this conversation of internationalism. I also just wanted to uplift that, for Cedric's, how I read Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson's work was, again, the analysis of the ruling class, that we can't forget who the enemy is, right? If we want to talk about race and race projects, but who's doing those race projects? Who's behind them? If they were calling someone out, they were calling the ruling effing class, right? And we forget about that oftentimes when we talk about racial capitalism. It becomes very abstract. And it's like, well, who is the capitalist in capitalism, right? Let's call that out. Who are the ones that are enacting the racial as a screen that he was saying in that piece on Rodney King? Yeah, that they use racial language and a racial motive, but it was to mask the multiple violations of the ruling class in the United States. And I think those things, again, was his internationalist perspective, right? It was this third world perspective as an analysis of conditions that is important to highlight in these 3 pieces. Again, short pieces, but so powerful to share.
Maybe I'll try to tackle that question. How can we be an internationalist when nations exist? Well, how can we not be internationalists? Nations have not always been there, right? That is the power and danger of nationalism, is that it makes us think that nations or nation states have existed forever when they are recent creations. And I tend to see nation states as completely compatible with and actually the vehicles through which empire reproduces itself, right? And so, yeah, we need to think and imagine beyond the nation, and in fact against the nation, if we're going to challenge and address empire on a serious level, because empire and democracy cannot coexist, right? Yep. Thanks. And Nishida's story is really intriguing, and I just happened to come across that story by poring over these Bureau of Investigation files, like over and over, and his name kept on popping up. But my sense is that there must be so many Jothar Nishidas out there that we don't even know about, right? And we need to go find them.
I want to say that I think, first with the question about how do we imagine third worldism outside of the nation state, I think we have to think of this particular moment with all of its grief and with all of its rage as a moment of intense possibility where people are practicing that globality on the streets. And that globality on the streets is precisely a critique of the ruling classes, and it is precisely a critique of all of the ways that our conditions share commonalities across all of these borders. I think we have to constantly be thinking, exactly as you said, against in opposition to the nation state, which has produced these binaries. And in response to Shana's question, what was the word you used? Indecipherability. I think that indecipherability is actually where we all belong. That indecipherability is the beauty that we can get back to, and that it is that consistent opposition to the binary that contains us that is a primary tool of our oppression. And I think I was also very struck, lastly, by all of the themes that we spoke to across one another of sleep and wakefulness, of how to think about, beyond all of these contained ways of being. And I think that comes from both the Robinsons and also of a commitment to the idea that the intellectual is always political, and that we must always be thinking through the politics of the moment as we produce the knowledge that we do.
So either we are internationalists or we are hopelessly entrapped and captive and liable to sell each other down the very same rivers that are calling us to be together, not as cargo, not as chattel. A deep river speaks in these places, and the people heard the echo and could carry a tune. You have to be listening for the echo and try to catch it, right? Remember, na 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 na. There's a rose in black in Spanish Harlem. You gotta catch it. You gotta catch it. Right? Because the thing is coming up through the street, soft, sweet, and dreaming. I learned not too long ago that a sister that Tisha and I work with in the National Conference of Black Political Science, we've been working together for 2-3 years. And she did a dissertation on Delta Sigma Theta. Delta Sigma Theta as an organization was practicing internationalism before the League of Nations existed. How did I not know that? How did I not know that, right? Because somebody wanted me to believe in U.S. patriotism more than like little old black ladies who travel all around the world and meet up, and it looks like they're just hanging out on the beach, but they're like building historical societies. So I'm gonna try to catch that thing coming up through the streets and not miss it. So don't, wherever you were, that person who asked that lovely question, please don't miss it. Please just try not to miss it.
There's a tension here with thinking about like how do we are internationalists without a nation. You know, I want to go back to Ruthie's idea of the anti-state state, right? Like, you know, I teach a study abroad course in Cuba every winter session, and I take students there with me, right? Students that, you know, you could only imagine what we hear about Cuba, right, in this country, especially my Latino students, right? They watch, their parents watch Univision, and all they hear is Miami, right? So when I take them down there, and a lot of them, some of them are anarchists, right? They're like, oh, you know, I don't like the state, you know, I'm against the state. They get there, like, how have they survived this many years against sanctions? Because of the state. How have they provided education and health to the people? Because of the state. Now, again, this is a contradictory situation, obviously, the state. But I think that's something that we have to grapple with in this current moment, in this time now, in this conjuncture. Right, where there is people's movements around the world that are fighting to take state power. When you think of the people's war in the Philippines, they're fighting for the state, right? So if we are internationalists, are we going to say, well, I'm not down with you because you're fighting for the state? Or are we going to be like, I support your struggle? Just like we've been talking about Palestine. We want to just talk about the genocide, but why aren't we talking about the resistance? Why aren't we uplifting the resistance? Right? It's easy just to talk about the genocide of Palestinians, but it's really hard and complicated to talk about their resistance and uplift it, right? Because obviously they want to start condemning us for doing that on all our campuses. On my campus, right, they're condemning my students, they're condemning us for speaking about resistance. But we have to if we are internationalists. We have to speak up about these countries that are under sanctions, right? What is it, a third of the world is under sanctions? We have to speak up against these countries that are often demonized by the Western ideas of the mainstream news, right? Cedric was doing that. Cedric was speaking against the Bay of Pigs invasion. And again, who stopped the Bay of Pigs invasion? The state. Again, I'm not glamorizing the state, but there's a deep conversation that we have to have about this tension that exists, about are we against it or for it, or how do we fight for it, right? But that's something that I think needs to be taught when we're talking about internationalism, right? That again, Cedric, you know, I would have these conversations with him, and we might not have agreed, but again, this is an important question to have, that idea of the anti-state state in the United States and neoliberalism, how does that influence our conceptions of our own struggles when we're fighting for issues in this place?
If I could just add one quick comment. I mean, I agree with everything you said. I think, and I didn't mean to suggest otherwise with my previous comment, but I think what we need to be thinking about and collaborating on is to really think ironically and strategically, right?
So we can take maybe about like one more question, if there is a question in the audience.
I wanted to ask how, like, ground workers or activists, like grassroots organizers, can use like the frameworks in practice to like socially transform ourselves and our identities and how they're perceived by the state, and how can we utilize like the state to our advantage?
I'll take a really quick first shot at that. I was very lucky to live in Cairo during the Egyptian Revolution, before it, during it, and after it. And the thing that I learned there in that experience was that the revolutionaries, and this is also resonates with the experience in Palestine, which is that typically we're either underestimating or overestimating the power of the state. And I think that one of the things that we have to do in thinking about this anti-state state is to learn how the state functions, to disaggregate it constantly, to break it up into its multiple parts that are often contradictory, and to see how we can infiltrate, confiscate, redistribute. And this is, I think, also a really good map for how to deal with institutions and universities.
That question about how do activists or organizers engage the state, I'm going to leave that to activists and organizers, because it's going to come from them, not from us four here, right? As much as some of us might be activists and organizers, it has to come from actual organizations doing that work, that they're going to do that. Then it tells us those answers. And I think a lot of us are maybe might be a part of an organization, but I think it's important to listen to those organizations that oftentimes we don't hear from. They're oftentimes dismissed or ignored, but they're the ones doing that work to really get us to think about the role of the state. And let's be clear, the capitalist state. Let's just call it, it's the capitalist state we're talking about here, not other kind of state. It's the capitalist state that we're referring to in this current moment. So I think that's an important point. And now when it comes to how do we use these ideas and frameworks for activists? Well, that's where study groups come in. That's where millennials are killing capitalism comes in, right? That's where these spaces to have a deep discussion collectively comes in, right? Oftentimes students come to me like, oh, I want to read Capital. I'm like, well, you're not going to read it alone. You got to read it collectively. You got to read it with people. You got to study it. You know, start with something shorter, right? Capital is pretty big. Yeah. but collectively read it. Like don't read it on your own. What is wages, prices, profit? Maybe start with that, not capital. But I think, again, I think study groups and collective learning is important, right? Collective study is important. So these pieces are very important, and they're there for us now. They're there for us to read and debate and critique and analyze. Again, with no lazy readings, though. Like a deep reading, a deep analysis, right? No misinterpretations. And if there is a misinterpretation, I hope your comrade calls you out and you self-criticize for it, right? And so I think that's what's important for activists and organizers, for us to learn from these pieces, but also, again, that this is going to come out, just as everyone talks about, struggle produces a theory. That's what Cedric Robinson said as well, just like Lenin said. Struggle produces theory, and without a revolutionary theory, there cannot be a revolution, right? So we need those theories, and it has to come out of practice.
Just very quickly, I think if we're going to engage in politics on any meaningful level, especially radical politics, we have to study the past, right? And we have to study the past honestly, critically. And by talking about the Third International and some of what it was able to accomplish, I don't mean that we need to sit here and romanticize the communist movement, okay? That we should not do. But I do think there is something, like if you go and look at the different theses published in the 1920s, especially before the Popular Front era, I mean, those documents are amazing because I think they capture the spirit of the international communist movement. And it's at a moment when they're asking questions, right? They're not sitting there with all the answers. And that is the spirit that I think we need to embrace as we engage politically and think historically.
The only thing I would say is just teach. Like if there's any place, any opportunity that anybody will give you to work with groups of people who are trying to learn how to do anything, it really will teach you how to do the best version of the work you can do in the world.
Thank you so much. Again, real quick round of applause for. So in about a minute, at 5:20, we'll be walking over to the archival displays at the library. Two of our wonderful organizers, Savannah and Joseph, will lead the walk from outside. We're meeting at the tables outside. Yeah? At the food tables. Right outside. The food tables right outside. And on your way out, if you could grab any trash that you see around you, it would be much appreciated.